When I tell people what happened that week in Wyoming, they usually smile at first and wait for the punchline. They think I am setting up a campfire story. I do not blame them. If I had not been there, I would not believe it either. My name is Rachel Miller. In the summer after college, I took a seasonal job with a small environmental survey company that worked under a contract with the state. The pay was decent, the job description sounded simple, and I wanted to be anywhere except my parents' house. The listing said we would be placing and retrieving wildlife cameras in remote areas to monitor elk and bear migration. Long hikes, peaceful forests, and no customers yelling at me like my last job at the grocery store. It sounded like a break. Our base for that assignment was a small cabin about an hour outside a town called Dubois. Even calling it a town felt generous. The cabin belonged to the state, but our company leased it during peak season. It sat at the end of a narrow dirt road that climbed away from the highway until the asphalt and cell phone service disappeared. There were 3 rooms, a generator that worked most of the time, and a radio that connected back to the office in town. I got there in August. The man who trained me, Tom Green, was in his 40s and had that kind of permanent sunburn you see on people who live outdoors. He was friendly enough, but quiet. He walked me through how to swap the memory cards in the cameras, how to log coordinates on the GPS unit, and how to call in every night at 8 on the radio to confirm we were safe and accounted for. The first week we worked together. After that, he said, we would split the routes and cover more ground. On my second day, he said something that stuck with me later. We used to have 2 cabins out here, he said, nodding toward the trees. The other one is about 10 miles deeper in. Government shut it down 4 years ago after a hiker went missing. They never proved anything, but nobody wanted the liability. The structure is still there, though. If you ever see it, stay away. The place is bad luck. He said it casually, almost like a joke, and I rolled my eyes, but I still felt something sink in my stomach. I asked if they ever found the hiker. Tom said no. Then he changed the subject. The first week was exactly what I had hoped. We hiked, set cameras, and saw more deer and elk than people. The forest out there is thick and quiet in a way that city people never really understand. There is no faint hum of traffic, no planes, no neighbor with a loud television. There is just wind and insects and the click of your own footsteps. At night, the darkness pressed against the cabin windows so hard it felt physical. I had never been anywhere so far from everything. The first strange thing that happened seemed small at the time. On the 5th day, Tom sent me out alone for the first time. The plan was simple: drive the company truck to a trailhead, hike 5 miles in, swap the memory cards in 3 cameras, and head back. The weather was clear, and I felt confident. I had the GPS, a map, and a radio. The trail wound through a valley lined with thick pines, and then climbed to a ridge where the first camera was strapped to a tree. When I got there, I noticed something off. The camera was pointed slightly higher than it should have been, aiming at the treetops instead of the game trail. The strap looked crooked. At first I thought a deer had brushed against it, but when I got closer, I saw that the strap had been deliberately unbuckled and reattached. The plastic clip was clean and free of dirt. Someone had done it with their hands. I told myself it was Tom. Maybe he had adjusted it earlier and just never mentioned it. I fixed the angle, swapped the card, and moved on. The second camera was fine. The third one was not. It was supposed to be strapped to a deadfall near a creek crossing. The GPS said I was standing on top of the coordinate, but there was no camera, just an empty impression in the bark where the mount had been. I checked the ground and saw boot prints that did not match mine. The tread was different, and the prints were deeper, like the person was heavier or carrying more weight. The hike back felt longer. Every crack of a branch behind me made my shoulders tense. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see someone coming down the trail, but the forest stayed open and empty. When I got back to the cabin, I told Tom about the missing camera and the one that had been moved. He frowned, but did not look surprised. "We get locals out here who do not like outsiders," he said. "Hunters, trappers, people who grew up in these hills. Some of them think we are spying on them or ruining their spots. They mess with cameras sometimes. Nothing to worry about. We will report the missing one and move on." That explanation worked for a while. It was logical. But that night, long after Tom went to bed, I lay awake in my small room and replayed the details in my head. The clean strap, the vanished camera, the feeling of being watched while I was bent over the deadfall, staring at boot prints in the dirt. 3 days later, Tom had to go back to town for supplies and paperwork. It was a long drive, and he planned to stay overnight. He left me with the truck and told me to take a rest day. No field work, just organize the cards and logs. "You will be fine," he said, as he loaded a crate into the bed of the pickup. "Lock the door after dark. Radio me at 8, like normal." When the truck disappeared down the road, the silence around the cabin doubled. I did my best to stay busy. I made coffee, sorted camera cards, labeled folders on the battered laptop. By afternoon, I was restless and bored. The sky clouded over, and a steady wind came through the trees, rattling the tin roof. Around 4, I stepped outside to bring in more firewood. That was when I saw the truck. It was white and older, maybe a late 90s Ford. It sat about 100 yards down the road, just past the curve where the trees formed a tunnel. I could not see the plates from that distance. The engine was running. I could hear the faint rumble, see a pale thread of exhaust drifting from the tailpipe into the cool air. I shaded my eyes and waited for whoever was inside to get out or drive closer. Nothing happened. The truck just sat there with its engine idling. A chill went up my spine. I pretended to ignore it and carried the armload of wood back inside. When I looked again through the kitchen window, the truck was still there. Maybe it was a rancher on the wrong road. Maybe it was a hunter checking a map. That is what I told myself. After 20 minutes, it backed up slowly and disappeared around the bend, heading away from the cabin. By that evening, the sky was dark and the wind had not stopped. The cabin creaked and sighed like an old ship. I locked the door, radioed the office to check in, and made dinner. The whole time, my eyes drifted to the small kitchen window that faced the road. When I went to bed, I dragged one of the chairs up under the knob of my bedroom door. It was something my mom used to do when she was home alone. I laughed at myself, turned off the light, and climbed under the thin blanket. Some time later, I woke up to a sound that did not belong to the cabin. It was a single crunch of tires on gravel, not close. Somewhere down the road, I held my breath and listened. Another crunch, a faint engine rumble. Headlights swept across the ceiling of my room for a brief moment, filtered through the thin curtains, then vanished. I waited for the sound of an engine passing by and fading into the distance. Instead, the rumble cut off. Silence rolled in, thick and absolute. I slipped out of bed, heart pounding, and crept to the window. My fingers trembled as I lifted the corner of the curtain. The white truck sat in the same spot as before, just beyond the curve, a darker block against the night. No headlights now, no running lights, just a dead shape on the road. Every part of me wanted to believe I was seeing things, but the outline was clear. My mouth went dry. I backed away from the window and went into the kitchen to check the radio. The radio had a simple procedure. If there was an emergency, you turned it to channel 3 and held the transmit button while saying the code phrase. Tom had drilled it into me. I reached for the dial and then stopped. I could already hear the voice on the other end, calm and patient, asking what exactly the emergency was. I imagined myself saying there was a truck parked down the road and nothing else. I imagined the silence and then the polite pause. Out here, the sheriff could not just roll cars for every nervous girl who did not like the dark. I decided to wait. I told myself if I heard footsteps on the porch, if I saw someone in the yard, then I would call. An hour passed, maybe more. I sat at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee that went cold in my hands. The truck never moved. I could not see it from the house anymore, but I felt it, like an animal waiting at the edge of a clearing. At some point, I must have dozed off, because the next thing I remember is waking up with my cheek on the table and pins and needles in my arm. The clock above the stove said 3 in the morning. The cabin was silent. For a moment, I thought I had dreamed the whole thing. I went to the window and peered out. The road was empty. No truck. The sky had cleared, and a fat moon hung over the tree line, lighting the dirt and gravel like bleached bone. Relief hit so hard it almost made me dizzy. I laughed once, a weak little sound, and told myself I was done with horror movies. That was when I noticed the footprints on the porch. They were muddy and came from the direction of the road. They stopped right in front of the cabin door and did not go back. The prints were large and slightly angled, like the person had stood there for a while with one foot turned outward. There was a smear of mud on the doorframe near the knob, as if from a gloved hand. I backed away until my shoulders hit the opposite wall. I was sure the chair under my bedroom door had been my only barricade. I had not thought to block the front door. There was only the standard lock and a flimsy chain. Whoever it was had come all the way up to the cabin. They had stood at the door while I slept at the table on the other side. I wanted to be sick. I wanted to run out to the truck and drive away, but it was still pitch dark, and the idea of stepping onto that porch, into that open space, made my legs feel hollow. I grabbed the radio with shaking hands and called in on Channel 3. The voice that answered was not Tom. It was a woman from the office, groggy but attentive. I told her everything in a rush. The truck, the prints, the fact that I was alone. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she told me to stay inside, keep all doors locked, and wait until sunrise. She said she would call the county sheriff and then try to reach Tom at the motel. The next 3 hours were the longest of my life. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. I thought I heard footsteps outside at least twice, but when I checked through the curtains there was nothing. I considered turning off all the lights and sitting in the dark, but the thought of not being able to see the window made my skin crawl. Just after 6, the first pale light seeped into the trees. A half hour later I heard an engine, then saw the flash of blue in the distance. A sheriff truck rolled up the road and stopped in front of the cabin. An older deputy named Carter stepped out. Behind him, in his own pickup, came Tom. I stumbled out to meet them, dizzy with relief. While I talked, Carter walked the perimeter, studying the mud prints, the road, and the tree line. Tom listened with his jaw clenched. They found additional tracks on the far side of the cabin. Whoever it was had walked around the building at least once. Carter followed the prints for about 20 yards into the tree line before losing them in the underbrush. He asked me for as many details as I could remember about the truck. I told him it was an older white Ford with no visible markings. He nodded in a way that said it could be any of 100 vehicles in the county. That missing hiker Tom mentioned earlier came up. Carter glanced at him when I repeated that part. The deputy said the man who went missing had been from out of state and hiking alone. They never found a body. Just his abandoned car at a trailhead and a campsite with his backpack still there. No signs of struggle. No clear leads. Sometimes folks do not want to be found, Carter said. Sometimes they do things to spook others away. You never know. It was not comforting. If anything, it made the air around us feel thinner. Tom wanted to end the assignment right then and there. He said they could send another crew later in the season when more staff was available. The company did not want the liability. Carter did not argue. We packed up that afternoon. While we loaded the truck, I went through the last of the camera cards to make sure they were labeled correctly. I almost missed it when I clicked through one of the folders out of habit. Most of the images were what you would expect: deer, elk, the occasional bear, branches moving in the wind. And then I found a frame that hit me like a kick to the chest. It was a shot from one of the cameras I had checked earlier in the week. The timestamp said 2 days before the night with the truck. The camera was aimed at the game trail near the ridge. The image showed a man standing between the trees, closer than any of the animals. He was wearing a dark jacket and a cap pulled low over his face. He stared directly into the camera. His face was half shadow, but you could see the hint of a smile. I clicked to the next frame. The trail was empty. I called Tom over. He stared at the monitor for a long time without speaking, then moved his finger to the timestamp. "That is the day you were up there alone," he said quietly. We did give a copy of the image to Carter. To my knowledge, nothing ever came of it. No one was arrested. No suspects were questioned in front of me. Life in town went back to normal. The official story was that some local hunter had decided to play games with the survey crew. I know what it felt like, though. That week, in that remote cabin, Something or someone focused on me. They watched me from the trees. They walked up to the door while I slept. They waited out on that road in the dark, with the engine running, deciding what to do next. When people say, "It must have been a crazy person," I always think about that photo. The way he stood so still. The neat angle of the camera he had adjusted. The clean prints in the mud, not dragging or staggering, just patient and deliberate. Crazy is almost comforting, because it suggests impulse and chaos. What I felt out there was different. It felt like someone who knew those woods better than we ever would. Someone who had chosen that place because no one would hear you scream. I never went back to that cabin. I do not hike alone anymore. I still dream sometimes that I wake up at a kitchen table with my cheek on cold wood, and when I look up I know there are footprints on the porch that were not there before. Every time, in the dream, I get up and reach for the curtain. So far, I have never had the courage to pull it aside. My name is Kevin Roberts, and 3 years ago I worked as overnight security at a solar farm in the middle of the desert in Southern California. People picture rows of shiny panels and blue sky, and maybe a tour group wandering around in hard hats. That is not what it was like at 2 in the morning. The farm sat off a long empty stretch of highway, an hour from the nearest real town, surrounded by sand and scrub and not much else. At night the panels turned into endless black walls, and the only lights were a few poles near the gate and the dull red glow from the inverter station. I took the job because I needed money and I thought it would be easy. Sit in a tiny office, watch some camera feeds, do the occasional walk around, and collect a paycheck for being bored. The company called it critical infrastructure and told us there had been copper thefts at other sites. They wanted someone on site every night so they could tell their insurance company they were being careful. There were 2 guards on rotation, me and an older guy named Mike. We never worked together. He worked the first half of the week, I worked the second. We left notes for each other in a little spiral notebook on the desk. The solar farm itself was a huge rectangle in the desert, chain-link fence around the perimeter, topped with razor wire. A single narrow access road connected the highway to the front gate. Inside, gravel roads crisscrossed between long rows of panels that were mounted on metal frames. At night, if the floodlights were off, the rows looked like endless black alleys. The office was a prefab trailer near the gate. It had a bathroom, a desk with a bank of monitors, a radio, and an old coffee machine that smelled burned, even when it was off. There was a big red binder of emergency procedures that nobody ever read unless someone from corporate was coming. For the first few weeks, nothing happened. I listened to podcasts, drank too much coffee, and did my rounds. I would walk the main path that looped around the outer edge of the panels, check the locks on the gates, and shine my flashlight across the rows. The desert air at night was dry and cold and completely still. If the wind died, you could hear your own heartbeat. The first weird thing started as a note. One Thursday when I came in, there was handwriting in the notebook that was not mine and did not look like Mike's. I recognized his blocky letters in the entry from the night before. Quiet night. Coyotes near west fence around 3. Panels fine. Under that, in smaller, tighter writing, were 3 words. Someone is here. There was no date next to the second line and no signature. For a second I thought it was a joke, but the pen strokes were harsh, like whoever wrote it had pressed hard enough to tear the paper. I checked the camera recordings from the night before, but the system only kept 24 hours of footage, and Mike had already rewound through sunrise during his shift. I did not see anything strange. A moth against a lens here, a glitch in the image there. At the start of my shift, I radioed the contract supervisor in town. I asked if anyone else had access to the site or if another employee could have passed through. He said no, just me and Mike. He laughed when I mentioned the note. Probably trying to freak you out, he said. Old guard hazing the new guy. It felt stupid to worry about it, so I tried not to. 2 nights later, I stopped telling myself it was a joke. That shift started like any other. I did my first walk around at 11. The sky was clear and the moon was bright enough that I barely needed my flashlight. I walked the perimeter, checked the locks on the gates, and paused every now and then to listen. I could hear a truck on the highway sometimes, far away and faint, like a distant ocean. On the far south side, the fence ran close to a dry wash. On the other side of the wash, the desert sloped up toward low hills. There were no houses out that way, no buildings, nothing but scrub and rock. I had just checked the south gate and was turning back toward the office when I heard a metallic clink somewhere deep in the rows of panels. It sounded like something bumping against steel, not loud, but clear. I stopped and held my breath. The sound did not repeat. The rows to my left formed a solid, dark wall. I swung my flashlight beam between them, but the light just cut into shadows and reflections. I told myself it was one of the metal supports settling in the cold, or maybe a piece of scrap shifting in the wind. I finished the loop and went back inside. At 1 in the morning, I went out again. This time I decided to walk between the rows instead of around the outer path. The gravel crunched under my boots. The panels towered over me on both sides, black and dull, blocking the view of anything beyond the row I was in. Without the moonlight, it felt like a maze. Halfway down the third row, my radio crackled and hissed like someone had pressed the talk button and then let go. I froze. I waited for the supervisor to call my name, but there was only static. The little green light that showed a live connection blinked off, then came back. I tapped the transmit button. "Base, this is Kevin at the south site," I said. "Radio check." There was a long pause, and then the supervisor's voice, faint and warped. "Copy you, Kevin. Loud and clear." I asked if he had tried to call me a minute ago. He said no. He said nobody else was on the channel. It was probably just interference. He went back to his paperwork. I made a joke to myself about ghosts and kept walking. The thing about being alone in a place like that is your mind will start to fill the silence with anything it can. Every click and buzz and breath of wind starts to sound like footsteps. The trick is to know when the sound is actually different. Around 2, I was back in the office, watching the camera feeds. There were 8 cameras scattered on poles around the site. 4 pointed at the perimeter, 4 at the main roads between the panels. The screens showed grainy black and white images with timestamps in the corner. On camera 3, which watched the north access road, something flickered at the edge of the frame. At first I thought it was a glitch. The image jumped, then smoothed out. I rewound the feed 30 seconds and watched it again. The road was empty. The fence was still. The moonlight painted the gravel a flat gray. Then, on the very right edge of the frame, a shape moved past. Tall, narrow, like a person walking just outside the pole of light. It moved from right to left, cutting across the distant part of the road. The figure did not trigger the motion alerts. The system was old and sensitive to heat, not just movement, and whoever it was must have been far enough away. I leaned closer to the screen and watched the clip 5 more times. There was no car, no headlights, just a figure walking in the distance in the middle of the night, at least half a mile from the highway, with nothing around for miles. I swore under my breath and grabbed my flashlight. I told myself I should call the supervisor and maybe even the sheriff, but a stupid, stubborn part of me did not want to be the guard who called in a false alarm. I wanted to confirm what I saw with my own eyes. That is how people get hurt. I know that now. Outside, the air felt colder. The sky was still clear, still full of stars. The access road on the north side ran in a straight line toward a service gate that almost no one used. The light on the pole near the gate buzzed faintly. I walked that way, scanning the fence and the sand beyond with my flashlight. No footprints in the gravel, no movement behind the panels. When I got near the north gate, I saw something that made my stomach twist. The chain on the gate was looped through the bars, but the padlock was missing. I knew for a fact that I had checked that lock at 11, and it had been there. The hasp showed bright spots where metal had been scraped. I swung the chain, and the gate rattled. It had been pulled shut, but not secured. Whoever had come through that gate had taken the lock with them. I backed up, heart hammering, and turned in a full circle with my flashlight. The beams slid over the rows of panels, the fence, the empty wash beyond. No one, no sound. I decided then that this was big enough for a call. I picked up my radio to hail the supervisor. Before I could press the button, The eighth light pole in the middle of the site flickered and went out. It did not just dim. It snapped off with a sharp pop, plunging the center rows into darkness. The rest of the yard stayed lit. It was like someone had thrown a switch that only killed that one light. I stood frozen for a second, staring at the dark patch in the middle of the sea of panels. From where I was, I could not see between the rows. That whole section was just a black void. Something about the sudden precision of it broke whatever pride I had left. I hit the transmit button. "Base, this is Kevin," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I have possible trespassers on site. North gate lock is missing, and one of the yard lights just went out by itself. I need law enforcement out here now." The supervisor did not laugh this time. He told me to return to the office, lock the door, and wait for the sheriff. He said a deputy was already on patrol near the highway and would divert to me. The problem was, the office was on the opposite side of the farm. Between me and that trailer lay 50 rows of panels and a stretch of gravel that suddenly felt like open water. I did not want to walk straight down the main center road. If someone was out there, that road gave them a clear line of sight on me. Instead, I cut between the rows, using the panels as cover, keeping my flashlight beam low. The desert was so quiet that the crunch of my boots sounded like gunshots. Every time I passed a gap between rows, I paused and swept my light across the next lane. Nothing. Just more metal frames and gravel. I was about 6 rows from the office when I heard it. A light scuff on gravel, not more than 30 feet away, on the other side of a row of panels. I stopped so fast I almost slipped. My heart slammed against my ribs. I clicked off my flashlight without thinking, wishing I could take back the sound of it. The silence stretched. Somewhere in the distance a coyote yipped once and then cut off. Then there it was again. A slow, dragging step, like someone trying to move quietly and not quite managing it. The panels to my left blocked my view. Whatever was on the other side had to be parallel to me, matching my movement. My mouth went dry. I did not call out. Something in me knew I did not want to let whoever it was know my exact spot, even though they probably already had a sense of it. Instead, I crouched and eased backward, feeling for the crunch of gravel under my boots. The next intersection between rows was about 15 feet behind me. When I reached it, I stayed low and peered around the end of the panels. For a second, I saw nothing. Just the narrow lane, the fence beyond, the distant glow of the highway way out on the horizon. Then a figure stepped into the center of the lane from between the next set of panels. He was tall and thin, wearing dark clothes and a hood that cast his face in shadow. No reflective gear, no company logo, no flashlight. He walked like he belonged there, slow and steady, hands in his pockets. He stopped in the middle of the lane, turned his head slightly like he was listening, then started to walk toward the main road that led back to the office. He was between me and the only building on site. If I had taken the center road instead of cutting through the rows, I would have walked right into him. I stayed pressed against the cold metal frame, barely breathing, watching him through the gap. He reached the main center road and paused again, his head tilted toward the office. Even from that distance, I could see the pale oval of his face under the hood as he looked at the trailer. Then he did something that made my skin crawl more than anything else that night. He turned away from the office and looked directly toward the spot where I was hiding. I thought maybe he had heard me. Maybe he could see my breath in the air. But the way he tilted his head felt different. Calm, patient, like he had already known I was somewhere in that direction and was checking to see if I had moved. We were too far apart for me to see his eyes, but I felt the weight of his attention like a hand on my chest. We stayed like that for a long moment. Him standing in the open, me pressed against cold metal, crouched in the shadows. Then, slowly, he lifted one hand out of his pocket and made a small motion. His fingers curled inward in a short, beckoning gesture. It was not playful. It was not angry. It was just an invitation. I did not move. My legs felt frozen. The distant wail of a siren broke the silence. It was faint but growing louder, coming from the direction of the highway. The man seemed to hear it at the same time I did. His head snapped toward the sound. He dropped his hand back into his pocket and started walking again. this time away from the office and toward the far east fence, where the panels ran close to another dry wash. I debated whether to follow him with my flashlight, maybe try to keep him in sight for the deputy, but fear pinned me in place. By the time I had gathered enough nerve to step into the lane, he was gone. The sirens swelled, then cut off as a sheriff's cruiser turned down the access road. Its headlights swept the fence and the panels. I ran for the office, waving my arms so they did not mistake me for the intruder. Deputy Harris was a woman in her 30s with tired eyes. She made a quick pass around the site while I told her what had happened. Another unit arrived 20 minutes later. They searched the rows with flashlights, checked the fence for cuts, and walked the washes on both sides. They found the missing padlock about 50 yards outside the north gate, half buried in the sand. It looked like someone had cut it clean with bolt cutters and taken it off the gate, then carried it a while before dropping it. There were footprints in the gravel near the gate and in a few of the lanes between panels. The prints were from work boots, bigger than mine. There were none near the office itself. Whoever had come in that way had not bothered to check the building. They had gone straight for the interior of the site. The sheriff on duty said they could not do much without a suspect or a vehicle description. The cameras had not captured his face clearly. On the footage from camera 3, his hood was up and his head was turned away. The clip from the center road just showed a tall shape in dark clothes walking out of the frame, a second before the light pole went out. The maintenance crew found later that the light pole had been switched off at the breaker. The panel was locked with a standard electrical box key. There was no sign of damage. The company claimed only their techs had those keys. Corporate sent 2 guys out the next day to audit the site. I heard them arguing in the office about whether this could be an inside job or some drifter who had picked up a universal key. They did not ask me much beyond how fast I had called for help and whether I had stayed in the office as instructed. I quit a week later. I told the supervisor I had family issues. He did not argue. I heard from Mike once after that. He called me out of the blue and asked if anything had ever happened to me out at the site, anything that felt wrong. I told him about the man in the hoodie and the missing lock. He went quiet for a while, then said, "I kept seeing that note in the book. Someone is here. I did not write that." I asked who he thought did. He said he did not know. Then he told me something he had not put in the notebook. Twice, on his shifts, he had walked the perimeter around 2 in the morning and found the office door unlocked, even though he swore he had locked it before he started his rounds. Nothing inside had been touched and there were no footprints in the dirt near the steps, but it had felt wrong enough that he started dragging a chair in front of the door from then on. The company eventually added more cameras and hired a full crew that worked in pairs. I have no idea if that helped. I do know that when I drive through the desert at night now, and I see one of those huge dark fields of panels stretching off into the distance, I feel that same pressure on my chest. Because I still do not know what that man wanted out there, walking between those silent black rows in the middle of the night. He did not rush the office. He did not cut the fence and run. He did not go straight for the copper like a thief who just wanted fast money. He moved in slow circles around the place, turned off lights, and watched the cameras. He knew when the deputy was close before I did, and for a few long seconds in that narrow lane, when he looked straight toward where I was hiding and lifted his hand in that small gesture, I understood something that still keeps me up sometimes. I was not there to guard that place. I was the thing he had come there to see. My name is Laura Hayes, and the worst night of my life happened in a part of northern Montana that most people do not even know exists. Back then, I was a freelance photographer trying to build a portfolio. A small outdoor magazine hired me to shoot a series on abandoned rural structures. Old barns, forgotten rail stops, weathered farmhouses. They wanted bleak, quiet, lonely images. So I set out across northern Montana in early March, when the sky stayed gray and the wind felt like it had claws. There was a place I had marked on my map weeks earlier, an old fire lookout tower on a private tract of land that had been sold and resold so many times that nobody seemed to know who owned it anymore. The magazine said if I got pictures of it, they would bump my pay rate. That tower became the reason I drove 6 hours past where I planned to stop. I got there at dusk. The tower stood on a low ridge surrounded by endless fields of frost-burned grass and miles of broken fence lines. No houses, no barns, nothing but that one tall wooden structure reaching into the heavy sky. The road ended about a quarter-mile away. I parked my Subaru and stepped out into the kind of silence that presses against your ears. The air smelled like rust and frozen weeds. I grabbed my camera bag and a thermos of coffee and started walking toward the tower. As I got closer, I noticed something odd. There were tire tracks in the dirt leading right up to the base of the tower. Fresh ones. No snow inside the grooves. No drifted edges. Someone had been there recently. Maybe it was just hunters or bored teenagers. That was what I told myself. The tower was old, but still standing. A narrow set of stairs wound around the outside up to the cabin at the top. Every step creaked under my weight. The wind pushed against the structure, making it sway just enough to make my stomach flip. At the top, I set my bag down and took a few wide shots of the horizon. The view was perfect, 100 miles of nothing in every direction. The magazine would love it. I stayed up there longer than I planned, trying different angles. When the sun finally dropped behind the ridge, I packed up and started down the stairs. About halfway to the ground, I heard a sound that made my legs lock up. A car door shutting. Not from my Subaru. From somewhere on the far side of the ridge. I froze, listening hard. The wind died for a moment, and I heard gravel crunching. Slow footsteps, steady, coming toward the tower. My first stupid thought was that I should call out and say I was just taking photos. But something about the way the steps sounded made my body go cold. They were deliberate, no hesitation, like the person already knew exactly where they were going. I crept down the rest of the stairs as quietly as I could and ducked behind one of the thick support beams near the base. The wind picked up again, brushing the dead grass in long waves. I waited, pulse hammering in my neck. Then a man came around the side of the tower. He was tall, wearing a heavy coat and a knit cap pulled low. His hands were in his pockets. He stopped a few feet from the stairs and looked up at the cabin at the top of the tower. He did not move. He did not call out. He just stood there, staring up at it, like he was waiting for someone to appear. I held my breath, terrified he would hear it. After what felt like a full minute, he turned his head slightly, scanning the area around the tower. His gaze moved slow, patient, careful. When he looked toward the support beam I was hiding behind, I flattened myself against the wood and prayed he had not noticed the edge of my boots sticking out in the dirt. His footsteps shifted. They were coming closer. Without thinking, I slid around to the opposite side of the beam and crouched low. The wood felt ice cold against my back. His steps got louder, then softer, like he was circling the structure. My car was too far. If I ran for it, he would see me. The only place I could go was up. I waited until his steps faded toward the far side of the tower. Then I bolted up the stairs, each creak of the wood booming like thunder in my ears. When I reached the top, I slipped inside the cabin and closed the door as quietly as I could. The lookout cabin was tiny. 4 glass walls, a metal cot, a small desk, and one old shutter someone had left leaning against the corner. No lock on the door. Nowhere to hide. The wind rattled the glass. My breath fogged in front of me. I crouched behind the desk and listened. The footsteps came back, slow, even, directly below me. I clamped a hand over my mouth. The boards of the tower groaned loudly as he stopped at the base and stood still. Seconds crawled by. Then I heard the first stair creak. He was coming up. My heart slammed so hard I thought he could probably hear it. I looked around desperately for anything I could use to block the door, but the cabin was too small. If I pushed the cot against the door, he would know someone was inside. The shutter was too light to do anything. The stairs creaked again, and again, and again. He was climbing with steady, unhurried steps, the way you walk when you know exactly what you are going toward. When he reached the landing just below the top, the entire tower shifted. I stared at the door, waiting for the knob to turn. But he did not come in. He stopped just outside the door and stood there, not moving, not stepping away, just standing. The wind pressed against the glass panes, making the whole cabin groan. I stayed absolutely still. Then the doorknob turned a fraction of an inch. Not enough to open it, just a slow, silent test, like someone checking whether the latch was engaged. I felt sweat run cold down my back. The knob rotated again. A slow, careful twist. I reached for my camera bag without thinking. Not for a weapon, for my phone. But when I dug through the pockets, I remembered I had turned it off earlier to save battery. There was no signal out here anyway. The knob stopped turning. Silence. Then he stepped back. I could hear the wood shift. One step. Another. Then more steps going down the stairs. He was leaving. I stayed frozen behind the desk until I heard his footsteps reach the ground. I waited until they faded into the grass. Even then, I waited longer, shaking, too afraid to move. When I finally crawled to the window, I peeked over the sill and saw him walking toward the ridge. His coat swayed in the wind. He never looked back. His truck was sitting just behind the slope, dark blue. No plates on the front. The engine was running. He got in. The headlights came on. Then he drove away, slow and smooth, like he had all the time in the world. I stayed in the tower until the sun hit the horizon. Not because I felt safe there, but because the idea of climbing back down those stairs in the dark made my legs feel numb. When I finally made myself go down, the morning light felt thin and uncertain. I kept scanning the ridge, convinced he would be standing there again. I jogged back to my car with my keys clenched between my fingers. When I opened the door, something fluttered to the ground near my foot. A piece of paper, folded once. I stared at it without touching it. It had been tucked under my windshield wiper. I looked around again, heart pounding so hard I felt dizzy. The fields were empty. The road was empty. The tower stood silent behind me. After a long moment, I knelt down and opened the paper with shaking fingers. 8 words were written in neat block letters. I saw you go up. I heard you hide. My hands shook so hard I almost dropped it. I looked again around the empty fields. The tower. The road. The ridge. He had been closer than I thought. Close enough to see me run up the stairs. Close enough to hear me breathing inside the cabin. My mind kept replaying one detail over and over. The fresh tire tracks at the base of the tower before he arrived. He had already been there once. Not tonight. Earlier, he might have seen me climbing up the first time. He might have been in those fields watching while I took my pictures, completely unaware. For all I know, he might have been inside the tower cabin before I ever reached it. I reported everything to the sheriff in the nearest town. They asked for the note. They asked for a description. They sent a deputy out there but found no truck and no man and no new tracks. They told me the land was unclaimed enough that people sometimes wandered it. They said it was probably just a drifter trying to scare me off. But drifters do not leave notes like that. They do not test door handles slowly. They do not circle a tower in the dark like they are deciding what to do next. He knew I was alone. He knew I could not call for help. And he knew exactly where I had been hiding. I still have the note. I do not know why I keep it. Maybe because if I throw it away, it will feel like he is still out there somewhere, waiting for the chance to write another one. Sometimes at night, when I cannot sleep, I imagine what would have happened if the doorknob had fully turned, if he had not changed his mind, if the stairs had creaked one more time. I imagine him standing in that narrow doorway, blocking out the last bit of light, and I realize how close I came to disappearing in a place where nobody would ever think to look for me. That tower is probably still standing, and I know that if anyone goes there now, in that dead quiet stretch of Montana, they might feel watched the same way I did. Because whoever he was not lost. He was comfortable there, and he was waiting for someone. I worked the closing shift at a small coffee shop on the edge of downtown, the kind of place that smells like burned espresso and old wood by the end of the night. We locked the doors at 11 clean until almost midnight, and by the time I step outside, the streets are mostly empty. I do not own a car, so I walk. It is a 20-minute trip through a mix of quiet storefronts and old houses, past a park that feels different after dark, and finally up a hill to the apartment I share with a roommate who is almost never home at night. This happened last winter, on a Tuesday. I remember that detail because it was the first heavy snow of the season, and my manager had joked that anyone walking home was going to regret being alive. The sidewalk had a thin layer of slush, and the air felt like it was chewing through my coat. When I pushed open the back door and stepped into the alley, everything was silent except for the faint hiss of wind and the wet scrape of my boots on the pavement. I always followed the same route, down the alley to Maple Street, past the row of closed shops, across the main road at the light, then through the small residential streets, until they turned into the hill that led home. It felt familiar, which made it feel safe, at least usually. That night, as I turned out of the alley, I noticed the first thing that felt off. There was a car idling across the street, with its headlights off. A dark sedan. I could see just enough to tell someone was inside, but not enough to make out a face. I pretended not to notice, pulled my bag tighter on my shoulder, and started walking. The snow made the town quieter than usual. Tires on the distant main road sounded muffled and far away. Most of the shops were dark, their front windows reflecting the faint orange glow of the streetlights. My breath came out in white clouds, and I tried to focus on my usual mental checklist of closing tasks to distract myself from the feeling that the person in that car was still watching me. At the first corner, I glanced back without turning my head all the way. The sedan had not moved, but I could see the faint glow of someone's phone inside. I crossed Maple and headed toward the intersection at Cedar. That was where I had to cross the main road, which stayed busy earlier in the evening, but was almost dead close to midnight. The walk signal took forever to change. As I stood shivering at the corner, I heard an engine start behind me. I looked over my shoulder. The same dark sedan pulled out of its spot and rolled down Maple toward me, still with its headlights off. It parked again half a block away, just past the crosswalk, and stopped. Something in me tightened. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe the driver was waiting for someone or messing with their phone. The signal changed, and I walked quickly across the main road. When I stepped onto the opposite sidewalk, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I could hear the engine again, moving slowly. I turned my head slightly. The sedan was creeping through the intersection, finally switching its headlights on as it turned onto my street. There was no reason for anyone to be driving that slowly. No reason to be coming this way at all, unless you lived in the neighborhood. And most of the people who lived there were older and drove trucks or compact cars. I told myself I was being dramatic. I tucked my hands in my pockets, lowered my head against the wind, and picked up my pace. Each street light I passed dropped my shadow across the snow in long, stretched shapes. I listened for the engine more than I watched it. The sedan stayed behind me, not close enough to be obvious, but close enough that each time I reached a corner and glanced back, it was there, idling at the stop sign. At the second corner, I stopped and pretended to dig in my bag. I pulled out my phone and held it to my ear like I was making a call. The car rolled forward a few feet, then stopped again. I could see the silhouette of the driver now. A man. Dark jacket. No movement. Just sitting there. I did not actually call anyone. I just started talking softly, as if I had. I said my roommate's name and told the empty line that I was almost home and that the walk was cold. My voice sounded fake to my own ears, but I hoped the man in the car would hear it and think I had someone waiting. When I started walking again, the car waited, then followed. Not fast, just staying with me. The first real spike of fear hit me when I passed the park. During the day, it was full of kids and dog walkers. At night, it turned into a dark, open patch, a break in the streetlights where the path cut between bare trees and empty benches. Usually, I cut straight across to save time. That night, with the sedan trailing behind me, the park looked like an invitation to disappear. I stayed on the sidewalk that ran along the fence instead. As I walked, I noticed something else. Footsteps. At first, I thought it was the echo of my own boots on the wet concrete. Then I realized the rhythm was slightly off. One step behind mine, like someone trying to match me but not quite. I stopped. The footsteps behind me stopped a half-second later. My heart jumped into my throat. I turned around. A man stood under the nearest streetlight on the other side of the park fence. He wore a gray hooded sweatshirt, with the hood up and his hands in the pockets. His face was partly shadowed, but I could see a beard and a flat expression. What made my stomach drop was that I recognized the sweatshirt. I had seen it almost an hour earlier, when I wiped down tables in the coffee shop. He had been sitting alone in the back corner with an empty cup, watching me as I closed. I thought he had left long before we locked up. Now he just stood there, staring. For a moment I wondered if I was wrong, if it was just a random man who looked similar. Then the sedan engine rumbled softly behind me, reminding me there were two things here that did not feel right. I forced my voice to stay calm and said a quiet greeting. He did not answer. His eyes stayed on me, and I could almost feel them moving over my face, my coat, my bag. After a few seconds, I turned away and kept walking. The footsteps started again. They were not on the sidewalk. They were on the park path, inside the fence, parallel to me. When I sped up, they sped up. When I slowed down, they did too. I glanced left and saw the gray hoodie moving through the gaps in the trees, keeping pace with me, never looking away. On the road to my right, the sedan rolled forward slowly, just ahead of me now, as if boxing me in between them. My mouth went dry. I knew there was a convenience store one more block up. At the corner of Oak, it stayed open until 1 in the morning. If I could make it there, at least I would not be alone. I slipped my phone into my pocket, bent my head, and walked as fast as I could without breaking into a run. The park ended, replaced by houses with dark windows and chain-link fences. The man in the hoodie stepped out of the park gate and onto the sidewalk behind me. The car pulled up to the next stop sign and paused. I heard the footsteps gaining on me. I felt my body wanting to turn and look, but I knew if I did, I might freeze. The store sign came into view ahead, buzzing red and white, a tiny island of light. I was halfway to it when a voice spoke right behind me, close enough that I felt warm breath on the back of my neck. "You work at that coffee place on Maple." I stumbled and almost fell. I turned because I could not help it. The man in the hoodie was right there, no more than a foot away. His eyes were flat and wide, his beard flecked with snow. Up close he smelled like stale cigarettes and something sour. I forced a shaky smile and nodded, trying to act like this was normal. "Yeah, I just got off," I said. He tilted his head, examining me. His gaze dropped to my name tag, which I had forgotten to take off, and was still clipped crookedly to my jacket. His lips moved silently as he read it. Then he smiled. The smile did not reach his eyes. "I have seen you walk home a lot," he said. "You should not walk alone this late." Every instinct in me screamed. Somewhere behind us, the sedan engine revved softly, then pulled closer. I could sense it moving up along the curb. I tried to step away from the man, but he matched my movement, still smiling. "My place is just a few streets over," he said. "I could walk you there. It is safer with me." His voice was calm, almost gentle, but everything about his timing and his closeness felt wrong. I looked past him and saw the convenience store clerk through the glass door at the corner. A kid about my age leaning on the counter, scrolling on his phone. The distance between where I stood and that door felt like a mile. I cleared my throat. "My roommate is waiting for me," I said. "He is supposed to pick me up." It was a lie, but I did not know what else to say. The man's eyes flicked toward the street where the sedan had finally pulled up beside us. The passenger window rolled down a few inches. I did not look directly, but I saw enough to know another man was inside. Another dark jacket, a baseball cap. I could feel their attention on me like a hand on my back. "No one is here," he said softly. "He has not come." Something snapped in me then. Maybe it was the way both men seemed so certain about my situation. Maybe it was the realization that they had been watching long enough to know my routine. I did not answer him. I bolted for the convenience store. I heard shouting behind me, the scrape of slipping footsteps on wet concrete. The sedan engine roared as it lurched forward. My boots slid on the slush, but I kept my balance and sprinted. The store door swung open just as I reached it, and I nearly crashed into a customer coming out, a middle-aged woman with a bag of groceries. She dropped something and cursed as I barreled past her, but I did not stop to apologize. I pushed inside and slammed the door behind me. The sound of the door chime cut through the panic buzzing in my ears. The clerk looked up, startled. I put my hands on the counter to steady myself and blurted out everything in a rushed mumble. "There is a car outside. There is a guy following me. They both came from where I work. They will not leave me alone." The clerk's face changed. He stepped around the counter and locked the door without looking outside. Then he told me to sit down on one of the stools by the window while he called the police. I could barely breathe. My hand shook so hard I dropped my phone when I tried to pull it out. The woman I had almost knocked over came back to the door, her face confused, then angry when she saw it locked. The clerk waved her inside and opened it a crack. Before he could explain, the sedan rolled slowly past the store. I felt it more than I saw it, the way you feel when someone stands in a doorway and blocks the light. I looked out through the glass. The passenger was staring straight at me. The man in the hoodie stood on the sidewalk, a few feet behind the car, his hands still in his pockets. Their expressions were blank, but the message felt clear. They knew I had slipped away from whatever they had planned. They also knew where I worked and where I walked every night. The clerk closed the door again and turned the deadbolt. The woman stepped up beside me, following my gaze. When she saw the car, her face tightened. She said quietly that she would stay until the police arrived. The sedan crawled to the end of the block, paused at the stop sign, then turned out of sight. It took the officers 15 minutes to arrive. In that time, the clerk kept glancing at the windows, and the woman stayed right next to me, one hand lightly on my shoulder. The adrenaline drained out of me and left a heavy, trembling exhaustion. When the police finally came in, I told the story again, this time slower. They took notes, asked for descriptions, asked if I had seen the car before. I had not. Then they escorted me home in the squad car and checked the street before letting me out. I thought that would be the end of it. The officers said they would drive the route I took each night and keep an eye out for the sedan. They advised me not to walk home alone if I could avoid it. I told my manager the next day, and she listened with a tight expression, then started rearranging the schedule so I would not close by myself. My roommate actually came home early that night and joked about learning self-defense. For a little while, I felt safe again, or at least safer. 2 days later, one of the officers called my cell. They had pulled security footage from the cameras on Maple Street and the traffic light at the main road. They wanted me to come down to the station to look at it. When I got there, they walked me into a small room and played a video on a monitor. At first, it just showed me locking the coffee shop door and stepping into the alley. Then a few seconds later, the dark sedan rolled by at the end of the block, headlights off, moving slowly. The video cut to a different angle near the park. This time I could see the man in the hoodie standing under a streetlight, long before I reached him. He was not just standing there. He was looking toward the camera, then at his phone, then back the way I would be coming, waiting. What made my stomach twist was the third clip. It was from a camera mounted on a house near my apartment. The timestamp was from the previous week, about the same time at night. Same car, same man in the hoodie, walking slowly up my street, looking at each house number, then standing for a long time across from my building before turning back toward town. They had been watching my route long before that Tuesday, not just following me at random, but planning, testing, waiting for an opportunity when I was alone and no one else was around. That realization did something to me I cannot fully describe. It was not a movie kind of fear. It was colder and deeper and more ordinary. The sense that there are people who will watch you like that, quietly, day after day, until the night they decide to act. The police never found the men. The plates on the sedan were stolen. The man in the hoodie had never used his card at the coffee shop, and the late-night footage at my work was low quality. After a while, the calls from the station stopped. Life moved on. I changed my schedule and saved money until I could move to a different part of town. I started getting rides or taking a crowded bus instead of walking alone at night. But sometimes, when I leave work after dark and feel the weight of empty streets pressing in, I still remember that soft engine behind me and the sound of footsteps trying to match mine. I remember the calm voice beside me saying that no one was here and that I should not walk alone. And I wonder how many times someone like that has walked a few steps behind a stranger, waiting for them to make the mistake of thinking that a familiar route is the same thing as being safe. The night I started to hate walking alone was a Thursday in early spring. It was still cold enough that my breath showed in the air, but the snow piles were gone and the sidewalks were just wet from melted slush. I clocked out a little after 11:15, threw on my coat, and stepped out into the nearly empty parking lot. Only a couple of cars remained, mostly employees from the late-night diner on the other end of the strip. That was when I first noticed the white truck. It was parked across the lot, away from the lamps, facing the bus stop on the main road. An older model pickup, tall and boxy, with a stripe of rust along the bottom. The headlights were off, but the engine was running. I could see exhaust drifting from the back in pale clouds. Someone was behind the wheel, but the windshield glare hid their face. I walked toward the bus stop with my head down, earbuds in, but the music paused. I had learned that people were less likely to bother you if they thought you could not hear them, even if you were actually listening to every sound around you. As I crossed the lot, I felt the weight of eyes on me. It is a strange sensation, like a warmth on the back of your neck, almost physical. I glanced quickly at the truck. Whoever was inside did not move. The bus came on time for once. I climbed on, tapped my card, and sat near the middle. There were only 3 other passengers. An older woman holding a grocery bag on her lap, staring out the window. A guy in a reflective vest near the back, nodding off with his chin on his chest, and another man sitting across from me, hands in the pockets of a dark green jacket, baseball cap pulled low. At first, I did not think anything of him. He looked like he could have been any tired night worker. Then I realized he had boarded from the same side of the lot where the white truck was parked. That on its own did not mean anything, but something about the way he kept his head turned bothered me. He was not looking out the window. He was looking at my reflection in the glass. There is a difference between someone glancing at you and someone studying you. He did not blink much. His eyes moved when I shifted in my seat, following tiny movements. I pretended to scroll through my phone and snapped a quick picture of my own blank home screen so I could tilt the camera and see him in the corner of the frame without raising suspicion. His gaze was definitely locked on me. I told myself maybe he was zoning out. Maybe he was looking past me. The bus rumbled through a few lights and turned toward my stop. When the pull cord chimed, I stood up and moved to the front. I tried not to look back, but the feeling of being watched was like a hand pressing between my shoulder blades. As the bus slowed, I glanced over my shoulder. The man in the green jacket had stood up too. That alone would not have scared me if there had been other stops between mine and where he had boarded, but there were not. He had been sitting there since the strip mall. I stepped off the bus into the chilly night air, the neon lights from the gas station buzzing to my left. The bus doors shut with a hiss, and as it pulled away, I caught a reflection in the glass. The man stepped down behind me. The gas station was still open, but there were no other customers outside. I considered going in just to feel less exposed, but then I told myself I was being paranoid. People got off buses at the same stop all the time. Maybe he lived nearby. I crossed the small lot, passed under the harsh white lights, and turned onto the side street that led into my neighborhood. I heard his footsteps fall in behind me. They were not loud, just the soft crunch of shoes on damp pavement, a steady rhythm a few paces back. I could have turned and said something casual, but a piece of me was afraid that acknowledging him would make everything real. Instead, I pulled my phone from my pocket and brought it to my ear, pretending to answer a call. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "Yeah, I just got off the bus. I am like 10 minutes away. Do you still have the door unlocked?" There was no one on the other end, but I made pauses like there was. I hoped the man behind me would hear and think, Someone was expecting me. For a few steps, the sound of his footsteps slowed. Then I heard him speed up until he was closer. "You should not walk while you are on the phone at night," he said. His voice was normal, almost friendly, but it made my heart kick against my ribs. I turned my head slightly without stopping and gave a quick smile. "It is fine," I said. "My cousin is on with me." I put the phone back to my ear, as if to prove it. The streetlights cast long shadows of us, both on the sidewalk, stretching ahead. He kept pace beside me now, not behind, just far enough to feel like an intrusion. "I have seen you on this route before," he said. "You work at the mall, right? The clothing store." My mouth went dry. There were a few ways he could have guessed that, but hearing it out loud, in that calm tone, made my skin crawl. I nodded once. "Yeah," I said, closing shift. He smiled slightly. It did not look like a warm smile, more like someone satisfied to have a guess confirmed. "Long walk for this time of night," he said, looking down the empty street. "How far do you have to go?" I lied without thinking. "Only a couple blocks," I said. "My cousin is waiting outside." He looked ahead, then around at the quiet houses. Most of the windows were dark. A few porch lights glowed, but there was no one visible on any of the lawns. No one smoking on a stoop. No one walking a dog. "Not many people out," he said. He did not sound concerned, just stating a fact. We reached the first turn into the residential area. Normally I went right. On impulse I went left, toward a different loop that would take longer. I wanted to see if he would follow, if he really was just heading home, or if his destination was me. He hesitated at the corner, then turned left too. Something cold settled in my stomach. I turned my fake call into a real one, scrolling quickly and tapping my friend Ashley. It rang and rang before going to voicemail. I hung up and tried my cousin. Straight to voicemail. I could feel the man looking at my screen as I fumbled. "Bad reception around here," he said. Still, that almost casual tone. We walked in silence for a block. I could hear the distant hum of the highway again, and somewhere a dog barked once, then stopped. A car passed at the far end of the street, taillights shrinking, leaving us alone in the pockets of light under the lamps. I saw the glow of the little corner store up ahead and felt a tiny rush of relief. It stayed open late some nights. If I could just get inside, I would be around other people. When we got closer, my relief evaporated. The metal security grate was pulled down over the windows. A handwritten sign was taped crookedly on the door. Closed for inventory. Back tomorrow. The lights inside were off. I stopped on the sidewalk and tried to act like I was checking my phone again, giving myself a second to think. He stopped too, just a step behind me. "You good?" he asked. "You look nervous." I almost laughed because the word did not begin to cover how I felt. I swallowed and forced myself to turn and face him properly for the first time. He looked maybe late 30s, early 40s. Short, dark hair under the cap, a bit of stubble, eyes that did not match the fake concern in his voice. They were flat and very awake. "I am fine," I said. "I just remembered I left something at work." He stared at me for a moment, like he was trying to decide if I was worth the effort. Then he shifted his weight and nodded. "You want a ride back?" he asked. "I have my truck right up there." He pointed back toward the main road, and my heart dropped. Parked along the curb behind us at the far end of the block was a white truck, the same one from the strip mall. Engine running, no other cars nearby. That was when I understood that he had not just randomly ended up on my bus. He had been in that truck watching the stop, had chosen to get on when I did, maybe had followed before, and was taking a chance tonight to see how far I would go, how alone I really was. "No thank you," I said quickly. "My cousin would freak out if I did that. He is already waiting." He tilted his head slightly, like he was listening for something. "Really," he said, "because you called him and it went to voicemail." The blood rushed in my ears so loud I could barely hear my own voice. "You were listening to my call?" I asked. "You were not whispering," he said with a shrug. "I just want to make sure you are safe. It is not smart to walk alone this late." He took a small step closer. I stepped back. My heel hit a crack in the sidewalk, and I almost stumbled. I looked past him desperately, searching for anyone else. The street was empty. The houses might as well have been cardboard sets with painted windows. I am fine, I repeated. My place is just right there. I pointed to a random house a few doors away. The lights were off. There was no car in the driveway. I regretted the lie as soon as I said it, but it was too late to take it back. He followed my gesture and studied the house for a moment, then looked at my face. No, it is not, he said. You always keep going past this street. The bottom of my stomach seemed to drop away. He had watched me before, not just tonight. Enough times to know my route, where I usually crossed, what I did not do. I forced my expression to stay neutral, but my hands were shaking. I need to go, I said. It is late. I turned and started walking away from him, not toward my real street, just deeper into the neighborhood, away from the main road and away from his truck. I heard him chuckle quietly behind me. Then his footsteps followed. They stayed an arm length back, then a little closer. There is no reason to be scared, he said. You do not even know me. I pulled my phone out again and dialed 911. My thumb slipped, and I had to hit it twice. The ringing felt like it took forever. At the same time, I saw the glow of headlights sweep across a yard in front of us. The white truck had turned in and was slowly rolling along the side street, parallel to where we walked. The man in the green jacket raised his voice slightly. You should not do that, he said. Not everyone who offers you a ride is bad. I am trying to help. The call clicked, and a calm voice answered. Emergency services, what is your location? I did not care if he heard me now. My name is Hannah, I said quickly. I am walking on Birch Lane near the corner store. A man has been following me since the bus, and there is a white truck that keeps showing up. I am really scared. The man stopped walking as soon as I said emergency. The truck also slowed at the intersection. The dispatcher asked if the man was close and what he looked like. I tried to describe him without taking my eyes off him. He had gone from friendly to expressionless. His jaw worked slightly like he was grinding his teeth. The dispatcher told me officers were on the way and to stay where I was if it was safe. It did not feel safe anywhere. I looked down one of the side paths between houses and made a decision that still makes me feel sick when I think about it. I left the sidewalk and cut between 2 yards, pushing through a gate that was half open. The dispatcher was asking if I was still there. I whispered that I was cutting through a yard. Behind me, I heard the man hiss a curse under his breath. Then his footsteps followed. The white truck turned the corner and crept along the next street, its engine a low growl, like it was circling the block to intercept me. The yard I had entered opened onto a narrow strip of grass behind several houses, separated from a drainage ditch by a chain-link fence. It gave me cover from the street, but also blocked the obvious escape routes. I followed the line of fence, my shoes slipping on wet patches, breathing hard into the phone. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line, to keep talking, but my voice was shaking so badly I could barely get words out. I heard the gate creak behind me. The man came through slower, like he knew he had me further from anyone else now. His footsteps were heavier on the soft ground. You are making this harder than it needs to be, he called quietly. I just want to talk. I pressed myself close to the back of a shed, trying to make myself small in the shadows between 2 properties. There were trash bins lining the side of one house, tall enough that I could crouch behind them. I slipped into the gap and held my breath, pulling the phone close to my chest. The dispatcher kept asking if I was safe, telling me officers were nearby. The man walked past the bins, only a few feet away. I could see his profile between the plastic lids and the wooden wall. He was looking around, scanning the dark yard, his hands flexing once by his sides. For the first time, I heard a hint of frustration in his voice. I know you live near here, he muttered. I have seen you leave that bus and turn up Oak like 4 times. You should not make people chase you like this. The words made my stomach twist. He was not just some random guy who made a bad decision. He had watched me enough to count the times, enough to recognize patterns. This was not new for him. This was a routine he had been developing while I was just trying to get home. A pair of headlights flashed across the fence from the street beyond, brighter and closer than the truck. Red and blue lights followed. A voice shouted from beyond the yard. Police, step out where we can see you. The man froze. For a second I thought he might try to find me and grab me as leverage. Instead he turned toward the fence and moved quickly, looking for an opening. There was a section where the metal was bent near the ditch. He kicked at it, squeezing through the gap with a scraping sound of jacket against wire. The dispatcher heard the shouting and told me officers were at the front of the block. I stayed behind the bins until I heard someone calling my name. It was a different voice, loud and certain. "Hannah, this is Officer Simmons. If you can hear me, tell me where you are." My throat felt raw, but I forced myself to speak up, my voice breaking as I tried to explain I was behind the houses by the drainage ditch. A flashlight beam swept into the yard and landed on the bins. A uniformed officer came around the corner, one hand on his radio, eyes scanning the shadows. When he saw me, his expression softened, just a little. "You did the right thing, running and calling," he said. "Come on, let us get you out of here." They never caught the man from that night. The officers followed the trail along the ditch and found where the fence had been bent for a while, like someone had been using that path more than once. They ran the plates on the white truck from my description and from a blurry door camera one of the neighbors had. The truck had been reported sold 3 months earlier to a buyer with cash and a fake name. For a while after that, patrol cars went by my street more often, around the time I would be coming home. The clothing store manager rearranged my shifts so I left earlier, and my cousin started picking me up when she could. Eventually, the extra patrols faded. New cases came up. Life kept moving. I moved apartments 6 months later to a different side of town, closer to my job at a different mall. I drive now. On paper, nothing actually happened to me that night. I got home. I was not grabbed or forced into a truck, or worse. The police file probably lists it as a suspicious person, maybe stalking. Nothing dramatic. But every time I walk alone at night, even from my car to my front door, I feel that same pressure between my shoulder blades. The sense that someone could be sitting in a vehicle with the engine idling, watching me mark out my little path, counting how many times I make the same turn, how often I am alone, how long it takes me to fumble with my keys. Sometimes what scares me the most is not what happened that night, but how many nights like it there might have been where I did not notice the truck, or the eyes, or the patterns being made around me while I was just trying to get home. I used to walk home from my gym every night after work. It was only a 10-minute walk, straight down Pine Street, then a left onto River Road, where my apartment building sat across from an old storage facility. The route felt safe because it was familiar. I liked the quiet. I liked the chance to unwind before going inside. I liked believing nothing bad could happen on a street I traveled almost every day. For a long time, nothing did. My gym closed at 10. I would shower, fill my water bottle, tie my shoes tight, and step out into the night air around 10:15. Pine Street had a few late businesses still glowing with light. A taco place, a 24-hour pharmacy, the bar with the noisy patio. But once I reached River Road, everything went dark. That street had no sidewalks, only gravel shoulders and wide ditches. The storage facility across from my place had motion sensor lights, but half of them never worked. This story starts on a Monday night in the middle of July, hot enough that the pavement still radiated heat after dark. I remember that because when I left the gym, the air outside felt thick enough to chew. The sky was cloudless, and the only sounds were crickets and the ticking of an old sprinkler behind the taco place. It felt like a normal night, the kind where nothing should stand out. I stepped onto Pine Street and started walking. I passed a few groups of people coming from the bar, their laughter echoing. I passed a guy walking a tiny dog who nodded at me as we crossed paths. It all felt familiar. I turned onto River Road without thinking about it. Halfway down River Road is an old bus bench that no bus has stopped at for years. The bench is warped wood under a metal canopy, and most nights it sits empty. That night, someone was sitting there. A man wearing a plain white shirt and light jeans. He had no bag, no phone in his hand, and no reason to be waiting at a stop that had been shut down before I even moved into the area. He sat very still, both hands on his knees, head tilted down. It looked like he was staring at the ground. I saw him from far off and immediately felt a shift in my stomach. Not fear yet, just awareness. The kind that says, pay attention. As I got closer, I kept waiting for him to look up. He did not. It was strange, because most people glance up when someone approaches, even if only out of habit. When I walked past the bench, no more than 6 feet away, I slowed slightly just to gauge him. That was when I realized something that made my skin tighten. He was not looking down. His eyes were open and angled straight ahead, but his head was tilted so far downward that it created the illusion he was staring at the ground. His eyes were locked on the road in front of him, right where I was walking. I pretended not to notice. I kept my pace steady. When I walked past, I felt a chill in spite of the heat. Something about the way he sat made it feel like he had been waiting there a long time, long enough for his posture to settle into something unnatural. I kept going until the storage facility came into view. My building sat just beyond it, 2 stories, with peeling paint and a flickering porch lamp. When I reached my building, I unlocked the main door and went inside without looking back. I convinced myself the man was nothing. Maybe waiting for someone. Maybe resting. Maybe strange but harmless. The next night I left the gym around the same time. Same routine. Same heat. Same quiet. And the same man sitting at the same bus bench. He wore the same white shirt and jeans. He sat the same way. Hands on knees. Head tilted downward. Eyes forward. Waiting. Watching the empty road. I slowed again when I reached him. My heartbeat climbed even though I tried to act normal. When I passed the bench, his eyes shifted slightly, following the movement of my legs. Not my face. Not my hands. My legs. I got home and locked every door and turned on every light. By Wednesday, I told myself I would take the long route, a much longer loop around the back of the gym that would add 15 minutes to my walk. But when I stepped outside, the night felt calm enough that I convinced myself I was overreacting. I took the usual route again. When I approached River Road, my arms prickled with goosebumps that had nothing to do with the heat. He was there again. Same clothes, same posture, same stillness. But this time something was different. His head was not tilted down. It was turned toward the road that led from the gym, the direction I would come from. And the second I stepped within his line of sight, his chin lifted just enough to show he had been waiting for that moment. I did not see his face fully. The street lamps on River Road cast more shadows than light, but I could see the shape of his mouth. It moved slightly when he saw me. Not a smile, not a frown. Something like a twitch. A small tightening, like someone fighting back a reaction. I crossed the road early to put distance between us. His head turned a few inches as I passed. Slow, deliberate, tracking. I walked faster than normal the rest of the way. When I got to the door of my building, I heard something faint in the distance. A crunch of gravel. 1, 2, 3 footsteps. Then, silence. I went inside and locked the door so fast, my hand slipped on the latch. After that, I stopped pretending everything was normal. Thursday night, I asked a coworker if he could give me a lift home. He said sure. We drove past the storage facility, and I looked out the window. The bus bench was empty. For a moment, I felt relief. Maybe he had just been some guy passing through. I told myself that until morning, when I left for work. The storage facility sits directly across from my apartment. To get to the bus for my day shift, I have to walk right past it. When I stepped outside around 8:30, bright morning sun casting long shadows, everything looked normal at first. Workers were rolling up the metal doors. A guy with a clipboard was talking to one of the tenants. Then I saw it. Near the chain-link fence, facing my building, was a pair of wet footprints. 2 perfect impressions on the concrete, spaced like someone had stood there for a long time. The rest of the ground was dusty and dry. These prints were fresh, clean, bare feet, no shoes. Someone had been standing there recently enough that the sweat or water from their feet had not evaporated. I did not tell anyone. I wish I had. Friday night, I did not have a ride. My coworker had left early. I stood outside the gym with my keys in my hand, trying to convince myself to call a rideshare. But I did not want to spend the money, and the night felt so normal and warm and harmless that I dared myself to walk. I was angry at myself for being scared of someone who had not actually done anything. I kept saying it in my head. He has not done anything. He has not touched me. He has not spoken. Maybe he is just strange. The kind of lies you tell yourself when you do not want to admit you are in danger. I took Pine Street. When I turned onto River Road, the first thing I noticed was the silence. No breeze. No crickets. Even the distant cars sounded muffled. The second thing I noticed was that the bench was empty again, or it looked empty. As I got closer, I saw a shape standing behind the bench, hidden in the deep shadow cast by the canopy, perfectly still, tall enough that he had to duck slightly not to hit his head on the metal roof. It was him, not sitting, standing, facing the road, facing me. I froze. My breath stopped even though I tried to keep walking. Something inside me buzzed with alarm. Not enough to make me run, but enough to make me feel weightless, like my legs belonged to someone else. I forced myself forward. Step by step, his head turned as I got closer. Not fast, not slow, like he had rehearsed the exact speed he wanted. When I was 20 feet away, he leaned forward a little, hands still at his sides. He was not checking anything. He was not adjusting something. He leaned toward me the way someone leans toward a noise they want to hear. I crossed to the far side of the road, putting as much space between us as I could. He followed my movement with his head, but did not move from behind the bench. I walked faster. When I passed the storage facility, I did something stupid. I looked back. He was no longer behind the bench. He was standing in the middle of the road, facing me. Not walking, not running, just standing there, like he wanted me to see that he was closer than I expected. My pulse hammered in my ears. I turned toward my building and fumbled for my keys. When I reached the door, I heard it again. Gravel shifting. A step. Then another. I got inside and slammed the door behind me. My hands shook as I locked it. I stayed there, pressed against the wood, listening. Nothing. Silence. I went to bed that night with every light on. Saturday morning, I left for work and almost walked straight into the building manager. He was standing by the mailboxes with a piece of paper in his hand. He held it out to me. "You dropped this by your door," he said. It was a folded sheet of notebook paper. I opened it. Inside was a single sentence written in shaky handwriting. "I know your walk." My stomach turned to water. I stayed with a friend that night, then another night, then another. I went back home only once to grab clothes, and when I pushed open my apartment door, something cold hit my skin. The apartment was dark, except for the faint light from the window. The air felt wrong, heavy, still. I stepped inside slowly. My shoes crunched on something. Salt. A line of coarse salt had been poured along the inside of my front door, at my bedroom door, in front of my bathroom. Lines of it, thin but deliberate, like someone trying to mark paths or boundaries. I backed out of the apartment so fast I almost fell. I moved out the next week. I never saw the man again. I never learned who he was or why he watched me. The police took a report but said without a face or a license plate there was not much they could do. The storage facility workers never saw anyone matching his description. But sometimes I think about those wet footprints on the concrete, the quiet way he tracked my walk, the fact that he knew where I lived and how long I took to come home. And the salt, that detail haunts me the most, because it means he was not just watching from outside. At least once he had been inside my home, standing there, alone, waiting for me to come back. The first night I stayed alone in my parents' house, I was more annoyed than scared. They had booked a last-minute anniversary trip and did not want to leave the place empty that long, so I got volunteered to house sit. I was 23, had just started working from home, and they lived only 20 minutes from my apartment. It made sense. I could feed the cat, grab free food, and enjoy cable and a big yard while they sat on a beach. Their house sits at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, one of those older suburbs where all the trees are tall and everyone knows everyone by first name. We never had break-ins growing up. We never had anything worse than kids ding-dong ditching in the summer. The worst thing that ever happened was when the neighbor across the street backed over his own mailbox. So when my parents left that afternoon, hugging me and repeating where the emergency numbers were stuck on the fridge, my only real concern was that I would get bored. That changed pretty fast. The first weird thing was the door. My dad is obsessive about locking doors. When he leaves the house, he double-checks every entrance in a little circuit. Front door, back slider, garage door, side gate. He did that before they left. I watched him slip the deadbolt on the front door and tug it to be sure. Then they drove off, and I went about my evening. I worked on my laptop at the dining room table until it started to get dark. Around 7, I got up to close the blinds on the front windows, something my mom always did so people could not casually look inside. When I passed the front entry, I noticed the door standing open 2 inches. At first I thought maybe I had not seen my dad actually lock it. Maybe I imagined the sound. I walked over and put my hand on the knob. The chain was still in its latch. The deadbolt was still extended. The door frame around the latch plate had a long split in the paint, just a thin crack, like wood slightly bending, but it had not been there that afternoon. I opened the door and looked at the porch. Everything looked normal. 2 potted plants, the faded welcome mat, the little metal table my mom used to hold mail. The street outside was quiet and empty. No cars, except the older sedan that always sat in front of the house 2 doors down. A neighbor walking their dog might have tugged the handle out of habit, I told myself. Delivery drivers did that sometimes before dropping packages, like they could not believe anyone still locked doors in this area. Maybe that small pull had shifted the frame enough to make the crack. It was not a good explanation, but it was an explanation. I closed the door firmly, felt the lock catch, then walked the entire house on a slow loop. Backslider locked, garage door shut. Windows shut in every room except my old bedroom, which I always left open a few inches for air. Nothing felt out of place. By the time I finished my walkthrough, I felt a little silly. I heated leftovers, watched a movie, and by 11, I was yawning. I set the alarm system my parents had installed a few years back, locked my bedroom door from the inside, and climbed into bed with the cat curling at my feet. I woke up at 3:24. That time is burned into my mind because I stared at the little digital clock for a solid minute, trying to figure out what had pulled me out of sleep. The house was quiet. No car alarms outside. No thunder. The cat slept in a warm ball near my ankles. Then I heard it. A soft, slow creak. It sounded like weight shifting on one of the stairs. Half of the staircase in my parents' house is open to the living room. The other half turns along the wall and disappears from view. When someone walks on it, each step makes a slightly different creak. I know that sound like I know my own name. I know what it sounds like when my dad walks up carrying a laundry basket or when my mom runs down in a hurry. This sound was none of those. It was a single creak, a pause, then another, slightly lower. Someone was on the stairs. The alarm panel downstairs should have screamed if a door or window opened. I listened for that shrill computer voice and heard nothing. Just another faint creak and a muffled bump against the wall. For a few seconds I tried to convince myself it was the house settling. Wood shifts at night, right. Temperature changes, little pops and groans. Except the pattern was too steady. A few slow steps, a pause, then a few more. I reached for my phone with shaking hands and opened the alarm app. The system status said, armed, no zones open, no recent activity. According to the system, the house was sealed tight. I held my breath and listened again. The next sound came from the hallway just outside my bedroom. A soft pad, like someone stepping on carpet in socks. This is the part where people always say they flung the door open and charged into the hall to prove there was nothing there. I did not do that. I stayed perfectly still. I reached over and closed my hand around the little can of pepper spray on my nightstand, the one my roommate had given me as a joke when I moved to the city. A shadow moved at the bottom gap of my bedroom door. Just a shift in the sliver of light from the hall nightlight. A darker shape passing by. Whoever it was did not try the knob. They just kept walking, slow, down the hall, toward the guest room at the end. After a moment I heard the soft click of a door handle and the whisper of hinges. Then nothing. I lay there with my heart pounding so hard it hurt. The cat lifted his head and stared at the door, ears flicking. then tucked back down like nothing was wrong. The obvious choice was to call the police. I pulled up the keypad on my phone and hesitated. What would I even say? That my alarm system claimed everything was fine, but I heard footsteps and a door open. That would get an officer eventually, but I could picture the look on their faces if they arrived to find nothing but a nervous woman and a disgruntled cat. After about 10 minutes without another sound, I told myself it had been a dream, a very realistic dream. But still, I forced my muscles to unclench and finally drifted back to sleep around 4. In the morning, I almost managed to forget about it. Sunlight in the kitchen made everything feel normal. I fed the cat, scrolled through my phone, and walked around the house again. Every door was locked. The guest room door stood closed, like always. I almost did not open it. When I did, the air inside felt different, a little cooler, a little heavier. The bed was neatly made, the way my mom had left it. The window was latched. The closet doors were shut. On the dresser, there was a hairbrush. Not unusual by itself. My mom kept spare brushes all over the house. What made me stop was the fact that several long strands of hair were tangled in it, dark brown, not the light gray she had now. I had cut my hair short years earlier. My mom had never had dark hair in this house. The only person I knew with that shade of brown was my ex, who had stayed with us only once back in college and left a brush here by accident. My mom had washed it and tossed it in a drawer. Now it sat in a perfect line in the center of the dresser, like someone had just used it and set it there with care. I backed out of the room and shut the door. That day, I took my laptop to a coffee shop and stayed out as long as I could. When I came back at dusk, every light in the house flipped on. I checked under beds. I checked closets. I opened the attic hatch with a broom handle and stared up into the shadows until my eyes hurt. I found nothing. The second night, I double-checked every lock. I set the alarm and then walked back to the panel twice more to confirm it was armed. I even put a chair under my bedroom doorknob like some nervous kid in a horror movie. Around 3 in the morning, the alarm chirped. Not the full siren, just a short beep. The kind it makes when a zone opens while it is disarmed. Except I had set it. The little control panel by my bed lit up with a message. System offline. At the same second, the night light in the hallway went out. The power was still on. My clock glowed. The ceiling fan turned lazily. Somewhere in the distance, the fridge motor hummed its usual low noise. But the alarm panel had gone dead. It clicked once. Then, the screen flashed back to life for a second, only long enough for me to see a different message. Back door open. The display went dark again. This time I did not hesitate. I hit the call button for 911 with fingers that felt numb and told the operator that I was in my parents' house, that I was supposed to be alone, and that my alarm was showing a door open by itself. The dispatcher asked me to stay on the line and asked where I was in the house. I whispered that I was in the upstairs bedroom with the door locked. She told me officers were on the way and to stay put until they announced themselves. While we talked, I heard the back door. It is a heavy sliding glass door that opens onto the deck. To close it all the way, you have to lift a little on the handle to make it seal in the track. When my dad opens it, it makes this distinct scraping sound as the rubber seal drags. I heard that now, a slow scrape, like the door was being eased shut. My heart slammed so hard, I wondered if the dispatcher could hear it through the phone. She asked me if I had a weapon. I told her I had pepper spray. She told me to keep it with me and not to go into the hall. Then the footsteps started up the stairs. They were not sneaky, just slow, steady. Whoever it was did not care if I heard them. Each step fell with the kind of weight that said they knew I was awake, knew I was listening. At the top of the stairs, they stopped. The hallway was carpeted, so I did not hear the next few steps. I only heard the faint scuff as they passed my door. The shadow under the gap disappeared. Then there was the soft, almost polite click of the guest room door opening again. I whispered to the dispatcher that they were in the house, that they were in the guest room. She told me the officers were turning onto my street and that I would hear them any second. I strained my ears. My parents' house is old enough that the walls are not thick. If you lean your head against the bedroom wall, you can hear sounds from the guest room, faintly. When I did that as a kid, I would hear the radiator hissing or my brother snoring when he used that room. Now I heard drawers opening, slowly, one by one, a pause between each, like whoever was in there was taking their time. Then I heard the closet door slide. For a long moment there was nothing. Then I heard something that made my blood go cold in a way I have never felt before. Breathing, a long, slow inhale, right on the other side of the wall, followed by a quiet chuckle. The sound of it was wrong. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft exhale with a smile buried in it. The kind of sound someone makes when they find something they have been looking for. The dispatcher was talking in my ear, telling me she could see the officer's location. I barely heard her. My entire focus was on that wall and the air moving on the other side. Then outside, headlights washed across my bedroom ceiling. Doors slammed. A loud voice shouted from the front yard, "Police! Call out if anyone is inside." The breathing on the other side of the wall stopped. There was a quick shuffle of movement, then the unmistakable sound of the window in the guest room sliding up. The old wooden frame made a dull thud when it reached the top. The officers shouted again. I heard the front door being forced. Boots on the stairs. A different voice calling my name. I opened my bedroom door as they reached the landing. 3 officers in uniform, guns drawn, eyes sweeping the hall. I was shaking so hard I had to brace myself on the doorframe. I told them the person was in the guest room, that they had just opened the window. 2 of them went straight to that door, flung it open, and rushed inside. The room was empty. The closet door stood open. The cheap plastic hangers inside swayed slightly on the rod, as if someone had brushed past them. The window was open all the way. The screen, which my dad always kept latched, lay on the floor. An officer leaned out the window and shone his flashlight into the yard. I hurried to the glass and looked out too. The ground 1 story below was soft dirt from my mom's recent planting. Clear footprints led away from the house, across the flower bed, and toward the side gate. They were deep, like the person had landed hard. The officers followed the prints out. They found the side gate standing partially open. The neighbor, a few houses down, had a camera on his garage, but by the time anyone thought to check it, the footage only showed a dark shape moving along the fence line and then slipping into the shadows at the end of the street. He had been in the house twice, maybe more, and no one had noticed. He had learned the alarm system well enough to pop the back door without setting off the siren. He knew which room I was sleeping in. He knew there was an empty guest room right next door. When the officers finished clearing the house, they asked if anything looked disturbed. I walked from room to room with them, my stomach twisting. In the guest room, one of the drawers that had been full of extra linens now sat mostly empty. At the back of it, half hidden, was a folded T-shirt that did not belong to any of us. It looked worn and smelled faintly of stale sweat and something else I did not want to identify. In the closet, the extra set of blankets that had always been stored on the top shelf were piled on the floor, arranged in a way that looked like a makeshift mattress. The officer who noticed it looked at me and then at the arrangement with a tight jaw. "He did not just come in tonight," he said quietly. "He has been staying here." They figured he had probably slipped in some time before my parents left, maybe when they were gardening in the front. The alarm did not cover the inside doors, only entry points. Once he was in the guest room, he could stay as long as he kept quiet and picked his moments. The police never found him. They ran the partial image from the neighbor camera through every system they had. They canvassed the area, checked homeless encampments, questioned people at the nearby bus station. Nothing. The best guess was that he was a drifter who had been looking for a place to sleep and stumbled on an unlocked door at some point. Maybe he liked the feeling of living in a house that still had people in it, as long as they did not know he was there. My parents put the house up for sale that month. They changed the locks while they waited, added more cameras, upgraded the alarm. They never slept there again. I stayed one more night to pack my old things. Friends offered to stay over, but I wanted to get it done and never come back. That last night, the house felt more empty than it ever had. Every creak made me jump. Every shadow looked like someone standing very still. Before I left, I went into the guest room with a trash bag to clear out the last of the blankets. At the back of the closet shelf, tucked behind a stack of old magazines, I found something the officers had missed. A cheap disposable razor, a grocery store receipt from 3 weeks earlier, and a small photograph. It was a picture of the front of the house, taken from across the street. In the lower corner of the frame, barely in view, was a person coming up the driveway, carrying a backpack and a coffee cup. Me. I put the photo back exactly where I had found it and never told my parents. They live in a condo now, 6 floors up, with cameras in every hallway and a doorman who checks every visitor. I live across town. I lock every door twice. I still wake up some nights at 3:24 with the feeling that someone is on the other side of the wall, pressing their ear against it, listening to my breathing the way I once listened to theirs. The first time I stayed alone in the little house on Willow Court, I loved it. It was my first place that was not an apartment. 2 bedrooms, old hardwood floors, a tiny front porch with a swing, and a backyard that backed up to a row of tall trees. The rent was cheap because the house was old and the owner lived next door. At 26, with a new job and a tired hatchback, it felt like a win. The owner was an older guy named Frank. He had thick glasses, a permanent sunburn, and a habit of telling the same stories more than once. The day I moved in, he kept saying how nice it was to rent to a responsible young person. He pointed out where the water shutoff was, how to jiggle the back door if it stuck, and which window in the living room never fully latched. He said he lived close, just in case I needed anything. He did not mention that he had a key. I assumed he did, since he owned the place and had been the one to open it for the inspection. I did not think about it much. Plenty of landlords have keys. That is normal. They are supposed to give notice before they use them, but the house felt like mine. I put my books on the shelves. I hung my own curtains. I set up my cheap smart speaker in the kitchen and felt very grown up. My first week there was uneventful. I went to work, stopped for groceries, came home, watched shows, and went to bed. The neighborhood was quiet. The only sounds at night came from crickets and the occasional car in the distance. Frank would wave from his porch if he saw me, but he did not come over. The first odd thing I noticed was small enough that I talked myself out of worrying about it. I came home on a Wednesday to find the hallway light on. I was sure I had switched it off that morning. I am one of those people who checks lights 3 times before leaving because my parents drilled energy savings into my brain. Yet when I opened the front door, the hall glowed bright and warm, and I felt that little prickle at the back of my neck that says something is wrong. I walked through the house with my keys still in my hand. Front door intact, windows shut, back door locked. No sign of forced entry, nothing moved, nothing missing. I ended up blaming myself. Maybe I was distracted rushing to work and left the light on. It happens. I turned it off and tried to forget about it. 2 nights later, the sound woke me. It was a short, sharp click from the front of the house, the kind of noise a lock makes when a key turns. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding. For a few seconds there was nothing. Then I heard the faint creak of the front door hinges and a whisper of cooler air slipping down the hall. I live alone. There was no reason for anyone else to be in my house at midnight. I reached for my phone on the nightstand and checked the time. 12:17. I held my breath and listened again. The house settled. The fridge hummed. The little box fan in my window rattled a tired rhythm. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps on the hardwood. Not heavy, not rushed. Just a slow, steady walk from the entry toward the living room. I did not move. I did not even sit up. Every muscle clenched. My mind raced through possibilities. A break-in. A drunk neighbor who wandered into the wrong house. Frank coming in without permission for some reason. I wrapped my fingers around the small flashlight I kept by the bed and slowly slid my feet to the floor. The footsteps reached the living room and stopped. The sound of movement changed to a quiet rustle. Fabric. Maybe someone brushing past the couch or the curtains. I thought about calling 911. My thumb hovered over the numbers. Then a second thought cut in. If it was Frank, If my landlord had come in to check something because he thought I was out, a police call would turn an uncomfortable misunderstanding into something worse. I told myself I would listen for one more minute before making the call. After that, the house went quiet. No more footsteps. No more rustling. I sat on the edge of the bed for what felt like an hour, staring at the dark doorway. Finally, when my legs started to cramp, I forced myself to stand, clicked on the flashlight, and walked into the hallway. The front door was closed. The chain I installed that first week still hung against the frame, unused. I always latched it when I came home. That night it dangled free. The deadbolt was turned to locked. Nothing looked disturbed. The couch was where I left it. The TV sat dark. My shoes were lined up by the door the same way I always kept them. I walked to the door and checked it. The knob turned easily once I flipped the lock. The only thing even slightly different was the rug. It was crooked, shifted a few inches to the left. I convinced myself again that I had imagined it, that some noise from outside had mixed with a dream. I locked the door. This time I latched the chain and pushed a dining chair under the knob. It felt ridiculous, but when I went back to bed, my heart finally slowed. The next morning, I found something that made it impossible to keep pretending. I keep my coffee mugs in the cabinet above the stove. It is a habit to open that door without looking. I reach up, grab the handle, and pull. That morning when I did, my hand brushed something rough. I looked up. In front of my favorite mug, at the very edge of the shelf, sat a small folded note. I froze. The paper was torn from a yellow legal pad, a piece about 3 inches wide, folded in half. The outside was blank. I stood there for a solid minute, hand hovering, the smell of coffee grounds strong in the air, my mind trying to catch up with what my eyes saw. I do not leave notes in my own cupboards. My hands shook as I unfolded it. The handwriting was cramped and slanted. 2 short sentences. You should lock your windows. You sleep too deeply. My stomach dropped. I read it 3 times, hoping the words would change. They did not. Someone had been close enough to watch me sleep, close enough to know how my face looked when I was out, close enough to know which windows I forgot to check before bed. And they had been comfortable enough inside my house to climb onto my counter and tuck a note into my cabinet. I grabbed my phone and called Frank. My voice wobbled as I asked if he had come inside for any reason lately. At first he sounded confused, then defensive. What reason would I have to go in when you are not home? He said, like the idea offended him. You got your keys. I respect privacy. I was a tenant once too. I told him about the note. He went quiet. You sure it was not left from the last tenant? He asked. Maybe you just did not see it before. I stared at the paper. The words were too specific, too recent. It mentioned how I slept. The old tenant had moved out months before I ever saw the place. I told him that. He hesitated, then said he would come by that afternoon to look at the locks. His voice had shifted into a practical tone, like a maintenance call. I hung up, feeling more unsettled than relieved. When he came, he did a slow circuit of the house, just like the day I moved in. He checked the front lock, jiggled the back door, slid the windows up and down. He kept saying there was no sign of forced entry, no marks on the door, no pry scratches on the frames. Someone has a key, I said. He shrugged and said landlords always keep one, but his was in the locked box in his kitchen drawer. He even offered to show me. We walked to his house, and he opened the drawer to reveal a little gray lockbox with a keyhole. He said he had not opened it since the last tenant moved out. It sounded rehearsed. He wrote down the number for a locksmith and said if I wanted to pay to change the locks, he would not stop me. Then he gave me that same old story about trusting your neighbors and how the world had gotten paranoid. I changed the locks that weekend anyway. The locksmith replaced both front and back deadbolts and gave me 2 new keys. I watched every movement, memorizing how the mechanisms went in. When he left, I sat on the couch with all my lights on and called my sister to tell her what had happened. Saying it out loud made me feel a little better. By the time I went to bed, I had convinced myself that whoever had been coming in would give up once the locks changed. The next strange thing did not happen at night. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was homesick from work, half asleep on the couch with a blanket over my head. The blinds were tilted closed, but a little line of light across the bottom of them let me see shadows on the front window. I heard footsteps on the porch, not the quick, careless step of a package delivery. Slow, testing the boards. The doorbell did not ring. Instead, there was a gentle rattle at the knob, then a long pause, then another rattle, this time more insistent, as if someone was turning the knob and expecting it to give. I muted the TV and slid off the couch as quietly as I could. I crawled along the floor until I could see the bottom corner of the window where the light slipped through. Boots. Brown work boots. Close enough to the door that the tips touched it. A soft sigh came through the wood. Then, in a low voice, one word. Really. It was not loud. Not for my benefit. It was the way someone talks to themselves when they are annoyed, like they had expected something to be easier. I did not move. I did not even breathe. The person on the porch stayed there another few seconds, then stepped back. The boots moved out of view. A shadow crossed the window. I heard the board on the second step creak as they went down. Then nothing. I waited 5 minutes before standing up. My legs tingled from being crouched so long. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. Empty porch, quiet street. Frank porch across the gravel drive was also empty. His truck sat in the same spot it always did. That night, I pushed the dining chair under my bedroom door again. I set a heavy pot in front of the back door, balanced just so that any movement would knock it over and wake me. It felt like something I would have done as a kid. It also made me feel like I had some control. Around 2 in the morning, the pot fell. The clang jolted me upright in bed. I grabbed the flashlight and phone and ran into the kitchen before I could talk myself out of it. The pot lay on its side, in the middle of the floor. The back door was shut. The deadbolt was still turned. I stared at it, my breath loud. Then I noticed something else. The small chain lock I always slid across the doorframe at night hung open. I knew I had latched it. It was part of my little ritual now. Lock, chain, pot. It would have taken a small pull on the door to jostle the chain and shift the pot enough to fall. Someone had tried the handle, felt the resistance of the new lock, and given it a tug. I called 911 this time. The officers who came were polite, but tired. They walked the perimeter, shined flashlights along the fence line, checked windows. They found shoe prints in the dirt by the back step. The tread looked like work boots, the same kind of soles I saw on my floor. They asked if anyone might know my schedule. I said I had only been there a few weeks. They asked about the landlord. I told them about Frank, about the key, about the note. One of them looked at the other for a second. Just a glance. They went next door and knocked. Lights came on in Frank's house. He appeared in the doorway, rubbing his eyes and pretending to be surprised by the late visit. They talked on his porch for a while. I could not hear what they said. At one point, he turned his head and looked squarely at my house. I stepped back from the window. When the officers came back, they told me that Frank said he had been asleep and had not seen anyone. They suggested motion lights for the backyard and offered to have a patrol swing by more often at night. It was not much, but it was something. The next day I found the second note. It was not in a hidden place. It sat on my kitchen counter, in front of the toaster. Same torn yellow paper. Same cramped, slanted handwriting. The front door is harder now. You should stop calling the police. My hands went cold. He had been inside while I talked to officers in my living room. He had stood close enough to hear me say their names, to see where they stood. He knew exactly what I was doing. He had a view of my fear and had time to sit at my counter and write about it. I did not call Frank this time. I called my sister again and begged to stay with her for a few days while I figured out what to do. She lived across town in a gated complex. When I got there that evening, dragging a bag of clothes and my laptop, she stared at the note and said I should move out. I agreed. What made it complicated was the lease and the fact that all my things were still in that house. Furniture, clothes, documents, all the boring pieces you forget about until you need them. We decided to go back together the next afternoon to pack as much as we could in boxes and figure out the rest later. We pulled into the gravel drive around 2, early enough that the sun was bright and every shadow felt less threatening. Frank's truck was gone. His porch was empty. My sister parked her car as close to my front door as she could. Inside, the house smelled slightly different, less like my cheap candles and more like sweat and old fabric. It made my skin crawl. I told myself it was just my imagination or the closed-up air. We moved quickly. I packed kitchen drawers while my sister broke down the bed frame. Every few minutes, I caught myself glancing at the door, expecting it to move. It stayed shut. We did not talk much. The tension made easy conversation feel strange. It was my sister who found the last thing. She opened the coat closet by the front door to grab an extra box and stopped. Her voice sounded wrong when she called my name, flat and tight. I came over and saw what she was looking at. Inside the closet, behind my winter coat and a stack of old shoes, someone had set up a small folding chair. On the shelf above it were 3 empty water bottles and a plastic container that once held peanuts. A thin blanket was crumpled on the floor. At eye level, 3 small holes had been drilled into the drywall, directly facing the slats of the closet door. I pushed the door shut slightly and stood where it would normally be. Through the tiny holes, I could see the living room, the couch where I spent my evenings, the TV where I watched late-night shows, the hallway that led to my bedroom. He had been sitting in that closet, on that chair, breathing through those holes, watching me live my life a few feet away, hidden behind my own coats. On the wall opposite the closet, near the ceiling, there were faint marks where paint had chipped. If you looked closely, you could see the outline of a rectangle where something used to hang. Maybe a mirror. Maybe a picture frame. The previous tenant had likely covered those viewing holes once. When they moved out, someone had pulled the frame and reopened them. I left that house that day and never slept there again. Frank sent me messages about breaking the lease and how it was unfair. I sent him pictures of the closet and the notes and copied the officer who had given me his card. The messages stopped. I heard from a neighbor months later that the house stayed empty for a long time. Then one day, a new car appeared in the drive, and new curtains showed up in the front window. Sometimes I think about knocking on that door. I imagine a young person opening it, excited about their first house, sure that the cheap rent is just luck. I imagine their landlord smiling from his porch and reminding them to jiggle the back door if it sticks. I imagine that closet, still there, just inside. And I picture how easy it would be for someone with a spare key and too much time to sit down in the dark, bring their eye to the little holes, and wait for the lights in the living room to come on. I had been alone in my house for only 2 weeks when the noises started. The place was an old 2-story rental on the edge of town. White siding, wide front porch, large trees that dropped leaves in thick piles every fall. It had been empty for months before I moved in. The landlord said it just needed someone who would not mind the age of the place. I took it because the rent was low, and my last apartment had neighbors who screamed at each other through the walls every night. I liked the quiet. I liked the space. I liked the deep, creaking sound the stairs made when I walked up to my bedroom at the end of the day. It felt warm, lived in, like a house with memories. For the first week, I barely unpacked. I slept on a mattress on the floor. I spent evenings eating takeout on the porch or listening to music while I tried to figure out where to put things. Nothing strange happened. No odd feelings. No sense that anything was wrong. The first noise came on a Wednesday night. I had finished dinner and was rinsing plates when I heard something at the far end of the house. A short, sharp knock from the inside of the hall closet under the stairs. Not the shuffle of a mouse or the creak of old wood. A knock. Distinct. Too clear to be anything else. I turned off the faucet and listened. The house settled around me. The fridge hummed. Outside, a car rolled past. I waited for another sound. Nothing came. I walked to the closet and put my hand on the doorknob. It felt cold, even though the rest of the house was warm from the oven. I opened it and stared into the dark, narrow space. Just a vacuum, a box of winter coats, a bucket of cleaning supplies the landlord had left behind. Nothing else. I closed the door and tried to shake it off, as the house shifting. The next night it happened again. This time it was not a knock. It was a slow, dragging sound. something moving across the floor inside the closet, like fabric being pulled. I stood in the hall with the plate I had been drying still in my hand and listened as it scraped faintly against the wood. I opened the door again. This time the vacuum was on its side. I told myself I had left it like that without noticing. That Friday, I found the first sign that someone had been inside the house. I came home after work and went into the kitchen. My dish towel had been moved. It had been hanging in a neat fold on the oven handle when I left that morning. Now it was draped over the counter, spread flat like someone had laid it out and inspected it. I checked the back door, locked. I checked the windows, closed. The front door showed no marks around the lock. I called the landlord. He said no one had a spare key but him. He said he had not been inside. He said maybe I had forgotten something. Maybe I had left the towel out. Maybe the vacuum had fallen over because the floor was uneven. Maybe the house was settling. He told me old houses make people jumpy. That night I pushed a chair under my bedroom door. It made me feel ridiculous and childish, but the house had begun to feel like someone else was in it. Saturday morning I woke to a thump, not from downstairs, from the wall beside my bed. A single dull impact. It made the lamp on my nightstand tremble. I sat up fast and stared at the wall. It was the wall that connected to the hallway outside the bathroom. For a moment I thought a pipe had burst or something had fallen. Then I heard something else. Breathing. Not loud, not heavy, just the faint sound of someone trying not to be heard. It lasted 3 seconds, maybe 4. Long enough that I knew without a doubt it was not an animal, not the house, not a pipe, a person. On the other side of the wall, I grabbed my phone. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold it. I walked to the hallway and listened. Nothing. The air felt stale. The sunlight coming through the bathroom window looked normal, but the hallway itself felt wrong, heavy, like someone had been standing there moments before I opened my bedroom door. I checked the entire house. Nothing was moved. Nothing was missing. Every lock was still shut. That was the first morning I realized I could not keep pretending I was imagining things. That afternoon I told myself I would stay out of the house as long as possible. I walked for hours, went to the grocery store, sat in the library until it closed. When I came home after dark, the house felt still again, quiet, normal. I tried to believe I had overreacted. Before bed, I put my ear to the wall beside my mattress. Nothing. I checked the closet. Nothing. I locked my bedroom door and set the chair again. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to the unmistakable sound of footsteps downstairs. Slow, careful, bare feet on old wood. I stayed frozen in bed. My mouth went dry. The floor creaked once, then again, like someone shifting their weight near the bottom of the stairs. I listened for the familiar settling noise of the house. There was none. The footsteps moved toward the hall closet under the stairs. I knew that sound well by then. A slight groan in the 3rd stair from the bottom. That one always creaked louder. Then the sound stopped. Not because the person had left, because they were standing still, listening, right under my bedroom. I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911. I whispered to the dispatcher what I was hearing. She told me officers were on the way and to stay in the room. Stay quiet. Do not open the door unless police announce themselves. 5 long minutes passed. I heard nothing. Not a breath. Not a footstep. Not even the house settling. Just silence. When the patrol car pulled up, its headlights swept through the living room windows. The dispatcher told me the officers were outside. A moment later, I heard the knock. Police. Are you inside? Call out for us. I opened the door and ran downstairs. 2 officers stood in the entry, flashlights sweeping the corners of the room. I told them everything, every sound, every knock, every strange thing that had happened. They searched the house from top to bottom, checked closets, the attic, the basement, every window, every door. Nothing showed signs of forced entry. But the hall closet door under the stairs was not closed all the way. It stood open an inch. I swore I had shut it. The officer opened it fully and shined his light inside. Nothing. He tapped the walls. Nothing. He moved the coats aside, checked behind the boxes. Nothing. I felt the pressure in my chest loosen for a moment. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe all of it had been in my head. Then he crouched down. He angled his flashlight beneath the lowest shelf. A dark gap ran behind the wall, a narrow opening just wide enough for a person to slide into. I had never noticed it before. The shelf sat flush against the wall, unless you pressed down on the front edge. When he did, the back rose up slightly, revealing the space behind it. The officer lifted the shelf. Behind it was a crawl space, a tunnel. It ran under the stairs and disappeared into the dark. Something glinted in the light. A bottle cap, a crumpled food wrapper, a rumpled piece of cloth that looked like someone had slept on it, and a shoe print, clear in the dust, barefoot, adult-sized. My stomach dropped. The officer swore under his breath and called the second officer over. They followed the tunnel with their lights and saw where it continued into a small gap between the staircase, boards, and the wall, just wide enough for someone to shimmy through. Someone had been living inside the hollow under my stairs, listening to me, walking around the house while I slept, watching. The officers searched everywhere again. They checked outside, the yard, the alley, the neighbor yards. Whoever had been there was gone. The dust around the crawl space showed recent movement. The footprint was fresh. They believed me then. They told me to pack a bag and stay somewhere else for the night. One of the officers stayed while I threw clothes into a backpack with shaking hands. When I went back downstairs, he looked at me with a tight jaw and told me not to come back until the landlord sealed the crawl space. I stayed with my coworker for a week. During that time, the landlord had the staircase torn open. What they found made my skin crawl all over again. 2 blankets, a pile of energy bar wrappers, a cheap flashlight, a half-empty bottle of water, and a small notebook. Inside were pages of cramped writing. Most were short sentences. She leaves lights on in the kitchen. She forgets to lock the back window. She talks in her sleep. She stands at the sink for a long time every night. She does not hear the stairs creak when she is on the phone. The last page made my hands go numb when the officer read it to me. She hears me now. She listens at night. She is getting careful. I need to get closer. I need to see her. I did not go back to that house, not even to pack the rest of my things. The landlord sent someone to collect them and drop them off at my coworker place. He apologized again and again, but there was nothing he could say that would undo what I knew now. Someone had lived inches from me, for weeks, close enough to hear my breath through the walls, close enough to stand under my bed at night, close enough to knock when they wanted to hear me freeze. I moved across town, then I moved again. I check under every staircase now. I press on every wall. I cover every crawl space. I do not sleep without a light on. Every house has noises. Every house settles. Every house has dark corners where the air feels thick. I listen to all of them, because now I know what it sounds like when someone listens back. My name is Ryan Keller, and until a few years ago, the woods were the only place I ever really felt calm. I grew up in Colorado, spent my weekends fishing with my dad, learned to read trail markers before I learned to drive. I used to say the forest was the one place that made sense. No traffic, no neighbors, no noise. Now I cannot drive past a tree line without checking my mirrors twice. This started with a solo backpacking trip in late September. I had a long weekend and no one to share it with. My friends were busy or married or tied to jobs, so I packed my own gear. The plan was 3 days in a lesser-used section of national forest about 2 hours from my apartment. I had done parts of the route before with friends. This time I wanted to extend the loop, go deeper in, make it a little more of a challenge. The ranger at the small station looked bored when I signed the logbook. He was in his 50s, worn ball cap, gray beard. "Heading in alone?" he asked without really looking up. "Yeah," I said. "Done this trail before. Weather might turn tonight." He tapped the log with his pen. "You camping at the lake? First night?" "Yeah. Then I am heading north, up to the ridge, and circling back." He paused, finally met my eyes. "Not many people go up that way this time of year." "So," I said, "more room for me." His mouth twitched. He did not smile, but he did not stop me either. He just said, Check back in when you get out. We closed the log on Sunday night. I left my name, route, and plate number. I did not know that sentence about closing the log would play over in my head later like a warning I did not take. The first few hours on the trail were perfect. The air was cool but not cold. Leaves had just started to change. The path was familiar. I passed two groups coming back toward the parking lot. Both gave polite nods, the standard trail greeting. One older couple mentioned they had camped at the lake the night before, and there were plenty of good spots. No one said anything about anything strange. By mid-afternoon, I reached the lake. It sat in a shallow basin, ringed with fir and aspen, surface smooth and dark. There were at least 6 obvious campsites, fire rings, flat patches of dirt. I chose one up the slight slope, near a fallen log that made a good sitting spot. While I was setting up my tent, I noticed the remains of a previous fire in the ring. That was normal. What was not normal were the bones. At first I thought they were charred branches, but when I got closer I saw joints and sockets. They were too small to be from a deer, maybe rabbit or squirrel. Bones cracked and black, piled deliberately in the center of the ashes. People cook wild game all the time out here. It did not bother me. I cleared the fire ring, stacked fresh stones, and started my own fire as the light faded. That night was the last time I ever slept well outdoors. I woke up sometime after midnight to a sound I knew well. Footsteps on dry leaves. Slow, deliberate steps, not the frantic scurrying of an animal. I lay in my sleeping bag, eyes open in the dark, listening. The fire had died down but still gave a faint glow through the tent wall. The steps came from the tree line behind my tent, then stopped. I held my breath. My mind tried to rationalize it. Deer, elk, maybe someone from another campsite taking a walk. But I had not seen anyone else set up around the lake. I heard a light crunch, then the faintest exhale, like someone breathing out through their nose. That sound is what took it from weird to wrong. I reached slowly for the knife I kept in my pack. I was not a tough guy. It was a simple folding blade, more for cutting rope and salami than defense. My fingers closed around it, slick with sweat. "Hello?" I called out. The steps stopped. The breathing stopped. The forest went silent in that heavy way that makes your ears ring. For a long moment there was nothing. No response. No retreat. Just stillness. "I am armed," I added, which felt ridiculous coming out of my mouth, but I did not know what else to say. The answer I got was not a voice. It was a soft dragging sound, like someone pulling a stick through leaves, moving around the campsite in a wide, slow arc. The fire glow on the tent wall shifted. A shadow passed across it, long and thin. I snapped. I unzipped the tent in one fast motion and shoved my way out. Knife in hand, headlamp on. The beam slashed through the trees. My breath puffed white, which surprised me. I had not thought it was that cold. No one was there. My light circled the camp. Fire ring, fallen log. My pack leaning against a stump. Beyond that, just dark trees. No reflectors from other tents. No eye shine from animals. I walked the perimeter of my campsite. Boots crunching, leaves louder than I wanted. At the point where I thought the sound had come from, I pointed my headlamp at the ground. There were footprints. Not clear boot prints, more like scuffs. But the leaves were disturbed, in a way that showed a path that came to within about 15 feet of my tent. Stopped, then angled away into the trees. I followed them for about 10 yards, then lost them. The dark between the trunks took on a presence. It felt like rows of people standing perfectly still, watching. I told myself it must have been a hunter. Maybe they saw my fire and came to check it out. Maybe they realized they were creeping someone out and slipped away. I went back to my tent, zipped it up, and sat awake the rest of the night, knife open on my knee. No more sounds came, but I never relaxed. By the time dawn came, gray and cold, I had decided to cut my trip short. I would hike the extended route, but only stay one more night. I wanted to prove to myself that I was not scared of the woods. More than that, I wanted the story to be something I could laugh about later. In the daylight, the campsite looked completely normal. I broke down the tent, packed my gear, scattered the coals in the fire ring, and shouldered my pack. As I was about to leave, something caught my eye near the fallen log. A small pile of stones was stacked there that I was sure had not been there before. 3 flat rocks, balanced on top of each other in a little tower. They were directly in line with the spot where the footprints had stopped in the night. I stood there, staring for a long time. It could have been left over from the previous campers. It could have been there and I simply missed it yesterday. That was entirely possible. I kicked the stones over and hurried onto the trail. The second day was harder. The path narrowed as it climbed toward the ridge. The forest got denser. I did not see anyone all day. No other hikers. No fresh boot prints. The sense of being alone out there was stronger than I had ever felt it, but not in a good way. Around noon, I stopped to filter water from a creek. As I crouched by the bank, pumping the filter, I saw something pale caught between 2 rocks downstream. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a strip of fabric, dark blue, ripped roughly, stiff and stained with something brown. It looked too heavy to be from a tent, more like denim. Someone lost a piece of clothing. That was all I let myself think. Still, I shoved it deep into a side pocket of my pack instead of leaving it. I do not know why. Maybe I thought I could turn it in at the ranger station. By late afternoon, my legs were aching, and the sky had taken on that flat, dull color that means the weather might turn. I checked the map and saw there was a smaller lake another mile or so ahead, just off the main trail. It was marked with a little tent symbol, an official campsite. When I reached the turnoff, I hesitated. The narrow side path looked overgrown, like it had not been used much that season. The idea of leaving the main trail made me uneasy. Then a gust of wind hit, and I felt the temperature drop. If it rained, I did not want to be searching for flat ground in the dark. I took the side path. It wound through thicker trees for about 5 minutes before opening into a small clearing by a pond instead of a lake. The water was murky and choked with reeds. The campsite marker, a simple wooden post, leaned at an angle. There was only one obvious tent spot, a flat patch near the water. And there, sitting exactly in the center of it, was another stone pile. 3 flat rocks, stacked carefully. I stood at the edge of the clearing, every hair on my arms rising. It could be coincidence, or some bored ranger arranging rocks, or kids. It did not have to mean anything. I walked up, kicked the stones over again, and forced myself to set up my tent. Each motion felt like something I was doing underwater. My hands were clumsy. I kept glancing around at the tree line. Once camp was set, I made a small fire and cooked a simple meal. The light from my headlamp carved a little bubble in the growing dark. Beyond that, the woods pressed in close. The feeling I had that night is hard to describe. It was not just fear. It was a sense of being tolerated, like someone had allowed me to borrow this piece of ground for a night, but was not happy about it. Around 10, the wind picked up. Branches creaked. I crawled into my tent, zipped the door, and lay there listening to the fire crackle down. Somewhere around midnight, I woke up again. Not to footsteps this time, to a smell. It was faint at first, a sour, dirty smell, like wet cloth that had been left too long in a bag. Then it grew stronger, mixed with something metallic. I blinked, confused, then realized the smell was inside the tent with me. My heart started racing. I fumbled for my headlamp and flicked it on. The beam hit the wall of the tent and showed something that turned my blood cold. Right across the mesh door, less than a foot from my face, were 5 long, smeared streaks of dark brown. 4 above, 1 below, like the marks of a hand dragged slowly down the fabric. They were damp. Whatever it was had soaked through the mesh and outer layer and was still wet on the inside. The smell hit me full force. Copper and rot. I scrambled backward, tangling in my sleeping bag, almost tearing the tent. My knife was already open from the night before. I clutched it so hard, my fingers hurt. Someone had come up to my tent while I was asleep and dragged bloody fingers down the door. I shot a look toward my pack. The zipper was closed. I listened for any sounds outside. All I could hear was the wind and my own heartbeat. "Hey!" I shouted, voice cracking. Who is out there? The answer was the soft sound of something shifting in the leaves, right outside the thin nylon wall. Not walking this time, sitting or crouching. The outline of a shadow moved across the door. Whoever it was had to be less than 2 feet away. "Leave me alone," I yelled. "I have a weapon." There was a long silence. Then a voice spoke, low and rough, like it had not been used in a while. "You kicked it over." The words came so softly I almost thought I imagined them. My mouth went dry. "What?" I said. "The stones." The voice was right next to me. The tent wall pushed in slightly, as if a finger pressed against it. I did not think. I slashed at the spot with the knife. The blade cut the fabric easily, a white line that opened the tent wall. Cold air poured in. Something jerked back, just out of reach. I saw a blur through the cut. A pale shape, then dark. The person outside made a sound, not a shout, more like a strange, sucking hiss. Then footsteps thudded away into the trees. I burst out through the torn door, swinging the headlamp beam wildly. The clearing was empty. The fire had gone out completely. Only a faint glow remained in the embers. I turned in a full circle, light stabbing between the trunks. No one, just the wind in the branches. I knew staying there was not an option. Whatever this was, whoever this was, they knew where I was. They could come back. They had already walked up to my tent once, without waking me. My brain cycled through options. It was the middle of the night. The nearest road was miles away. Hiking in the dark was dangerous. Hiking in the dark with someone stalking me was worse. I made my decision. I shoved my sleeping bag and gear into my pack with shaking hands, not bothering to roll or fold anything. I left the tent where it stood, cut and marked. I grabbed my knife and headlamp and walked back to the main trail as fast as I could. Every few steps I looked behind me. The beam of my light caught only trees and shadows. The wind carried random creaks and snaps that made me flinch. Once, about 20 minutes from camp, I heard whistling, a simple 2-note whistle, far off through the trees. It did not sound like any bird I knew. It stopped as soon as I turned to face it. I started to jog. I did not care how tired I got. I just needed to put distance between me and that clearing. I reached the main trail, turned in the direction of the ranger station, and kept moving. Miles blurred by. I lost all sense of time. My world narrowed to the circle of my headlamp and the sound of my own breathing. Around dawn, I finally saw something that made me almost cry from relief. A parked truck. It was pulled partly off the trail near a small service road, covered in dust and pine needles. At first, I thought it was abandoned, but the glass was intact and the tires were not flat. I approached slowly, calling out, "Hello, anyone here?" No answer. I went closer and shined the light inside. The cab was a mess. Fast food wrappers, empty water bottles, a pile of filthy blankets. There were deep scratches on the inside of the passenger door, as if someone had clawed at it. On the floor, near the pedals, was a torn denim jacket, dark blue, the same color as the fabric in my pack. I backed away, heart hammering again. Whoever had been staying in that truck had probably been there a while, maybe living out here, maybe watching the trail, maybe building little stone piles at campsites. I left the truck where it was and forced myself to keep walking. Another hour later, I finally reached the trailhead and the ranger station. The building was small, with a faded flag and a porch. The same ranger from before was standing outside, drinking coffee from a travel mug. He looked up as I stumbled out of the trees. "You came out early," he said. "There is someone out there," I blurted. "In the woods. They came to my campsite. They smeared blood on my tent." His expression changed in a way I did not expect. Not shock, not disbelief. More like resignation. "Come inside," he said. I told him everything while he wrote notes in a small spiral notebook. I left out nothing. The footprints, the stones, the voice at the tent, the whistle, the truck. When I mentioned the truck, his head snapped up. Old blue Chevy. Back off the service road. "Yeah," I said. "You know it." He rubbed a hand over his jaw. "We have been trying to get someone to tow that thing for months. Belongs to a guy who used to live in town. Name is Carl something. Used to get picked up for trespassing, camping on private land. He shrugged. Then one day he just did not come back down. You never went looking for him? I asked. We did, he said. Once. Found signs of a camp. Some bones. No body. The forest is big. People vanish. He said it like a fact, not an excuse. He called in my report to the county sheriff. A deputy showed up later that morning, took my statement, and promised they would send someone up to check the campsites. Maybe they did. Maybe they did not. No one ever called me with an update. I did go back once to that ranger station, about 6 months later. I could not stand not knowing. When I walked in, a different ranger was on duty. Younger, maybe my age. I asked her about the blue truck, about a guy named Carl in the forest. She frowned, checked a clipboard, and shook her head. We do not have anything about that on file, she said. You sure it was this district? I walked back out to the parking lot with a tight feeling in my chest. I have not camped in the woods since that trip. Friends invite me. My brother asks me to go hunting. I always have an excuse. Work, money, something. The truth is that I still wake up some nights, convinced I can smell that mix of rot and metal. I still see those 4 long streaks above the 5th, the shape of a hand on thin nylon. And every time I drive by a stand of trees and see a small clearing, I cannot help but wonder if out there, somewhere off the trail, there is another campsite, another little pile of stones, waiting for someone else to kick it over. My name is Eric Nolan. I was 26 the winter I stopped believing that the worst thing that could happen in the woods was getting lost. I grew up in Minnesota, so snow was just part of the backdrop of my life. I loved it. The quiet after a big storm. The way sound felt smothered out there among the trees. I learned to put on snowshoes before I learned to drive. That January, I had a long weekend and no plans. My brother Mark had just had a kid and was buried in diapers. My friends were more interested in bars than frozen lakes. I wanted silence, not music, so I decided to go alone. The plan was simple. Drive up to a remote parking area in Superior National Forest, snowshoe in about 5 miles, camp one night, maybe 2 if the weather held, then come back out. No big climbs. No ice crossings. Just frozen woods and time to myself. I did it right. I left an itinerary on the kitchen table for Mark. I texted him the exact parking lot and what time I expected to be out. I checked the forecast 3 times, single digits at night but clear. No fresh storms predicted. The drive north was uneventful. The highways got emptier with every mile. Plows had pushed the snow into high gray walls on either side. By the time I turned off onto the forest road, mine were the only tracks. The road narrowed and trees leaned in close. The sky was that thin winter blue that looks almost white. I drove slower, tires crunching over packed snow, until I reached the little widening that passed for a parking lot. A wooden sign leaned at one corner, half buried. There were no other vehicles, just my dark blue pickup, idling in a cloud of exhaust. I shut it off, climbed out into the cold, and listened. Nothing. No traffic. No voices. Just wind moving through pine branches far above me. I locked the truck, slung my pack on my shoulders, and strapped into my snowshoes. Before I left, I took a picture of my license plate and texted it, and a thumbs up to Mark. He wrote back a minute later. You are crazy. Call me when you are out of the frozen nightmare. I smiled, pocketed the phone, and headed toward the trail. The first hour felt like exactly what I needed. The trail was faint under the snow, but visible if you looked. I had loaded the route on my phone, just in case. The air burned my nose hairs. My breath puffed out in steady clouds. Trees rose on either side like black pillars, branches heavy with white. About half a mile in, I noticed the first odd thing. There was a set of snowmobile tracks cutting across the trail, coming from deeper in the forest and heading back toward the road. Fresh, maybe a day old at most. That was not unusual. People used the forest roads all the time in winter. What was odd was that the tracks came from nowhere. I stood there a minute, looking from side to side. On both sides of the trail, the snow was untouched, smooth and unmarked beneath the trees. The tracks just appeared, cut across the trail, and disappeared again into undisturbed powder on the other side. I told myself they probably followed a buried logging road. Old tracks covered by new snow could make it look that way. It still bothered me more than it should have. I kept walking. Around noon, I stopped to drink water and eat a granola bar. I picked a fallen log and brushed it clear. As I sat, I noticed another sign of human activity. Off to my right, maybe 50 yards away through the trees, something metal caught the light. I squinted, then stood for a better look. It was an old camper trailer, half swallowed by the woods. The thing sat crooked among the pines, one side deeper in snow than the other. The paint, once white, was peeling and stained with rust. One of the small windows was broken, plastic hanging like a ripped curtain. I felt a little jolt of unease. The forest was big, but the spot I was in was not right off a road. You would not haul a trailer back here easily. It must have been here for years. From where I stood, it looked empty. No smoke from a vent, no tracks leading to it. I considered going closer. Curiosity pushed. Every horror story I had ever heard pulled back. In the end, the cold decided for me. I did not want to waste time slogging through deep snow to stare at some junk. I had miles to go before camp. I turned away and went back to the trail. By mid-afternoon, I reached the spot I had picked on the map. A small frozen creek ran through a shallow valley, and on a slight rise above it, a cluster of pines broke the wind. The snow was deep but manageable. It was as good a winter campsite as I could hope for. I stamped out a flat area with my snowshoes, pitched my small four-season tent, and piled snow around the base as a windbreak. I dug out a little kitchen area, set up my stove, and melted snow for water. As the sky turned gray, I felt that quiet fall on the forest. It was the thing I had come for. No engine noise, no voices, just the soft sigh of air in branches and the occasional distant crack of a tree growing colder. While my water heated, I walked a little way from the tent to use the bathroom. I took my headlamp, but did not turn it on yet. I liked seeing the woods in that deepening half-light. That was when I heard the first engine. It started as a faint hum somewhere out beyond the creek. A two-stroke buzz, rising and falling. Snowmobile. I stopped, listening. The sound grew louder, then leveled off, like the machine was not coming closer but circling at some distance. There was no obvious trail out that way, at least not on my map. I wondered if there was a frozen lake nearby and someone was out ice fishing. After a while, the sound faded again until all I heard was the wind. I finished what I was doing and went back to camp. I ate dinner in the bluish circle of my headlamp, breath fogging in front of me, fingers numb even in gloves. I checked my phone. No signal as expected. The battery was already down a bit from the cold. Before I crawled into the tent, I stood for a minute and just listened. Nothing. No engines now, no branches snapping. I felt that same old peace settle over me. I slept hard at first, wrapped in my bag, wearing a hat and every dry layer I had brought. Sometime in the night I jerked awake, my heart hammering. For a second I did not know why. Then I realized two things. The tent was faintly lit, pale and shaky, like light was moving outside. And underneath the quiet of the forest, I could hear a new sound. An engine. Close. I snapped on my headlamp. The sudden brightness inside the tent made my pupils shrink painfully. I fumbled for my watch. A little after 2 in the morning, the engine grew louder, then softened, then revved again. It sounded like the snowmobile was moving around the edges of my camp, not tearing through at full speed, just creeping. My throat went dry. The tent walls glowed briefly brighter, as if swept by a beam. Headlight. I could feel my own breath bouncing back at me from the fabric. I told myself it had to be someone who was lost, maybe drunk, maybe returning from a cabin. People made bad decisions out here, but it did not automatically mean danger. Still, I reached for the small hatchet I kept near my sleeping bag. My hand shook a little. The machine idled down. For a moment there was silence that pressed on my eardrums. Then the engine cut entirely. I held my breath and listened. The sudden absence of mechanical noise made every small sound stand out. The tick of cooling metal, the faint creak of trees, A soft crunch in the snow. Footsteps. They came from behind the tent at first, measured and slow. Whoever it was not trying to stomp or sneak, just walking. A shadow moved across the fabric, a dark shape at about the height of a man. I swallowed. "Hello," I called out, forcing my voice to sound steady. "You okay out there?" The footsteps stopped. The shadow paused, then shifted slightly, as if whoever it was had turned toward my voice. For a few full seconds that felt stretched and thin, nothing else happened. Then the footsteps started again, moving along the side of the tent. I could feel more than hear the vibration through the packed snow around me. They stopped near the door. The zipper bulged a fraction, like fingers were testing it from the outside. Every instinct in my body screamed. I gripped the hatchet handle until my knuckles hurt. "If you come in here, I will defend myself," I said. My voice cracked on the last word. There was a small, almost amused exhale on the other side of the fabric. Then the pressure on the zipper eased. The footsteps retreated, crunching back into the trees. A moment later, the snowmobile roared back to life. In the glow coming through the tent wall, I could see the outline of the machine pass by. I glimpsed a bulky figure hunched over the handlebars, head turned toward my camp. Then it was gone, engine fading into the distance. I lay there the rest of the night, eyes wide open, every muscle tight, hatchet on my chest. The cold seeped in through my bag, but fear kept me warm. I told myself over and over that I was not in danger, that if this person had wanted to rob me or hurt me, they could have done it. They had the engine, the mobility, the darkness. They had just looked, then left. That thought did not help. When the gray light of dawn finally filtered through the tent wall, I unzipped the door with stiff fingers and slid out. The first thing I saw were the tracks. Snowmobile prints carved a wide arc around my camp, the pattern clear and recent. The machine had come in from the side, away from the trail, looped near the creek, then settled about 30 feet from my tent. From that spot, a set of footprints came straight toward me. The prints were deep and a little uneven, like the person had been carrying weight or walking in stiff boots. They stopped inches from the tent door, right where the zipper had bulged. I could see the white half-moon impressions of toes where the boots had pressed down. No other tracks went away, at least not right there. When I walked out farther, following them, I saw that the person had walked back to the snowmobile but then headed a different direction for a bit, just wandering. The prints meandered toward the creek, through some small pines, then back again, like they had been taking a slow look around. There were no other camps nearby, no cabins, no obvious reason for anyone to be out here at 2 in the morning. The sky was pale and flat. A few thin clouds had moved in. It felt colder than the day before. My original plan had been to stay another night, to move deeper into the forest. That plan died right there among the tracks. I broke camp as fast as I could without making mistakes. I packed every piece of gear, carefully but quickly, checking twice that I left nothing. I stomped down the fire pit and scattered the ashes. Before I left, I took one last look at the circle of churned-up snow, the boot prints and machine tracks. Then I turned my back on it and headed toward the truck. Hiking out on my own old trail should have been easy. I had my snowshoe prints to follow. The woods looked different in the morning light, emptier somehow. I kept glancing over my shoulder, sure I would see the snowmobile rider coming back. After about a mile, I noticed something that made my stomach curl. My tracks were not alone. Where the snow was sheltered from wind, I could see clear impressions of another set of boots, stepping almost perfectly in my old prints from the day before. Every now and then, they drifted out to the side, paused behind a thick tree, then returned to my path. Someone had followed me in. I stopped and crouched, staring at the pattern. The prints looked older than the ones around my camp, edges slightly softened by frost. They had been there before the night visit. The forest was quiet. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I straightened and kept walking, a little faster now. I did not like the way the trees seemed to crowd closer, branches heavy and low. Every dark gap between trunks looked like it could hide a person. As I neared the section where I had seen the strange snowmobile tracks the day before, the woods opened a bit, and the trail curved toward the road. The first thing I saw was smoke, A thin gray line rose from the trees near where I knew the parking area to be. My heart leapt and then sank. Smoke meant fire. Fire could mean warmth and safety. It could also mean something else. I moved slower as I approached the last bend, keeping partly hidden among the pines. I could see the top of my truck through the branches, a familiar dark shape. The smoke curled from a small fire off to the side of the lot. By it stood a snowmobile, red with a black seat, idling softly. A man in a filthy brown coat crouched by the fire. His back was to me. His hair stuck out from under a knit cap. A rifle lay across his knees. He was maybe 50 yards away. I held my breath, every sense sharpened. My first instinct was to step out and wave, pretend the night had not happened, act like I knew nothing. Maybe this was just some random hunter who had stumbled near my camp. Maybe he had not been the one at my tent. Then I saw my truck clearly. The driver's side door was open. The contents of my glove box were scattered on the front seat. My backpack, which I knew I had put in the bed under the tonneau cover that morning, sat on the tailgate, half unzipped. He had been going through my stuff. My chest felt tight. I sank lower, my heart pounding. The man at the fire poked at the flames with his stick, then turned his head a little. His face was pale and thin, beard patchy and unkempt. His eyes were sunk deep in dark sockets. Even from that distance I could see the way they moved, scanning the tree line. He looked restless, wired, not like someone out for a calm day of hunting. He said something out loud, but I could not catch the words over the soft growl of the snowmobile. I had to decide what to do. Confronting him felt suicidal. Running back into the woods meant another night out there with someone who had a machine and a rifle. Waiting for him to leave might be my best option, but there was nowhere to hide that felt safe, and I had no idea how long he might hang around. I shifted my weight, and a branch under my snowshoe snapped with a sharp crack. The man's head whipped around, his eyes locked on the spot where I crouched. He stood up fast, rifle in hand, posture tense. "Hey!" he shouted. "Who is out there?" Every instinct told me to stay still, to hope maybe he had not pinpointed me, but his gaze was fixed right on my tree. I stepped out slowly, hands away from my sides. "Just me," I called. My voice sounded too high. "I came in yesterday. I am heading out now." His eyes flicked over me, taking in my pack, my snowshoes, the hatchet still looped on my belt. "You alone?" he asked. "Yes." He nodded. A single short motion. "Cold night," he said. "You should not camp alone out here." I forced a thin smile. "I figured that out," I said. "Thanks for the visit." His mouth twitched. For a second it looked like he might smile back, but it never reached his eyes. "You came pretty far in," he said. "Nobody knows you are out here." My stomach turned to ice. "My brother does," I said quickly. I texted him the parking lot and my plate number. He watched me a beat too long, like he was weighing that. Then he jerked his chin toward my truck. "I looked it over for you," he said. "Make sure no one messed with it. People come out here sometimes, smash windows. You know." I glanced at the open door and my rummaged backpack but said nothing. My tongue felt thick. "Thanks," I managed. He did not move from his spot by the fire. The rifle rested casually in his hands, but his finger was very close to the trigger. "Where did you camp?" he asked. I gestured vaguely back toward the trees. "Couple miles in by the creek." He nodded again. His gaze dropped to my gloves, my boots, the hatchet. "You got any food left?" he asked. I did. A few energy bars and a freeze-dried meal. Not enough to make the difference between comfort and starvation. Still, the question decided things for me. "Yeah," I said. "I will grab you something." I started walking toward the truck, every step careful. He watched me go, eyes narrowed slightly. The engine of the snowmobile grumbled beside him like some patient animal. At the tailgate, I unzipped my pack, reached in, and grabbed 2 bars. I could feel his stare on my back. My mind raced through options. Run. No chance. He had a machine and a gun. Fight. With what? A hatchet in a frozen hand. Talk. Keep him calm. Give him what he wanted and leave. I turned back, bars in hand, and walked toward him. As I got closer, I caught the smell of him. Sweat, stale smoke, something sour under it. He looked like he had not been indoors in a long time. He took the bars without thanks, fingers brushing my glove. His hands were cracked and red. "You out here a lot?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He ripped one wrapper with his teeth. "Live out here," he said around the bite. "People are trouble." He looked at me. "I do better keeping an eye on who comes in." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. "So you were the one who came by my camp," I said before I could stop myself. He chewed slowly, watching me. "Saw your fire," he said. "Wanted to make sure you were not one of the bad ones." He smiled then, a wide, sharp thing that did not reach his eyes. "You sleep good?" I swallowed hard. "Not really," I said. He shrugged. "Forest is not for sleeping," he said. "Not for people like you." For a second, the whole world narrowed to the space between us. The rifle, the snowmobile, the empty road. Then he nodded at my truck. "You should go," he said. "Storm coming tonight." I glanced at the sky. It looked the same as before, thin and pale, but I did not argue. "Okay," I said. "Thanks for the warning." I walked backward a few steps, not wanting to turn my back on him, then forced myself to move normally. I got in the truck, hands shaking as I put the key in the ignition. The engine turned over slow, whining once, then caught. In the mirror, I saw him watching me. He stood by the fire, rifle in one hand, snowmobile idling beside him, face unreadable. I pulled out as carefully as I could, tires slipping a little on the packed snow. When I hit the main forest road, I did not look back again. It was only when I reached the highway, miles later, that I realized I had been gripping the steering wheel so hard, my fingers were numb. That night, when I finally had service, I called Mark and told him I was out. I did not tell him about waking up to someone inches from my tent. I did not tell him about the way that man had looked at me like I was a problem he had decided not to solve. A few days later, I called the Forest Service office and reported the encounter. The woman on the phone sounded concerned, but a little weary, like this was not the first story like it she had heard. "We will send someone to check it out," she said. "Probably just a drifter. Still, thank you for letting us know." Maybe they did. Maybe they did not. No one called back. I have been in the woods plenty of times since then, but never again alone in winter. I still love the snow. I still love the silence. But sometimes when the wind dies and the world goes very still, I hear a distant engine in my memory, a faint two-stroke buzz moving through the trees, and I cannot help but picture a man in a dirty coat, standing beside a fire somewhere out there in the frozen white, watching a line of tracks that lead in. My name is Jason Miller, and I used to love getting away to quiet places. I am 34 now. I tell this story every time someone jokes about renting a random cabin in the woods for a cheap weekend. 3 years ago, I found a set of places like that. They looked perfect in the listing. Old family cabins clustered around a small lake way off the highway, miles from town. The photos showed simple wooden buildings, a narrow dirt road, a dock, a fire pit. The description said, rustic, private, no neighbors for miles. The rate was low, especially for a whole weekend. When I messaged the owner, a person named Paul, the reply came quick and short. Cash only, key in lockbox, instructions attached. No questions about who I was. No rental contract. That should have bothered me more than it did. At that point, I worked nights at a hospital and did not talk to many people. The idea of a silent place with no one around sounded like medicine. My friends could not get the time off, so I decided to go alone. I left Friday morning in my aging sedan. I had a printed map from the listing and the coordinates saved on my phone. After a while, the interstate gave way to 2-lane roads, then to narrower county roads with more trees than houses. The air felt different with the window cracked, cooler and raw. The last turn took me onto a dirt road that did not show up on the navigation. A hand-painted sign with chipped white letters read Pine Hollow. Underneath, someone had nailed a smaller board that said private. I hesitated for a second, then followed the directions. The car bumped along for a good 10 minutes, trees crowding on both sides, thick underbrush between the trunks. I did not pass another vehicle. No houses, no mailboxes, nothing. Then the woods opened and I saw the cabins. There were 5 of them, lined up along a curve of dark water that had to be the lake from the photos. Each cabin was a squat rectangle of gray wood with a little porch. They stood far enough apart for privacy, but close enough to feel like part of one property. Cabin 1 had a blue plastic chair on the porch and a warped welcome mat that looked like it had not seen a broom in months. Cabin 2 had its curtains drawn tight and a stack of firewood beside the door. Cabin 3 was darker than the others, its front door deeply shadowed under the porch roof. Cabin 4 looked like it might be sagging in the middle. Cabin 5, at the far end by the trees, had a bright yellow canoe leaned against the rail. The parking area was just 2 bare patches of flattened grass and dirt near the road. No cars. No signs of recent use. I parked near Cabin 1, turned off the engine, and sat there for a minute. It was very quiet. No highway sounds, no planes overhead, only the faint ripple of water and an occasional bird call. A small part of me wondered when the last time was that these places had been used, but the listing had been posted only a month earlier. Someone had to be handling them. I got out with my duffel and cooler. The air had that damp forest smell, leaves and old wood and water. The dirt road ended right near the cabins. There was no sign of any other way in or out. The instructions from Paul said my place was Cabin 2. The key was in a lockbox under the porch rail. I walked past Cabin 1, the boards creaking slightly under my weight, and found Cabin 2. Up close, the wood looked even more weathered. The door was scarred, and the paint on the frame peeled in long strips. Under the rail, exactly where the email said, I found the small black lockbox. It opened with the 4-digit code Paul had sent, and inside was a single tarnished brass key. The cabin door stuck for a second, then gave with a dry sigh. Inside it was dim and smelled of dust and old fabric. The layout was simple. One main room with a small kitchen in the corner, a table, a worn couch, and a double bed against the far wall. A closed door off to the side probably led to a tiny bathroom. I saw no television, no microwave, no clock. A few small details felt off. The curtains over the one window were hung crooked, as if someone had pulled them hard. The table had a ring from a wet cup, even though the surface was layered with dust. By the couch was an ashtray with 2 cigarette butts that looked more recent than anything else. The place felt like someone had left in a hurry, and no one had bothered to really clean it. There was no cell signal inside when I checked. When I went back out on the porch and held my phone up, 1 bar of weak service flickered in and out. I decided not to rely on it. I unloaded the cooler and bag, made the bed with the sheets I had brought, and cracked the small window an inch for air. Then I stepped back outside to look around. From the porch I could see the lake more clearly. It was smaller than the photos made it seem, ringed with trees that leaned close. There was a short dock made of old boards, crooked but still intact, and a metal fire ring with a half-collapsed bench nearby. No signs of life. No smoke from chimneys, no music, no voices. I could not even hear distant cars. It felt like the entire place had been forgotten by the world. As I stood there, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. Up at Cabin 3, a curtain moved. It was only a slight shift, a slow slide of fabric, as if an invisible hand had drawn it back an inch to peer out. Then it stilled. I stared, heart picking up a beat. Maybe I had imagined it. Or maybe Paul had another guest up here. That would explain why the place was so cheap. Multiple renters at the same time. I lifted a hand in a half wave toward Cabin 3, feeling a little stupid. Nothing happened. No door opened. No one stepped out. The cabin sat there, gray and silent, the window dark now behind the curtain. After a minute, I shook it off. Someone else being here might even be comforting. At least if I twisted an ankle, there would be another human within shouting range. I spent the afternoon walking the narrow path that circled part of the lake. The trail was faint, but there. I saw no other cabins or docks, just the same 5 structures I had first seen. On the far side of the water, I looked back toward the little cluster. From that angle, the cabins looked even more isolated. Just 5 forgotten boxes sunk into the tree line. I thought again about how cheap the place had been. As I made my way back to cabin 2, I saw something that made me stop. On the porch rail of cabin 3 sat a coffee mug. It had not been there when I arrived. I was sure of that. The mug was white with some faded logo, and steam rose from it in a thin line. Someone was inside that cabin, close enough to hear my footsteps, watching me from behind their curtain. I felt suddenly self-conscious about the way I had walked around earlier, about the way I had scanned the place when I arrived. I told myself to relax. People were allowed to keep to themselves. This was exactly what I had come here for. I went back inside my cabin, cooked some canned soup on the small propane stove, and tried to settle in. As the light outside faded, the woods grew darker, faster than they did in the city. By 6:30, the window was just a rectangle of black. The quiet changed too. Afternoon quiet had felt peaceful. Night quiet felt heavier. While I ate at the table, I heard a faint creak from outside, like someone stepping on an old board. The sound came from the direction of cabin 3. I turned off the stove and listened harder. Another creak, then the soft scrape of wood, maybe a chair being moved, then silence. I waited to hear voices, laughter, a radio, nothing. Whoever was in that cabin moved like they did not want to be heard. I decided to introduce myself the next day. Maybe knowing there was a normal person there would take the edge off. I went to bed early, around 9. The mattress was lumpy and the covers smelled like old detergent, but I was tired from the drive. I lay in the dim light from my phone for a while, scrolling through downloaded articles, then let the screen go dark. Sometime later, I woke up with a dry throat. The cabin was fully dark. I fumbled for my watch. A little after 1 in the morning. For a moment, I lay there disoriented. The air inside the cabin felt colder. I could hear the faint trickle of water against the shore outside and some small animal movement in the brush. Then I realized something else. There were footsteps on the porch. They were soft, almost careful. But in the silence, they sounded very clear. A weight on one board, a pause, then another, moving very slowly across the front of the cabin. I held my breath, every muscle going tight. The steps reached the area by the window and stopped. The glass was only a few feet from the bed, separated by thin walls and worn curtains. I had the sudden, intense feeling that someone stood inches away from me on the other side, listening. My hand groped for the small flashlight on the crate beside the bed. I closed my fingers around it, but did not turn it on. I did not want to throw light on myself. There was a soft sound at the window, not tapping, more like a shift of weight. Then the slow exhale of breath. Not mine. The glass fogged in a small circular patch, then cleared. Whoever was out there was close enough that their breath touched the window. The urge to shout was strong. So was the urge to stay completely still. I compromised. "Who is that?" I said, my voice low but firm. "You have the wrong cabin." There was a long pause. Then the footsteps retreated, sliding back across the porch, down the steps, and away toward the dark. I lay in the bed with my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I listened for a door opening at cabin 3, for any sign of movement. The night stayed quiet. Sleep was impossible after that. I waited for the first pale light at the edges of the curtains, then threw on a sweatshirt and stepped outside. The boards of the porch were worn enough that it was hard to see clear prints, but near the window, the dust looked scuffed. I walked down to the dirt and circled to the side where the window was. No gravel path, no pavement, just pressed earth and a strip of flattened weeds. In that strip, I could see faint impressions from boots, not very clear, but definitely human. They came from the direction of cabin 3, stopped at my window, then headed back that way. The mug on cabin 3 porch rail was gone. The curtains there were shut tight again. No sound came from inside. I stood there for a minute, debating whether to go knock. Maybe it was a drunk guest who had mixed up cabins. Maybe they would be embarrassed and apologetic. Something about the way the footsteps had paused, the way the person moved, did not fit that. It felt deliberate, like they had wanted to see who I was, how I slept, what I did when startled. I let it go, at least for that moment. I made coffee with my camping stove, took my mug down to the fire ring near the water, and tried to enjoy the morning. Mist clung low over the lake, softened the far shore. Bird calls echoed through the trees. After a while, I heard a new sound. A door opening behind me. I turned my head. Cabin 3 door stood cracked open a few inches. A man stood in the gap, half in shadow. He looked to be late 40s or early 50s, wiry build, dark hair with too much gray for his age. His clothes were layered, worn jeans and a faded jacket 2 sizes too big. From where I sat, I could not see his eyes clearly, just the outline of his face. We looked at each other for a long moment. "Morning," I called, trying to keep my voice casual. He did not answer right away. Then his mouth moved. "You are in too," he said. His voice sounded oddly flat. "Do you like it?" I shrugged, mug warm in my hands. "It is fine," I said. "Quiet. That is what I wanted." He nodded slowly. "I like quiet too," he said. "People do not come out here much anymore." "Are you staying long?" I asked. He tilted his head in a small, jerky motion, as if considering the question. "As long as I can." The way he said it made my skin prickle. He stepped out onto the porch then, and in the clearer light I finally saw his eyes. They were pale, almost colorless blue, with the unfocused look of someone who had spent a lot of time staring past people rather than at them. I stood from the bench and turned toward him. "I am Jason," I said. "Are you renting from Paul, too?" Something flickered in his expression at the name. "Sure," he said. "From Paul." He did not offer his own name. We stood in awkward silence for a moment. I looked toward the other cabins and noticed something new. On the door of cabin 1, a paper was taped crookedly. From this distance I could not read it, but a large red shape in the center looked like some kind of notice. When I glanced back at cabin 3, the man was still watching me. "Do you walk the trails?" he asked, thin smile at the edges of his mouth. "There are paths in the woods." I shook my head. "Not yet," I said. "Maybe later. I was thinking of going into town today." All at once his expression went tight. "You just got here," he said, voice sharper now. "Why would you go back?" I heard my own answer in my head before I spoke it. "Because someone came to my window at 1 in the morning and breathed on the glass." Out loud I said, "Just to pick up some groceries and more coffee." His shoulders loosened a little. "Stores close early," he said. "You have to be back before dark." Then he turned around and went back into his cabin. The door closed with a soft thud. I did not hear a lock turn. I stared at that closed door for a long time. The idea of leaving suddenly did not feel like cowardice. It felt smart. But I had paid for 2 nights, and a stubborn part of me did not want to run because of one strange neighbor. Before I drove anywhere, I decided to check the note on cabin 1. Up close I could see that the paper was not from Paul. It was a bright Orange County notice, the kind that usually gets nailed to condemned buildings. Some of the text was blurred from rain, but the words "unsafe structure" and "no occupancy" stood out clear. At the bottom was a date from almost 2 years earlier. I tried the knob. It turned easily. The door was not even locked. Inside, cabin 1 looked worse than mine. Ceiling stains, broken chair, mouse droppings on the counter. A narrow mattress leaned against the wall. Someone had spray-painted a crude symbol in black over the far window. Nobody had rented this place in a long time. I backed out, an uneasy suspicion forming. I walked to cabin 4 and 5 and looked at their doors. Both had the same orange notices. Both doors were locked, but the windows showed empty, dusty interiors. No fresh bedding, no food on tables. It looked like no one had been in them for months or longer. Only cabin 2, mine, had no notice on the door. Only cabin 2 had a stocked kitchen, a made bed, and a working lockbox outside. And only cabin 3, where the pale-eyed man stayed, had no notice and no lockbox at all. As I stood between the empty cabins, phone in hand, I saw that I had one weak bar of service. The rational part of me said to call the number on the listing and ask Paul why most of his rentals were condemned by the county. I opened the app and pulled up the message thread. The profile for Paul had no picture. The number was just a string of digits, not local. The last message from him was the short one with the lockbox code. When I hit call, the line rang twice. Then a robotic voice told me the number was not in service. Something cold crawled up my spine. I thought of the question the man in cabin 3 had asked. "You just got here. Why would you go back?" I turned around slowly and looked toward his cabin. The curtain in the front window had a narrow gap in it. I could not see his face, but I felt watched. I decided to leave. The realization came all at once, like a switch flipping. I did not want another night out here with a stranger who walked right up to windows in the dark and implied he lived here indefinitely. I did not want to see what happened if I stayed past dusk after suggesting I might go to town. I walked back to cabin 2 at a steady pace, not wanting to seem rushed. Inside, I stuffed my clothes back in my duffel, grabbed my toiletries from the bathroom, and packed the cooler. I checked the corners for anything I might forget. The whole time I listened for footsteps on the porch. When I stepped outside with the first load, cabin 3 door was shut. The mug was back on the porch rail. I told myself to ignore the feeling of eyes on my back and made 2 quick trips to the car. As I was closing the trunk the last time, a voice spoke behind me. "Leaving already?" I turned. The man from cabin 3 stood at the edge of the dirt between our places, hands in his jacket pockets. He was closer than I expected, and I had not heard him approach. Something about that made my heart stutter. I forced a smile that felt thin. "Yeah," I said. Something came up. Family thing. I figured I should head back. He looked past me at the packed car. "You did not stay long," he said. "Most people do not." His tone suggested something else under the words. I shrugged. "Maybe I will come back another time," I said. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Paul will not be here next time," he said. I waited for him to explain, but he did not. "How long have you been out here?" I asked. The question slipped out before I could stop it. His gaze drifted toward the lake. "Long enough?" he said. "People stopped coming after. The county tried to shut it down, said it was unsafe." He looked at me again. "They forgot one cabin." He said it like a secret. I opened the driver door, pulse thumping in my ears. "Well," I said, "good luck with everything." He stepped a little closer, just enough that I caught the smell of stale smoke and something like damp wool. "You did not like me checking on you last night," he said very softly. The words hit me like a slap. My throat felt dry. "You scared me," I said. "It was dark. I did not know who you were." His pale eyes shone faintly in the daylight. "Everyone is scared," he said. "That is why I watch, to see who leaves and who stays. The ones who stay cause trouble." He took one more step in. We were close enough now that I could see the cracked skin on his hands, the dirt under his nails. "Are you trouble?" he asked. The question hung in the air between us. Birds called somewhere high in the trees. The lake lapped gently at the shore. My fingers tightened on the door handle. "No," I said. "I am leaving." We held each other's eyes for what felt like a long time. Then he smiled. It was a quick, crooked thing that did not match his gaze. "Good," he said. "The road is rough when it gets dark." He stepped back, hands still in his pockets, and watched while I climbed into the car and started the engine. As I pulled away, I kept my eyes on him in the mirror. He did not wave. He just stood there between cabin 2 and cabin 3, growing smaller as the trees closed in. When I reached the main road, my hands were shaking. My phone picked up full service again and buzzed with a couple of old notifications, but I ignored them. I called the county office number printed on the condemnation notice. After a few transfers, I reached someone in building inspections. I told them I had stayed one night at Pine Hollow Cabins, and that most had unsafe notices, and that there was a man living in one. The woman on the phone sighed. "We posted those cabins after a structural assessment," she said. "No one was supposed to be renting them. We sent letters to the owner but never heard back." She paused. "There should not be anybody living out there." I asked who the listed owner was. She gave a name that was not Paul, a woman who had died 5 years earlier. When I mentioned the man in cabin 3, the woman grew more serious. She took down my account, then said they would send a sheriff out when they could. Maybe they did. Maybe that man melted back into the woods before anyone got there. Maybe he still lives in that unlisted cabin on the edge of the lake, watching the empty doors and waiting for the rare person who finds the old listing and books a cheap, quiet weekend. I deleted the app I used to rent that place. I changed my number a year later for unrelated reasons. But sometimes I wonder if a message ever came after I left. Something like, "You should have stayed." Or maybe nothing at all. Just a silent profile with no picture, still offering a rustic escape. Cash only. Key in the lockbox of cabin 2. I was 32 when the nightmare started again, but the thing that caused them happened when I was 9. By then, my mother had already told herself it was just a strange memory, and my father had decided I made the whole thing up. I tried for years to believe them. It was easier than believing what I remember. When I was 9, my family moved to a small town at the edge of a big patch of woods. My parents were trying to fix their marriage with a fresh start. I only cared that I finally had a yard and trees and a place to ride my bike without traffic. The house was an old one-story place with peeling white paint and a leaning wooden fence that separated our yard from the neighbor behind us. On that other side, there was another small house that sat closer to the street. Between the two backyards was a narrow gap of dirt and weeds where the fence had rotted away in spots. The first day we pulled into the driveway, I saw someone watching us through the gap. He was a skinny boy about my age, in a faded blue t-shirt, standing in the shadow between the houses. His hair was too short, like it had been buzzed at home, and he kept one hand on the fence post while he watched my dad carry boxes. He did not wave or call out, just stared. I looked back at him once, then again, expecting him to smile or look away. He did not. His eyes were pale, almost gray, and I remember thinking he looked older than me in some hard way I could not explain. When my mother noticed me standing there, she followed my gaze. The boy noticed her and stepped backward, so the shadow swallowed him. "Friendly neighborhood you picked," my dad joked, but it fell flat. That first night I lay in my new room, with the window cracked open to let in cooler air. I could hear crickets and the distant rush of a highway. Somewhere a dog barked for a long time. It was a different soundtrack than the city apartment we had left behind. I was just falling asleep when I heard a creak from the side of the house, close to my window. The kind of sound old wood makes when someone steps on it. Then a soft scrape, like a shoe on dirt. I froze, staring at the shadow on my ceiling made by the street lamp outside. The sound came again, closer. "Dad?" I called out, my voice thin. No answer. The house went quiet. After a minute, I told myself it was the neighbors or a raccoon and rolled over, pulling the blanket up to my chin. The next morning, when I went out back to explore, I saw the boy again. He was sitting on the other side of the leaning fence, knees pulled up, watching our kitchen door. "Hi," I said, trying to sound casual. His eyes flicked to me. Then he glanced at the house, like he was checking if anyone else was looking. "You just move in." "Yeah, I am Tyler." He hugged his knees tighter. "I am Aaron." We stared at each other for a few seconds. There was a bare patch, where 2 fence boards were missing, and we stood there, with that gap between us, like it was a doorway. "You want to come over?" I asked. "I have a new basketball." He shook his head fast. "I am not allowed." "Why not?" He hesitated. "My dad says not to bother people." The way he said "dad" made my chest feel tight. I had heard other kids say it that way, not just as a word, but as something you stayed careful around. From inside my house, my mother called me for breakfast. "I got to go," I said. "You can come play if you want." He nodded once but did not move. Over the next few weeks, Aaron became part of my routine. He never came all the way into our yard, never stepped through the gate. Instead, he would appear at the fence in the late afternoon and watch while I shot hoops or kicked a ball around. Sometimes we talked. He liked to ask questions. What video games I had. What school was like. He said he did not go to school anymore. "Why?" I asked. "My dad teaches me things at home," he said. Then he changed the subject. I never saw his father at first. I only heard him sometimes, shouting that rolled through the thin walls of their house and drifted between the yards. A heavy voice, ugly even when I could not make out the words. Whenever that voice started up, Aaron went silent. He would slowly lower himself out of sight of the gap and vanish. After a while, I stopped inviting him to come over because I knew the answer. I just talked to him where he was, leaning on the fence, feeling important because he listened to every story I told like it was the best thing he had heard. One Saturday afternoon, my parents were out front talking to a neighbor about gutters. I was in the back by myself, trying to bounce my basketball off the wall and catch it behind my back. Someone spoke from the shadows by the fence, but it was not Aaron. "You, Tyler." I turned. A man stood in the narrow channel between the houses, in the same place where I had first seen Aaron. He wore a stained white t-shirt and jeans, and his bare arms were covered in washed-out tattoos. His hair was cut short the same way as Aaron, but his eyes were darker. "Yeah," I said. He jerked his head toward his yard. "Come here a second." Every warning teachers ever gave us about strangers flickered through my mind, but technically, he was not a stranger. He was the dad, our neighbor. I stepped closer, only until I could see him better. He smelled like sweat and cigarette smoke. "You been talking to my boy?" he asked. "Yeah, at the fence. You invite him over here." His voice was flat, but there was something just under it that made my stomach twist. I shrugged, suddenly nervous. "Sometimes." He said he was not allowed, so he did not. The man stared at me so long my face started to feel hot. Then he smiled, but the smile never reached his eyes. He told me, "Just remember, he stays on his side. You stay on yours. That is how it works." He reached out and tapped the top board of the fence with a thick finger. "Fence means no. Understand?" I nodded. "Good boy." He backed away, never turning his back on me, and disappeared behind his house. That night, the noises outside my window came back. Slow steps on dirt, a rustle of bushes, the faint click of something against the siding. I lay very still, afraid that if I moved, whoever it was would know I was awake. After a while, there was a soft scratching against the screen of my window. "Tyler." It was a whisper. There was no question who it belonged to. I slid out of bed and crept to the window. My heart beat so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I eased the curtain aside a few inches, Aaron's face was right there, an inch from the glass. I flinched back and almost cried out. He looked worse up close than he ever had at the fence. One eye was ringed with yellow and purple, like an old bruise. There was a fresh red mark on his cheek. "Let me in," he whispered. "Please, just for a second." I tried to open the window more, but it stuck. My hands were shaking so bad the frame rattled. "What are you doing here?" I hissed. He kept glancing back toward his own house. In the faint light from the street, I could see that his feet were bare and there was dirt on his shirt. "I cannot go back inside yet. He said he is going to fix me." "Who?" Aaron stared at me like I had asked the dumbest question on earth. "My dad. You have to let me in." Just then, a floorboard creaked in the hallway outside my room. My mother coughed, and I heard the toilet flush. If she came in and saw a boy outside my window in the middle of the night, if his father found out, I had no idea what would happen. "Go to the front porch," I whispered. "I will try to get the door." Aaron shook his head so hard, his teeth clicked. "He will see me. He always sees." Voices started up in his house. Loud, slurred, words I could not understand. A bottle clinked against something. Aaron flinched. His eyes went shiny. "Please, Tyler." I wanted to pull the whole window out and drag him in by the shoulders. Instead, I just stood there. From down the hall, my dad's voice rumbled, half asleep. "Tyler, you up." I panicked. "You have to go," I whispered. "Come back in the morning. I will talk to my parents. They will help." He stared at me for 1 second, then 2. Then his face shut down in this blank way that I still see when I close my eyes. "Okay," he said. He backed away into the shadows, the sound of his bare feet in the dirt fading quickly. By the time my dad opened my door, I was in bed, pretending to sleep. He told me to stop playing around and close my eyes. I lay there feeling the guilt sit in my chest like a stone. In the morning, I went straight to the kitchen and tried to tell my parents about Aaron. I told them he was scared, that his dad hit him, that maybe we should call someone. My mother frowned and said I should not make up stories about people I barely knew. My father said kids exaggerate and maybe his dad just yelled a lot. I said he had come to my window. My dad's expression changed at that. He came into our yard at night. I nodded hard. That is not okay, my dad said. I will talk to him. He got up and went to the back door. Jaw set. I followed, my stomach buzzing with nerves. When he opened the door and stepped onto the porch, the first thing we both noticed was the silence. No cartoons playing next door. No music. The windows of the other house were dark. Later, I would know why. My dad walked to the fence and shouted hello a few times. No answer. He turned back to me. See, no one is even there. Probably just a dream, Ty. I knew it had not been a dream. But the moment passed, and adults have a way of making you feel like your memories are soft and bendable. Still, I refused to let it go completely. I watched the fence that day and the next. On the third day, I saw the boy again. He was in the narrow space between the houses, sitting on the ground with his back against the wall. His arms were wrapped around his knees, and his face was turned toward the dirt. Aaron, I called in a loud whisper. He did not look up at first. When he did, his eyes seemed wrong, almost glassy. You okay? He nodded slowly. You do not come outside anymore, I said. He blinked. I am not supposed to. The bruise around his eye had faded, but there were new marks on his forearms, round and ugly, like someone had pressed something hot against his skin. You can come to my yard, I said. I will tell my dad. He shook his head. He ain't your dad, he said finally. My throat tightened. What does that mean? Aaron stared at me a long time before he answered. My real dad left when I was little. Mom brought this one home and said he was my new dad. He is not. He just lives here. He looked over his shoulder, toward the back door of his house. He likes to watch from the window, Aaron said. When you think you are alone out here, he stands back where you cannot see the glass, and he watches. A chill ran up my spine. Why? Aaron shrugged. He says he is making sure you do not mess around with his fence, but that is not why. Before I could ask what he meant, I heard that heavy voice call his name from inside. The boy flinched like he had been shot. I have to go. He scrambled up and disappeared. That night, the noises outside my window changed. They were not hesitant anymore. The steps were solid, confident. The scratching at the screen was more like a slow dragging this time. Tyler, it was not Aaron. The voice was deeper, but forced into a whisper that made my skin crawl. Tyler, open up. We need to talk. Every hair on my body stood up. I did not move. I see you awake in there. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. I wanted to scream for my dad, but my jaw would not unlock. The screen rattled. Metal strained. Then there was a pop and a soft thud as the screen fell outward onto the grass. The window itself was still closed. A pale shape moved just beyond the glass. A face, too close, features distorted. The man smiled at me, his teeth small and uneven. Scared you, he mouthed. Then he laughed under his breath so softly that if I had not been so focused, I might have missed it. His hand came up, and he pressed his fingers to the window, tracing slow circles near my face. His eyes moved over my room, taking in everything. You tell your daddy I've been coming around. I managed the smallest shake of my head. Good. That is smart. He leaned in until his nose almost touched the glass. You and my boy. You sneak around, talking about me. My lungs burned. I had told my parents some things. Had that somehow gotten back to him? He tilted his head, watching my panic with something like amusement. Do not worry. I took care of it. He said it calmly, like he was talking about fixing a leak. Then he stepped back into the dark and was gone. I stayed awake until morning, staring at the empty square where the screen used to be. When it was light enough, I ran to my parents' room. I told them he had tried to get in, that he had ripped the screen off. My father went outside, stomped around, came back in with the bent frame in his hand. He was furious. This is it, he said. I am calling the police. They came out and talked to my parents in the kitchen. I listened from the hall, only catching pieces, prior complaints. They knew the man. They had been there before for loud noises and arguments. They walked over to his house and knocked for a long time. No one answered. They said they would file a report and that we should keep our doors and windows locked. For 3 days, nothing happened. I did not see Aaron at the fence. I did not hear shouting. The other house sat dark, curtains drawn in the middle of the day. On the 4th day, a smell drifted over the fence. It was sickly, sweet, and heavy. Flies buzzed around our back porch. My mother called someone again. This time more officers came. An ambulance. A white van. They were in the neighbor's yard a long time. When they brought the stretchers out, they were covered. One was adult size. One was smaller. My mother pulled me away from the window and told me to go to my room. I heard her crying in the hall later, her voice low as she talked to my dad. Words like, "Too late," and "we should have believed him," and "oh God." I stared at my bare window frame and tried to understand that Aaron would never appear at the fence again. In the days that followed, adults talked in hushed tones. I caught pieces of the story my parents tried to hide from me. Gas line, faulty heater, a leak in the night, accident. That was the official version. Years later, when I was old enough, I looked up the old news articles. Only a few short paragraphs. A man and his stepson found dead in their home from an apparent gas leak. No foul play suspected. That line is the one that always sticks in my head. No foul play suspected. I remember the empty look in Aaron's eyes at the fence, the burns on his arms, the way he begged to come in my window, and I turned him away. I remember the quiet satisfaction in the man's whisper when he said he had taken care of it. People tell me memory distorts things, that kids misunderstand what they see, that maybe Aaron died in an accident and the rest is my guilt filling in the blanks. Maybe, but some nights, when I visit my parents and stay in that old room, I wake up to the faint sound of steps in the dirt outside the wall. Not the heavy ones from back then, lighter ones, bare feet. Sometimes I hear a soft voice, right at the edge of sleep. Tyler. It does not sound angry, just tired. I lie there and stare at the window, which now has a new screen and a lock my dad installed himself. I tell myself that everything that happened is over. The neighbor's house is empty. The fence is new. The yard is safe. Then I remember how Aaron told me his father liked to stand just out of sight and watch. Every time I feel that presence outside the glass, I know exactly which one of them I hope it is. When I was 10, my family lived on a quiet street that curved around a shallow hill. The houses were close enough that you could hear lawnmowers on Saturday mornings and parents calling kids inside for dinner. It was the kind of street adults like to talk about as safe. I believed them until the summer I noticed the boy in the basement window across from us. His house sat lower on its lot than ours. From my bedroom window on the 2nd floor, I could look straight into one narrow basement room. The glass was old and rippled at the edges, and a thin curtain hung crooked across the top. Most days it looked empty. A bare bulb, a floor of concrete, a mattress folded against a wall. One night in early June, I woke to a tapping sound. I remember thinking it might be a branch hitting my window, even though there were no trees that close. I sat up, rubbed my eyes, and looked out. The boy was standing in the basement window, staring up at me. He looked my age, maybe a year older. His skin was pale in the way of someone who did not go outside much. His hair was dark and messy. His hands were pressed to the glass. When he saw me looking back, he nodded once, a quick jerk of his chin, like he had been waiting for me to wake up. I froze, unsure if I was dreaming. He pointed at me. Then he pointed at the basement door behind him. He made a motion like turning a knob. Then he pressed a finger to his lips. I whispered what then felt stupid because he could not hear me. He held up both hands with his fingers spread, showing the number 10. Then he curled his hands into fists. Then he held up 5, 10, then 5, 10, 15. I nodded slowly. He stepped back, letting the curtain fall. I sat awake until my alarm clock glowed 10:15. Then I crept to the window again. He was there, Same place. Hands pressed to the glass. He mouthed 2 words. Help me. My stomach twisted. I wanted to run to my parents' room, but something in his expression made me stop. It was not fear exactly, more like resignation, like he had tried this before and hoped maybe this time someone would listen. I raised a hand and tried to signal back. What do you need? He pointed upward. At me. Then he pointed to the side, toward the street between us. Then he pointed behind himself again. His motions grew frantic. He shook his head hard. Something is wrong down here. A shape passed behind him. A shadow that moved across the far wall of the basement. The boy's face tightened. He stepped away from the glass fast and ducked out of sight. I flinched back from my own window, heart hammering. Nothing else happened that night. The next morning, I watched the house across the street. I expected police cars or shouting or something dramatic. Instead, I saw a man carry a box to a truck. He was tall, thick around the middle, with a heavy beard and a stiff walk. He loaded the box into the truck bed, went back inside, came out with another box. No sign of the boy, no sign of anyone else. Later that morning, I decided to go outside. I rode my bike in slow circles on the sidewalk. Each time I passed the house, I looked for movement in the basement window. Nothing. When the man came out again, he stopped when he saw me. His eyes were small and deep-set. He watched me without smiling. You live up there, kid. I nodded. He looked at my bike. You stay on your side of the street. Those are the rules. I did not know what to say. I muttered a quiet okay and pedaled away as calmly as I could. That afternoon, I told my mom I thought maybe there was a boy kept in the basement across the street. She laughed gently and said, sometimes kids imagine things when they move to new places. When I insisted, she said the man was a widower who worked nights and handled estate cleanouts. She said the basement window just looked lower because of the way the yard sloped. I did not argue, but that night I stayed awake watching that window. At 10:15, the light inside flicked on. The boy appeared again. His lip was split. One of his eyes was swollen. He lifted his shirt slightly to show a bruise that wrapped around his ribs like a purple belt. I pushed my window open quietly. Do you need me to call someone? I whispered. He shook his head violently. His eyes darted to the stairs behind him. He pressed both palms to the glass. Then he traced letters on the window. It took me a minute to understand. Door. Unlocked. Behind him the shadow passed again. He stiffened. The light went out. His face disappeared. I lay awake shaking until morning. The next night I waited again. At 10:15 the light turned on. The boy was not there. Instead, the man was standing in the window, staring up at me. His smile was thin and stretched too wide. He raised one hand and tapped the glass 3 times with one knuckle. Tap, tap, tap. Then he mouthed the sentence so clearly I still hear it in my head. I see you watching. I fell backward off my bed and hit the floor so hard my teeth clicked. By the time I got up, the window was dark again. I told my dad the next morning. Not everything, but enough. I said the man scared me, that he watched me at night, that I thought a kid lived there and needed help. My dad sighed and said I had a wild imagination. He walked across the street later that day to talk to the man while I watched from our porch. I could not hear what they said, but I saw the man smile, that thin smile again. My dad came back looking embarrassed. He said, you have been staring in his windows at night, my dad told me. You cannot do that. People do not like being spied on. I tried to tell him the boy had asked me to watch, that someone was hurting him, but my dad held up a hand. No more stories. He said it in the tone that ended conversations. That night I considered sleeping in the living room. Instead, I sat at my window with my lights off. I kept telling myself that if something happened and I was not watching, I would never forgive myself. The light in the basement snapped on. The boy was back. He held something against the glass. A small cardboard sign. Marker letters. My breath caught when I read it. He is going to kill me. I pushed up my window. I am going to get my parents, I whispered. He shook his head so hard I thought he might fall. He will hear. He always hears. Behind him there was movement. A heavy footstep on concrete. The boy flinched. Then I heard something I had never heard before. A low voice drifting up through the night air. The man was talking to him, calmly, too calmly, like someone talking to a dog that had chewed something it should not have. You do not talk to the neighbors. Remember the rule. You do not talk unless I say you can. The boy's shoulders pulled tight. He stared straight up at me. His lips barely moved as he mouthed two words. Not safe. Then the light went out again. I could not stop shaking. I wanted to call the police, but I knew my parents would hear. I sat in bed with my hands over my ears until I fell asleep by accident. The next morning, I woke to sirens. 2 police cars, 1 ambulance. People gathered on the sidewalks. My dad was already outside talking to one of the officers. My mom kept trying to stop me from going out, but I slipped past her. They brought someone out on a stretcher, covered with a sheet. Then another smaller stretcher, also covered. My throat closed. I heard a neighbor talking quietly to another. The man had been found unresponsive in his recliner. Carbon monoxide. A faulty vent in the basement. They said he never woke up. The second body belonged to a teenage relative who had been staying with him for the summer. They did not give a name. They did not need to. I told the police everything. Every detail. Every night. Every signal. They wrote things down and nodded and said I had been brave. One officer put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Sometimes we see what we want to see because we are scared." When I insisted the boy had asked for help, he gave me a sad look. "Kid, if there was someone alive down there, we would have found them." But I knew what I had seen. I knew the bruises on the boy's body. I knew the way he looked at me through the glass. I knew the fear in his eyes. I knew he was real. After the house was cleared out, the basement window was boarded over. A for sale sign went up. People walked by and shook their heads at the tragedy. For years I tried to convince myself the officers were right, that maybe I had misunderstood, that maybe the boy had already died before I ever saw him, and my brain filled in details to explain sounds in the night. But I remember the tapping. I remember the cardboard sign. I remember the man smiling at me. I remember the way the boy's breath fogged the glass. 2 years ago, I visited my parents for a weekend. The house across the street had been sold and remodeled. Kids ran through the yard. A new basement window looked out onto the grass. That night, long after everyone had gone to bed, I stepped into my old room and looked out. The basement light across the street flicked on. A shape moved into the window. A face. Pale. Eyes too familiar. The boy looked up at me. Then he lifted one hand and tapped the glass 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. I stepped back, hands shaking. He did not hold a sign this time. He only mouthed one sentence before the light snapped off. "You saw me." When I was 35, I managed a small self-storage facility on the edge of town. It was the kind of place you drive past without noticing. A long row of metal buildings painted a sick shade of beige. A front office with a sliding glass window. A keypad at the gate that beeped too loudly. Most days were boring, in a comforting way. People came in, people left. I swept the hallways, checked locks, and drank too much gas station coffee. Nothing strange ever happened there until the winter a family rented Unit 128. The father filled out the paperwork in silence. His name was Thomas Hale. His wife stood behind him holding a cardboard box, her knuckles white around the edges. A girl around 13 hovered close to her side. Her hair covered most of her face and she kept one hand pressed tightly against her left ear. Most customers are distracted or tired or rushed. This family looked frightened. I tried to talk a little. Weather, small talk, holiday plans. None of it landed. When I asked if they needed a unit with climate control, the mother shook her head sharply. "No, the regular one is fine," meaning the cheaper ones. The dark ones. The ones that stayed cold, even in the summer. I gave them a map and a temporary code, and watched them drive through the gate in an old SUV packed to the roof with boxes. That should have been the end of it. But the next night, just after 10, the gate beeped again. I had already locked the office and was doing my last rounds of the property. The Hale SUV rolled in with no headlights on until the last second. It crawled down the middle lane toward Unit 128. I watched from a distance. People break rules all the time, storing stuff at night, coming after hours. Usually, I just remind them to stick to posted hours and leave it at that. But something about the way that SUV approached the unit made me stay still. The headlights swept across the row of roll-up doors like they were searching for something. The vehicle stopped at 128. The father got out and opened the unit. Inside, I saw nothing but stacked boxes and a piece of furniture covered with a sheet. The mother stayed inside the car. The girl stepped out slowly. She kept that hand pressed tight against her ear as if blocking a noise that only she could hear. Thomas opened the back door of the SUV and lifted out another box. The girl whispered something. He froze. Then he shut the door again, without taking anything out. He walked to the girl and crouched in front of her. The words were too far away to hear, but the tone was pleading. The girl shook her head. Hard. Finally, Thomas nodded once. He led her to the open storage unit. She stopped at the threshold. Her whole body went stiff. Then she pointed inside. Her mother yelled something from the SUV. A single sharp word that echoed. Thomas grabbed the girl by the shoulders and pulled her back. She stumbled and nearly fell. The mother jumped out to steady her. They loaded up fast after that. Slamming unit door. Lock snapping shut. SUV squealing out of the gate with its tires slipping on the cold asphalt. I stood there, staring at the padlock on Unit 128. Something about the way the girl pointed bothered me. I could still see her finger extended. A single small hand aimed into an empty unit, like she was pointing at someone she could see, and I could not. The next morning, I checked the cameras. The angle on that row is not great. I could see the father, the mother, the girl. I watched as she pointed into the unit. Nothing was visible inside but darkness. I rewound and watched again. In the still frame, the girl's face was visible for a moment as she pointed. Her eyes were wide and wild, and fixed on something deep inside the unit. Her mouth was open like she was in mid-scream, but the audio did not pick up anything. I told myself not to think too hard about it. People panic. Families fight. Kids have fears that do not make sense to adults. I had no reason to get involved. That held true for 2 days. On the third night, the unit alarm went off. Every unit has a motion sensor tied to the office. When a door is opened without a correct code, the alarm chirps on my panel. Usually, it means someone punched in the wrong number, or used a stolen code. Or a tenant forgot to close their door all the way and wind rattled it open. But this alarm was strange. It sounded at 2 minutes past midnight. The security system showed Unit 128 as open, but the gate had not opened. No cars had entered. No one had punched any code at all. I grabbed my flashlight and radio and walked the row. All the units were closed tight, except 128. The metal door was rolled up halfway. A cold wind blew out of the dark interior and into my face like the breath of a freezer. I pulled the door all the way up. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Cold metal mixed with something sour and sharp. Not rot exactly. More like old water left in a bucket too long. The boxes were stacked neatly along the walls. The sheet-covered furniture stood untouched. Nothing appeared disturbed. I stepped inside with the flashlight. My breath fogged in front of me. The beam lit the concrete floor and the boxes. I swept it across the ceiling. Nothing. Then I heard the sound. A faint tapping from the back corner, as if someone was knocking from behind the wall. I froze. The light trembled in my hand. The tapping came again. 5 slow knocks. Then silence. I stepped backward until I was outside the unit. My instincts screamed to pull the door down and walk away. But if there was someone inside the building structure, a person trapped or hurt, I would be responsible. I called the after-hours maintenance line and reported possible animal activity. That was the best lie I could come up with. Then I waited in my office with the lights on until morning. The next day, I inspected the unit with the maintenance tech. We tapped the walls, checked for rodents, looked for water leaks. Everything seemed normal, too normal. The Hales did not come back that day, or the next. On the 5th day, I called the emergency contact on file. No answer. I left a message explaining there had been an issue with their unit and they needed to check on it. They did not call back. That night I dreamed about the little girl pointing into the dark. In the dream, her arm extended farther than it should have. Her finger bent in a way fingers do not bend. And she whispered something I could not quite hear. A single begging word. Please. I woke covered in sweat. Around 3 in the morning, the alarm went off again. Unit 128. I refused to go alone. I took a long metal pole we used to unstick jammed doors and walked the row with every light on. My breath plumed in the cold air. When I reached 128, the door was open again. This time only a few inches, just enough to show the black gap at the bottom. I crouched and shined my flashlight under the door. 2 bare feet stood just inside the unit. Small feet, child-sized. The toes were pale and still. I jerked backward, tripping over my own boots. The flashlight skittered across the pavement. I scrambled up and grabbed it. When I aimed the beam again, the feet were gone. I swallowed hard and yanked the door open. Empty. Just the cold metal space and boxes stacked the same way they always had been. Not a footprint, not a mark. The concrete was clean and smooth. I stepped in, my heart pounding so loud I felt it in my fingertips. The smell hit again. Old water. Rust. Something stale like it had been trapped a long time. In the far back corner, a single cardboard box had been pulled forward, just enough to be noticeable. I approached it slowly. The top flaps were open. Inside was something wrapped in newspaper. My hand shook as I peeled away the top layer. A framed photograph. I pulled it out carefully. The girl. The same girl from the window. Younger by a few years. Smiling in a way I had never seen her smile. Her hand rested on her mother's shoulder. Her father stood behind them. I stared at the picture. Then I felt the shift of air behind me. A small voice spoke from the doorway. You cannot help her. I spun around. Thomas Hale stood there. He looked older than he had the day he rented the unit. His face was drawn. His clothes hung off him. His eyes were red from crying or lack of sleep. He stepped inside and shut the door behind him. She is gone, he said. His voice cracked. We tried to move. We tried everything. But she always comes back here. He looked around the unit with a strange mix of grief and fear. This place is where she died, he said softly. My chest tightened. He kept talking, the words pouring out like they had been trapped inside him. It was an accident. A real accident. She was helping me pack. I stacked a piece of furniture wrong. It fell. She was right under it. My wife called for help, but it was too late. His voice broke completely. We thought leaving the house would change things. But every night she wakes us. Every night she points at something we cannot see. Every night she begs us to go back to this place, like she is stuck here, like she is trapped in the moment it happened. His eyes filled with tears. I saw you watching from across the row that first night, he said. I thought maybe she wanted your help. Maybe she thought you could see her. But that made it worse. She started showing up more. He rubbed his face with both hands. We tried a priest, a counselor, a medium. Nothing stops her. She keeps coming back here. He looked around the unit again. We cannot keep doing this. Before I could respond, he walked to the doorway and looked up at the metal track of the roll-up door. I tried to stop him. He pulled the chain and yanked the door down with all his weight. The slam echoed down the row. For a second, the unit went completely dark. Then I heard it. A soft tapping from behind me. 5 slow knocks. I turned around, flashlight beam shaking. In the back corner of the unit, a small figure stood. The girl, skin pale, hair falling over her face, one hand pressed to her ear. The other pointed at me. Her eyes were wide and full of something that was not anger and not sadness. Something colder, like she was begging for release from a place she could not leave. I backed toward the door and grabbed the handle. It would not move. The girl stepped closer. Her bare feet made no sound on the concrete. She pointed at the boxes, then at the metal shelving, then at the place where the furniture had once stood. She whispered something, so faint I felt it more than heard it. Still here. I yanked the door again. Thomas grabbed the chain from the outside and pulled. The door screeched upward. Light rushed in. I stumbled out, He slammed the unit shut behind me and locked it. His hands shook so badly, he dropped the keys twice. We both stood there without speaking for a full minute. Finally, he said, "There is nothing else we can do." He walked away without looking back. 2 weeks later, the Hale family moved out of town. Unit 128 sat unpaid for 3 months. Company policy required us to auction abandoned units. On the morning of the auction, I went to cut the lock. It was already cut. The door stood cracked open. Inside the unit, the boxes were gone. Everything gone. Every trace of the family. The floor had been swept. The smell was gone. In the center of the unit lay a single item, a small framed photograph, the same one I had found in the box. The girl in the picture looked straight into the camera with a smile so bright it hurt to look at. Someone had pressed a hand against the glass. A small print, barely visible. I picked it up. The temperature in the unit dropped. My breath fogged. A faint tapping came from somewhere deep inside the wall. 5 slow knocks. I left the photograph on the floor and backed out of the unit. We sealed 128 the next day. Management ordered it welded shut. No more rentals. No more problems. The reason on the official paperwork was structural damage. Now it is just a metal door with no handle. Every morning I see it when I walk the rows. Every morning I feel the weight of eyes from somewhere behind it. Some nights, when I stay late, I hear tapping again. Always 5 slow knocks. People ask me why Unit 128 is closed. I tell them it is unsafe. And it is. But not for the reasons they think. When I was 8, my parents rented a small single-story house on the edge of a quiet neighborhood. It looked normal from the outside. Beige siding, 2 bedrooms, a short driveway, a backyard with crushed leaves, and a sagging chain-link fence. Nothing about it seemed unusual until the first week we moved in and I discovered the hallway closet. It was narrow and deep, wedged between my bedroom and the bathroom. The door was old wood with 6 panels and a tarnished round knob that stuck when you tried to turn it. The closet smelled like dust and old books. The shelves sagged a little. My mom called it perfect for towels. My dad called it extra junk space. I never called it anything because the first time I opened it, I felt something watching me from the back. Not a person, not a shadow, just the unmistakable awareness of eyes where there should not have been any. At first, I blamed the smell, or the dim light, or the way the closet stretched deeper than it should, like someone had built the house around a space they did not want to look at. But when I reached in to touch the wall, I swear the air in there felt warmer than the hallway behind me. I closed the door fast. That night, lying in bed, I heard something move in the hallway. Not walking, not talking, more like a slow drag against wood, a fingertip maybe, or nails. The sound stopped right outside my room. Then I heard a soft click, like a doorknob turning. I turned on my side and stared at my closed bedroom door until my vision blurred. In the morning, I checked the hallway closet again. The door was cracked open half an inch. My mom swore she had not touched it. My dad said the house was old and doors shift. They did not hear the scraping sound the night before. They did not hear anything. The next few days were normal, mostly. I would walk past the closet and feel a pressure in the air, like something leaning forward in the dark. My mom put towels on the top shelf. My dad stuffed a few tools under the bottom shelf. They didn't seem bothered. On the 6th night, the scraping started again. Slow, even. A pause between each, sound like something was thinking. I pulled my blanket over my face and told myself it was branches outside, even though we had no trees near the hallway. When the doorknob clicked, I held my breath. My room stayed silent. The hallway stayed dark. Eventually, the scraping faded. I told myself in the morning that it was a dream. Then, while brushing my teeth, I saw something inside the closet. Bare footprints. Small ones. Not toddler small. Not adult small. About the size of a grown man's feet, but narrower. They were faint, made from dust shifting on the floor, like someone had stepped backward into the deeper part of the closet. I showed my mom. She said I tracked dirt in. I showed my dad. He said dust settles in weird ways in old houses. But that afternoon, when we were all in the living room watching TV, the hallway closet door creaked open by itself. A slow, steady swing, like someone inside the closet had pushed it with their palm. My mom turned off the TV. My dad stood up. We all looked at that doorway. The air in the hallway seemed heavier. A cold draft slid across the carpet. My dad muttered something under his breath and walked over to close it. When he put his hand on the knob, he jerked back like it shocked him. He forced a laugh. Metal is cold, but his face said otherwise. That night the scraping returned earlier. I was not asleep yet. I heard it clearly. A long drag down the inside of the closet door. Then another, like fingernails pulled slow across wood. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. The doorknob turned. Click. I heard the soft whisper of the door opening. The closet was only 6 steps from my bedroom door. I slid off my bed and crouched on the floor, watching the line of light under my door. For a minute, nothing moved. Then a shadow passed across the bottom gap. Someone was standing in the hallway. I clapped my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. The shadow paused. Then it moved slowly toward my room. It stopped right in front of my door. I could see the shape of bare feet, not my dad's. He walked heavier, not my mom's. These feet stood wrong, too still, too quiet. I froze completely. The doorknob to my bedroom shifted, just barely. Once, then again. My door was locked from the inside. My parents installed the lock after I had a nightmare once. The knob rattled softly. A testing sound. Not desperate, not hurried. Patient. After a long moment, the feet turned away. Slow steps padded back toward the closet. Then I heard the closet door close. In the morning, the hallway looked normal. No footprints. No marks. No sign anything had happened. I did not tell my parents. Not because I did not want to, but because I knew they would not believe it. A week passed without anything happening. I stopped checking the closet. I avoided the hallway at night. My parents seemed more tired than usual, snapping at each other over small things. Then, one rainy Saturday night, something changed. I woke to voices, my parents' voices, arguing in the hallway. I sat up fast. The house was dark, except for a faint glow under my door. My dad's voice was tight. "I told you someone is in there." My mom's voice was shaky. "No one is in the closet. You are scaring him." Then a heavy thud. Something hitting the closet door. My dad cursed. My mom gasped. I rushed to my door and cracked it open. My parents stood in the hallway facing the closet. My dad held a flashlight in one hand. My mom stood behind him, gripping his arm. The closet door trembled. I saw it clearly, like someone inside was pressing against it. Thump, thump. My dad stepped closer. My mom pulled him back. Then the door flew open. The force was so strong, the knob hit the wall with a crack. My dad jumped back, raising the flashlight. The beam swung across the inside of the closet. Nothing there. Just shelves, towels, tools. But the back wall looked wrong, bowed slightly, as if a space behind it was pushing forward. My mom grabbed me and held me close. My dad stepped inside the closet. He touched the back wall and swore. It was warm. The rest of the house was cold from the rain. That patch of wall felt like someone had pressed their entire body against it. My dad forced himself to laugh. Heat leak, insulation issue. But the laugh broke halfway through. They closed the door and we slept in the living room that night. The next day, my dad bought a metal hasp and a new lock. He drilled it into the closet door. When he shut the door and snapped the lock closed, the entire hallway seemed to breathe out. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept soundly, but at 3 a.m, I woke to a metallic clicking sound. Click, pause, click. I slid off the couch and peeked into the hallway. The closet lock was bending. The metal hasp pulled forward and trembled, like something inside was yanking it. My dad came running, half awake, shouting. The metal screws popped out of the wood. 1, 2, 3. The lock fell to the floor. The closet door swung open slowly. My dad shined the flashlight inside. Still nothing. Still empty. But the warm air poured out like breath. The smell was wrong now, like sweat soaked into old wood. My dad slammed it shut and held it closed with his whole body. "Call someone!" he shouted. My mom grabbed the phone. We ended up outside in the driveway waiting for police. The rain had stopped, but the street looked darker than usual. Every house except ours felt asleep. When the police arrived, my dad explained everything. Sort of. He said he thought someone had been hiding in the walls. A squatter, maybe. Someone sneaking in at night. It happened sometimes in old houses. The officers searched every inch of the place. Attic, crawl space, vents, closets, bathroom cabinets. Nothing. Before they left, one of them turned to me, voice gentler. "Have you been hearing things in the walls, buddy? Houses settle. Pipes knock. Sometimes it sounds like footsteps." I nodded, even though I knew the sounds were not pipes. After they left, my mom suggested we stay at a motel. My dad agreed instantly. Before we locked the house for the night, my dad went to the closet to shut it. I stood far away behind him. He reached for the knob, stopped, stared. The closet door was already closed. We had not closed it. My dad put his hand on the knob and whispered something I could not hear. Then he locked the house and we left. We never slept there again. 2 weeks later, we moved out entirely. My parents did not argue about it. They did not explain it. They just said the house was unhealthy and unsafe. We left furniture behind. Boxes, towels, everything in that closet. Months passed. Life returned to normal. I thought about it less, but not never. When I turned 18, I drove past the old house out of curiosity. A new family lived there. 2 kids' bikes on the lawn, curtains in the windows, lights on. But as I rolled slowly down the street, I saw something that made my hands lock on the steering wheel. The hallway closet window. A small rectangular pane of glass next to the front walkway. Its curtain was half open, and someone was looking out. A man, gray skin, thin face, eyes too deep set, standing completely still. His hand rested against the glass. He stared straight at me. I froze. The car idled under me. Then I blinked. He was gone. Just curtains moving in the AC breeze. I drove away fast. I told myself I imagined it, that the house belonged to new people now, that whatever was in that closet was a trick of childhood fear. But last month, late at night, I got a message request on social media from a name I did not recognize. The message said, "Can I ask you something about this house?" Attached was a photo. The hallway. The closet door, closed. Under it, the floor showed faint footprints. Bare, narrow, pointed toward the bedroom at the end of the hall. Just like before, I have not responded yet. Because if I answer, I will have to tell them the truth. Some closets do not store towels. They store people. People who never left. I took my summer vacation late that year in July because I had saved up time, and my job at the warehouse finally slowed down. My mom knew a coworker who had a small cabin at Cedar Lake, and she got me a discount for 2 weeks. It sounded perfect. No city noise, no late shifts, just me, some fishing, and a break from everything that had started to pile up in my head. I was 26, single, and tired. That is all I was thinking about during the 4-hour drive. The cabin was at the end of a narrow road that ran along the trees, far from the busier part of the lake where the resorts were. You passed a couple of other cabins. Then the road turned to dirt and dipped down toward the water. My cabin was the last one. No more houses past it, just woods and lake. When I pulled up, the first thing I noticed was that the cabin next to mine, the only neighbor, looked empty. Tall weeds around the porch. No car, curtains drawn. The place looked forgotten. My cabin, on the other hand, was small but neat. Green paint, wide porch facing the water, and a short dock with a metal rowboat tied to it. The key had been left in a metal box on the porch, and there was a little note inside from the owner, a man named Dennis Cole. "Welcome, Eric. Cabin is stocked. Use anything in the kitchen. Please lock doors if you go into town. No smoking inside. Stay safe and enjoy the lake. Dennis?" The first day was exactly what I wanted. I unpacked, put my cooler in the kitchen, and took the rowboat out as the sun started to drop. The lake was calm. The other side was lined with trees and a handful of houses with their own docks. I saw a couple of people grilling, kids splashing around, music in the distance. Over on my side, it was quiet. The air smelled like pine and water and old wood. I slept hard that night. The bed was a little too soft. The springs creaked, and the cabin made random sounds as it cooled. But it was the kind of noise that usually puts you to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. That in itself is nothing. What bothered me was that I woke up with my heart already beating too fast, like someone had slammed a door or shouted my name. The cabin was dark except for a sliver of moonlight through the blinds. For a few seconds, I just lay there, feeling stupid and a little dizzy. Then I heard it. A soft creak from the wood floor in the living room. One step, then another. Slow. I told myself it was the cabin shifting. Old wood, temperature changes, critters under the floor. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. I eventually rolled over and went back to sleep. The next morning I wrote it off as my mind playing tricks on me and spent the day like a normal vacation. Fishing, reading on the porch, making a simple dinner. As the sky went dark, distant lights flickered on across the lake. The empty cabin next door stayed dark. On the third day, I decided to check out the little town about 20 minutes away. There was a grocery store, a diner, a hardware store, and a tiny sheriff office. I ate at the diner, then went into the grocery store to stock up on actual food. As I was paying, the cashier, a woman with gray hair and a bored voice, looked at my note on the cart. Cedar Lake Cabin 7, she said. That is out near the end, right? Yeah, I said. The last one. That is Dennis' place. Long pause. You out there alone? Yeah. Her mouth pulled tight for a second. Well, just keep your doors locked. We had some break-ins a couple summers back. Kids mostly. No big deal. She forced a smile that did not reach her eyes. I laughed it off, promised I would, and carried my bags out. As I drove back, the road got quieter. Trees thicker. Houses farther apart. I started to get that strange weight in my chest again, the feeling of being very far from anyone who could help fast if something went wrong. It was not fear yet, just awareness. That evening, I sat on the porch with a beer and watched the sky bleed from blue to orange to deep purple. Bugs hummed and clicked. Occasional voices drifted from across the water. At some point, I realized I was not alone. On the far side of the lake, near a house with a long dock, a figure stood at the end of it. Whoever it was, they were standing perfectly still, facing my side of the lake. Maybe they were just watching the sunset like I was, but the longer I stared, the stranger it seemed. They did not shift their weight. They did not lift a drink. They did not look down. Just a straight, dark shape against the fading sky, facing me. I felt ridiculous and looked away first. When I glanced back a minute later, the figure was gone. That night, the floor creaked again. At first, I tried to ignore it, rolling over and telling myself I needed to stop watching the cabin walls like a horror movie. Then it came again. Not random pops and sighs. The soft sound of weight moving across the boards. 3 slow steps. A small pause. Then another. It was coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. I grabbed the flashlight I kept by the bed and sat up, heart pounding. For a second, I just listened. The beam pointed at the closed door. The sound stopped. The cabin felt like it was holding its breath with me. After what felt like 5 full minutes, I got up, crossed the tiny room, and yanked the door open, flashlight blazing down the narrow hall. Nothing. Just the bathroom on the left, the living room ahead, the front door to the right. I walked through every room, checked the kitchen, even opened the closet where the cleaning supplies were. Empty. I tried the front door. Locked. Deadbolt still slid. I stood on the porch for a moment, barefoot, the boards cold and a little damp. The night outside was deep black, just the soft lap of water, the high whine of insects, the lonely hoot of something in the trees. No cars, no voices, No movement in the empty cabin next door. I went back inside, locked the door again, shut my bedroom door, and left the flashlight on the nightstand. I slept eventually because my body forced me to. The next morning, I noticed something that had not been there before. On the wooden railing of the porch, about chest height, were 3 fresh scratches. They were thin, but deep enough to catch a fingernail, parallel and close together, like someone had dragged something sharp along the rail. Some kind of animal, I told myself. Raccoon, squirrel, whatever lives near lakes. I took the rowboat out and tried to shake it off. But I kept thinking about the figure on the dock across the water and the noises inside my cabin. That night, I decided to test something. Before bed, I took a small drinking glass from the kitchen and balanced it against the inside of my bedroom doorknob. If anyone turned the knob, the glass would fall and shatter. It felt childish, like something a scared kid would do, but it made me feel better. I turned off the light and lay there in the dark, the glass on the door a few feet from my head. Sometime deep in the night, I woke up again. No sound this time, just a heavy feeling that something was wrong. The air felt colder. My skin prickled. I could barely see anything, but I stared at the faint outline of the door in the glass. It was still there, a pale shape hanging on the knob. I listened. At first there was nothing but my own breathing. Then I heard a soft exhale that was not mine. It came from the other side of the room, near the window. Slow, barely there, like someone trying not to breathe too loud. The hairs on my arms lifted. I could not move. I did not know if my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the dark shape of the curtains looked wrong, like there was a taller shadow near them. I reached slowly for the flashlight and knocked it off the nightstand by accident. The clatter was loud in the tight little room. My hand fumbled on the floor and finally closed around it. I clicked it on and swung the beam toward the window. The curtains hung still. No shadow. No person. The window was closed. I checked the latch with shaking fingers. Still engaged. I spent the rest of the night with the light on, sitting up against the headboard, listening. In the morning, I convinced myself I had heard my own breathing, or that the sound had come through the wall from outside. But when I walked around the cabin, I saw something else. In the dirt below the bedroom window, clear as day, were footprints. Not animal prints, shoe prints. A single set, coming from the trees, stopping at my window, then turning back toward the woods. No tracks led to the front porch. Whoever it was had gone directly to that window. I went to the neighbor cabin then, for the first time. I told myself I was just curious. A part of me hoped someone was staying there, and this was all a stupid mix-up. A kid playing pranks, or some weird local tradition. The yard grass was high, brushing my knees, and the porch boards were gray and cracked. I climbed the 3 steps and tried the door. Locked. I cupped my hands around my face and looked through a gap in the curtains. Inside, the place was mostly empty. A dusty couch, a bare table, some old magazines on the floor. No signs of life. I was about to step back when something on the table caught my eye. There was a pair of binoculars set up on a small tripod, pointed directly at my cabin. Not toward the lake, not toward the road, toward my front windows. My stomach dropped. I knocked. No answer. I circled the cabin slowly, looking for any other clues. On the back side, someone had nailed a metal padlock over a side door. Old boards taped across the lower windows. This place had been shut up on purpose. As I stared at it, I heard a car engine behind me. I walked back around and saw a blue pickup truck parked near my cabin. A man in his 50s, big belly, tan arms, and a salt and pepper beard, was leaning against it smoking. "You, Eric," he called. "Yeah." He pushed off the truck and walked over with a familiar sort of confidence. "Name is Dennis. I own the place you are staying in." I shook his hand. His grip was strong, a little too tight. He nodded toward the neighbor cabin. "You are not messing around with that place, are you?" "No," I said. "I just wondered if anyone lived there." He snorted. "Not in a long time. Belonged to a friend of mine. He passed away. Family never did much with it. Kids sometimes break in, but I shut it up last year." He squinted at me. "You've been locking the doors?" "Yes." "Good." His eyes rested on mine a moment too long. Then he clapped his hands. "All right. I was in the area. Figured I would check on you. Make sure the water heater did not blow, or anything." He walked into my cabin without waiting. I followed, feeling strangely like a guest in my own rental. He looked around the living room, kitchen, bathroom, nodding. "Place looks fine." He paused at the hallway. "How you sleeping?" I shrugged. "Pretty good. Cabin makes some noise at night, but I am getting used to it." He gave a small smile that did not feel like a real smile. "Yeah, these old places do that." He stood in my bedroom doorway and looked at the window. "You keep this locked?" "Yes." He pressed on the frame with his thumb, like he was checking the strength of the wood. Then he turned back toward me. "If you hear or see anything weird, do not try to be a hero. Call the sheriff. Or call me. Number is in the binder by the phone." I nodded. He stared one more second, then seemed satisfied. We walked back outside. He got into his truck, gave me a little salute, and drove off. I watched the dust settle on the empty road. That afternoon, I almost packed up and left. But the sun was bright, the water clear. Kids were laughing across the lake, and I did not want to be the guy who cut his vacation short because of some noises and footprints. I told myself that Dennis had admitted kids broke into cabins sometimes. Maybe some teen had crept around the night before as a dare. Maybe they saw my truck and thought it would be funny. I went for a long swim, grilled some hot dogs, and tried to clear my head. That night, I made sure every window was locked. I stacked a chair under the front doorknob and put the glass back on my bedroom door. I also put my car keys next to the flashlight, so I could hit the panic button if I needed to. I double-checked the number for the sheriff office on the paper by the phone. Then I turned out the lights and lay in the dark. Sleep came in uneasy bursts. At some point, I slid into a heavy dream, then snapped awake with my heart racing again. The cabin was silent. I could see the faint outline of the door and the glass, still balanced. Then I heard a sound that turned my blood cold. The soft scrape of a shoe on wood directly outside my bedroom door. Not in the hall. Right at the threshold. The glass did not move. Whoever was there was not trying the knob. Just standing almost against the door. I could feel it. A presence a few feet away with just a thin sheet of wood between us. I did not move. I did not breathe. I listened as hard as I could. Another slow exhale reached my ears. Not from the window this time. From the other side of that door. A whisper slid through the crack at the bottom. So soft, I barely heard it. "I know you are awake." Every muscle in my body locked. I grabbed the flashlight and the keys, thumb on the panic button, but I stayed still. The house was too small. If I made a noise, whoever it was would know exactly where I was. The whisper came again. "You should unlock this. We can talk." The voice was male. Calm. Too calm. I did not answer. My thumb pressed the car panic button. Outside, the car horn erupted in the driveway, and the lights started flashing. In the same second, the glass on the doorknob exploded against the floor as the person on the other side jolted or grabbed for the knob. I heard a curse, the quick shuffle of feet, then rapid steps down the hall. The front door slammed against the chair I had wedged under it. Once, twice, then a heavy crack as the chair splintered. The door banged open, and the horn continued outside. I sprang up, threw open the bedroom window, and climbed out into the night. My legs shook so hard I nearly fell. I ran barefoot along the side of the cabin and around to the driveway. My car lights flashed in the dark, cutting across the trees and the porch. The front door swung open, empty. Whoever had been inside was already gone. I jumped into the car, locked the doors, and peeled out of there so fast gravel shot into the woods. I did not stop driving until I reached the sheriff office in town. The deputy on duty took my statement, drove back with me, and checked the cabin. By then, the intruder was long gone. The deputy found more footprints in the dirt, circling the cabin, stopping at the bedroom window and the back wall, as if someone had been studying the shape of the place. The front door frame was cracked where it had been kicked, They did not find anything inside except a single muddy partial print near the hallway. No stolen items, no dropped wallet or tool. The deputy said it was probably some drifter or a local creep who saw a car alone out there, that I had scared him off by using the car alarm in the chair. He offered to let me stay in town for the night at a cheap motel. I did not even go back inside the cabin. I grabbed my bag and cooler while he waited, then left the keys on the table for Dennis and drove to the motel. The next morning, I called my mom and told her I was cutting the vacation short. She tried to talk me into staying at a resort on the other side of the lake, but I was done. I wanted distance. Back in the city, I kept thinking about the calm voice at my door, the way he breathed, the way he said he knew I was awake. He had been standing there watching me in the dark before he said anything, listening to my breathing from a few feet away. Some nights I still wake up. Sure, I have heard a floorboard creak in my apartment. I tell myself it is nothing. Old pipes, neighbors, whatever. But my mind always goes back to that thin wooden bedroom door at Cedar Lake, the glass on the knob, and the whisper sliding underneath, asking me to unlock it so we could talk. I spent most of my childhood summers at Lake Morgan, a wide, calm lake tucked behind a ring of thick pine. My parents used to rent a house there every year, but life got busy, money got tight, and the trips stopped. When I turned 28, I decided to go back on my own. I wanted to see if the place still felt like the one good memory I could pull from my early life. Work had been rough, and I needed to breathe again. I found a lake house online that looked almost identical to the ones we used to stay in. White siding, long deck, small private dock, and a boathouse at the edge of the property. The owner, a woman named Carol Mason, told me the house stayed empty most of the summer, except for a few visitors. She said it was peaceful and quiet, and perfect for someone looking to get away. That was exactly what I wanted. The drive took about 5 hours from my apartment. I watched the city fall behind and the trees grow thicker until the road narrowed and followed the lake. When I turned into the gravel driveway, I actually felt that old kid excitement in my chest. The lake was right behind the house, blue and still, the sunlight bouncing in strips across the surface. The house was clean and simple inside. Wood floors, 2 bedrooms, a living room that smelled faintly of old pine, and wide windows that showed the water. The deck faced the lake and stretched almost the full length of the house. At the far right, separated by a narrow gravel path, stood the boathouse. Dark red paint, black roof, double doors. It looked older than the house, like it had come from a different decade. I dropped my bag inside, opened the windows, and walked down to the dock. The lake was quiet except for a few distant voices drifting from houses across the water. A small rowboat floated inside the boathouse, tied loosely to a metal ring. A second rope hung from a beam like someone had tied something heavier there at some point. I did not think too much about it. The first day passed the way a vacation should. I unpacked, sat on the deck with a beer, walked around the property, and ended the night by wading in the shallow water near the dock. When the sun went down, the lake turned silent. I could hear fish breaking the surface and the dull creak of the boathouse settling. When I went inside at around 10, I locked the doors and left one small lamp on. I slept fast and deep. That changed on the second night. I had grilled some chicken and was sitting on the deck when I noticed movement near the boathouse. Not something big, not a person, just the shadow of the door shifting as if someone had nudged it from the inside. I watched for a minute. Nothing came out. I told myself it was wind or the wood expanding, but there was no wind, not even a breeze. Later that night, I woke to a sound I had not heard since I was a kid. The slow, drawn-out creak of oars in water. I sat up in bed and listened harder. It came from the dock, then from farther out, then closer again. A repeated rhythmic creak, like someone rowing. I went to the window and looked toward the lake. The moon was bright enough to paint the water in pale silver and make the trees look almost flat. I saw nothing on the surface. No boat, no ripples, nothing moving. But I still heard the slow, steady creak. I stood there until the sound faded and did not return. In the morning, I walked to the boathouse again. The double doors were closed. The lock was still clipped. Everything looked the same, but the rows of dust inside the doorway were disturbed. I crouched down and saw faint marks on the wood. Not footprints, drag marks, like something heavy had been pulled toward the door and then pushed back inside. I felt a strange tightness in my chest, but forced myself to shake it off. I spent the rest of the day fishing on the far side of the lake, talking to a few people at the public pier, and trying not to think about the boathouse. When I came back in the early evening, the property felt different, heavy, watching, the same way the air feels before a storm. I grilled again, sat on the deck again, tried to relax again. But every time I looked at the boathouse, I felt like I was waiting for something. That night, I left the lamp on in the living room and fell asleep on the couch. At some point, a noise snapped me awake, a short, sharp thump from outside. My first thought was raccoon or deer. But then I heard slow, steady footsteps moving across the wooden walkway between the house and the boathouse. Not running, not sneaking, just walking. I sat up and listened. The footsteps reached the deck, then stopped. The boards creaked, like someone had shifted their weight. I waited, frozen, barely breathing. After nearly a minute, I forced myself up and walked to the sliding door. The glass had a pale reflection of my own face. Beyond it, black water and dim moonlight. I could not see the deck clearly. I lifted my hand to switch on the outside light. Before I touched it, something tapped the glass. Not a slap, not a knock, a single light tap, fingertips soft. I stumbled back so fast I hit the dining table. The light inside swung slightly on the ceiling. I stood there with my fists tight and waited for another tap. Nothing came. I did not turn on the outside light. I did not open the door. I waited until sunrise before I stepped onto the deck. There were no prints, no dirt tracked across the wood. But the chair I kept in the corner near the railing had been moved. Not much, just turned slightly to the left. Enough that I knew I did not do it. The next day I called Carol. I told her I thought someone was walking on the property at night. She went quiet before she answered. She told me I should keep the doors locked. That was it. No advice, no concern, just lock the doors. I asked her if she ever had issues with trespassers. She hesitated. Then she said only one person ever tried to break in, but that it had been years ago. I asked her who it was. She changed the subject and asked if I needed anything else. I said no and hung up. Something about her voice bothered me, something tight and tired beneath her words. That evening I decided not to stay inside. I walked the property with a flashlight right after the sun went down. I shined the light into the trees, across the gravel, and along the path to the boathouse. The doors were closed, the lock still clipped. But when I pulled on the handle, the right door swung open a few inches before the lock tugged it back. The padlock was hanging through the latch, but not actually closed. Someone had slid it through to look locked, but never snapped it down. Inside the boathouse, the smell hit me first. Damp rope, old lake water, something metallic. The rowboat was tied to the ring. The rope was wet, very wet, freshly wet. The oars were not in the holders on the wall. They were floating in the rowboat, as if someone had come in recently and placed them there fast. I stepped back and shut the door. My hands shook when I clipped the lock for real this time. I slept in my bedroom that night, with the window locked and a kitchen knife beside the bed. I stayed awake longer than I intended, staring at the door, listening to every tiny sound the house made. Around 3 in the morning, the power went out. The lamp clicked off. The hum of the fridge in the kitchen stopped. The darkness was complete. I grabbed my flashlight and stood up. The silence felt thick, like something was pressing against the walls. I walked carefully through the living room to check the breaker panel. Before I reached it, I heard something brush softly against the outside wall. A slow drag of fabric on wood. Then 3 quiet taps on the wall of the house, near the bedroom window. I stayed perfectly still. The tapping returned. 3 more. Not loud, not angry, just patient. I took a step back, and the floor creaked under my weight. The sound outside stopped. A moment later, I heard footsteps moving along the side of the house toward the back. Then the soft crunch of gravel near the boathouse. I risked looking through the kitchen window. The lake was dark and flat. The boathouse stood like a crooked shadow near the edge of the property. Then I saw a shape, a tall, thin silhouette standing beside the boathouse door. The moon behind the trees lit only the outline, but I could see it gripping something long and narrow. It looked like an oar. I switched off my flashlight and crouched low. The shape moved toward the boathouse door and paused. Then it turned its head toward the house. Even in the faint light, I felt the weight of that stare, like it already knew where I was. It stepped closer to the path, then stopped, then stepped closer again. Slow, deliberate. I crawled backward toward the hallway and into the bathroom. It had no windows, and the door was solid. I locked myself inside and held my breath. I heard the footsteps reach the deck. The boards creaked under the weight. Then came the soft tap on the sliding door, a repeat of the night before. One tap, then another, then a third. The handle of the sliding door rattled lightly. Not forceful, just testing. My heart pounded so hard, I had to press my hand over my mouth to stay quiet. After a long moment, the tapping stopped. The footsteps moved across the deck and down toward the water. I stayed in the bathroom until first light. When I finally stepped outside, I saw fresh prints in the damp soil near the boathouse. Long, narrow shoe prints, deep in the center, as if the person walked slowly with controlled steps. The lock on the door was open again. Not broken, simply unhooked. Inside the boathouse, the boat was gone. Only the wet outline remained where it had rested against the floor. I called the sheriff. 2 deputies came out. They looked at the prints, the boathouse, the deck. They asked if I had enemies. I told them no. They said they would drive the perimeter roads and check for anyone rowing across the lake early in the morning. But the sun was already high, and the lake was crowded with weekend traffic. Before they left, one of the deputies, a tall guy named Paul, asked me a question in a quiet voice. "Did Carol tell you about the break-in a few years ago?" I said she mentioned it, but would not give details. He nodded slowly. "Her husband disappeared out here one summer. He was seen near the boathouse late one night. No one saw him leave. No one saw him again. His boat was found drifting across the lake at dawn with one oar missing." I felt a cold wave roll through me. I asked if they ever found out what happened. Paul shook his head. "She thinks he came back once. Someone tapped on the bedroom window a few months after that. No signs of forced entry, just tapping. She sold the place for half its value the next year. Said she could not stand the nights anymore." They drove off, and I packed my stuff. I did not clean. I did not check the boathouse again. I got in my car and left. The lake looked peaceful in the daylight, but I could not stop seeing the silhouette standing by the boathouse. The slow, deliberate steps toward the house, the tapping on the glass, the sound of oars in the dark. When I got home that night, I turned on every light in the apartment and locked every window. Sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the whole building is quiet, I think I hear something gentle and steady outside my window. A soft, rhythmic creak, like oars on water. I took a week off that August because I finally had the vacation days and no excuse not to use them. Most of my friends wanted beaches and bars. I wanted quiet. I spent a couple of nights searching online and found a small forest campground about 4 hours from my place. It was in a national forest, way off the main highway. The website said it had 12 primitive sites, a pump for water, and pit toilets. No showers, no power. It sounded perfect. My name is Ryan. I was 27 that summer, tired from long shifts at a warehouse job and sick of people. I told myself a remote forest campground would be exactly what I needed. The drive felt long, and the farther I went, the less I saw. The highway shrank to a 2-lane road, then to a narrow strip of cracked pavement that twisted through trees. I stopped at a gas station in the last town before the forest. The cashier watched me load ice and snacks into my cart. He glanced at the camping gear in my back seat when I went out to pump gas. "You heading up to Pine Ridge?" he asked through the open window. "Yeah." "Week at the campground?" He frowned. "Whole week. That was the plan." He leaned on the door a little. "Just keep your food locked up and your car keys close. Some weird stuff up there at night." I laughed in an automatic, polite way. "Bears?" He did not laugh. Not exactly. He just shrugged. Something like that. I drove the rest of the way, with his words stuck in my head. The entrance to the forest was marked by a wooden sign with peeling paint. The road beyond it turned to packed dirt and climbed slowly. Trees pressed in close on both sides, tall and thick, blocking a lot of the sky. I did not pass another car. The campground itself was just a loop off the dirt road, a circle carved out of the trees. Each site had a small metal post with a number, a fire ring, and a rough tent pad. There was a single outhouse near the center and a water pump that groaned when I tried it. I counted 3 other cars, one near the entrance, one in the middle, and one parked at the far end of the loop. I chose Site 11, second to last, because it had more trees around it and a little path that disappeared behind my tent pad. It looked like it led deeper into the woods. I told myself that would be good if I wanted to hike alone. I set up my tent, a bright blue 2-person tent, and unrolled my sleeping bag. I put my cooler and food bin into the trunk of my car like the website told me to. The air smelled like warm dirt and sap. Insects buzzed in the grass. Somewhere nearby, water trickled. After I finished setting up, I was pushing the last stake into the ground when I felt eyes on me. I looked up and saw a man standing in the next site. He had a faded green tent and an old tan sedan. He looked maybe late 30s, thin, with a sunburned face and dark hair tied back. His clothes looked dirty, like he had been wearing the same ones for days. He stood with his hands at his sides, just watching me. "Hey," I called. He lifted a hand but did not wave. Exactly. More like he moved it a few inches, then let it fall. "You here long?" I asked. He stared for a second, then turned around and walked back to his tent without answering. I told myself he might be shy, or tired, or one of those people who come to the forest to avoid everyone. That was why I had come too. As the sun went down, the trees turned black against an orange sky. A campfire crackled at one of the other sites. I heard faint music from a small speaker and a woman laughing. At my end of the loop, it was quiet. I made a simple dinner on my camp stove and ate at the picnic table. The man in the next site sat by his fire. No light except the flames. Staring into it, when I walked to the outhouse, I passed his site. He did not look up. There was no cooler, no camp stove, no extra gear, just the tent, the car, and a small black duffel bag. The outhouse door creaked loud in the dark, and the smell inside was thick. When I came back out, I looked down the line of sights from the center of the loop. A light glowed in my tent. My stomach dropped. I had turned on a small battery lantern and left it on the floor near my sleeping bag earlier. I was sure I had switched it off when I went to the bathroom. I remembered clicking the button, the little snap of plastic. The tent glowed like a low orange drum. I walked faster, crushing dried leaves under my boots. The man at the next site sat motionless by his fire. When I reached my tent, I unzipped the door and stuck my head inside. The lantern sat where I had left it, on. My sleeping bag was unrolled. My backpack was at the head of it where I had dropped it. Everything looked untouched. I told myself I had forgotten, that I was tired from the drive. I clicked the lantern off and zipped the tent. In the distance, a coyote yipped. Other coyotes answered. The sound echoed strangely between the trees. I went to bed with my car keys in my pocket. The nearest house was miles away. There was no cell service. The forest sounds were constant. Crickets, small things moving through the underbrush, the faint hiss of wind in the branches. At some point in the night, those sounds changed. I woke up all at once, like someone had shaken my shoulder. The tent was black, total black. The lantern was not on. What woke me was a soft crunch in the dirt just outside. Footsteps, slow, right outside the tent wall. I held my breath and listened. Crunch, then a pause, then another crunch, a little to the left. Whoever it was not walking on the gravel pad. They were moving in the softer dirt beside it. My mouth went dry. I remembered the campsite map. My tent pad was between the car and the trees. Someone could stand behind the tent, out of sight from the road. I thought about saying something, Some forced casual call like, "Hey there," but the words stuck. A shadow moved across the thin fabric near my head, a vague, darker shape in the already dark tent. It stopped. Whoever it was standing inches from me. The zipper of my door twitched. Just a tiny sound. Then another. Teeth rubbing together. They were touching it. My fingers closed around my car keys. I squeezed them so hard the metal dug into my palm. I pressed the alarm button. My car horn exploded in the quiet night. The lights flashed, throwing harsh white across the trees. The shadow outside my tent jerked back. I heard fast footsteps pounding toward the trees, branches snapping. The horn kept blaring. I crawled out of the tent on shaking hands and feet. The cold hit me at once. My car sat where I had left it, lights strobing across the empty road and the thick black line of forest beyond. The man at the next campsite was standing by his fire. He looked toward me, his face unreadable in the flashing light. "You good?" he called. "Someone was just outside my tent," I yelled over the horn. He stayed where he was, did not come closer. "Probably an animal," he said. "These woods sound weird at night." I knew that had not been an animal. It had walked on two legs. I turned the alarm off. The horn died. The silence rushed back in. I slept in my car the rest of the night. Seat pushed back. Doors locked. My neck hurt by morning. Sunlight makes things stupid. By the time I boiled water for coffee, I had already started to doubt myself. Maybe I had panicked. Maybe it was a deer or a big raccoon. The man at the next site was packing up. He loaded his duffel bag into the trunk of his car. That was all he had. "Heading out?" I asked. He nodded. His eyes slid past me toward my tent. "You should too," he said. I tried to laugh. It came out thin. "Bad experience," he added. "Old story. Just do not like staying long." He got into his car and drove off without another word. I watched the dust settle where his tires had been. There were only two other cars now, far away on the loop. I felt more exposed, not less. I thought about leaving. I really did. But I had wanted this trip for months. I told myself I would give it one more night. I spent the afternoon walking one of the trails that started near the campground. It was marked with faded paint on trees and wound deep into the forest. For most of it, I did not see anyone. At one point, I stopped to drink water and heard voices somewhere off the trail, faint but tense. "Do not go through their stuff," a woman snapped. A male voice answered, low and angry, but I could not make out the words. I called out, "Hello." The voices stopped. I waited. No one answered. After a moment, I started walking again. I did not want to stumble onto some couple fighting in the woods. When I got back to my campsite, something was wrong right away. My cooler was sitting on the picnic table. I had locked it in the trunk. I remembered doing it. I remembered slamming the trunk doors and testing them. Now it sat right there in the open. The lid was closed. The latch was still clipped. My chest tightened. I reached down and touched the lid with one finger. It was cold from the ice inside. No tracks were visible on the ground around the car. No broken glass. I looked at my tent. The zipper on the door pointed downward instead of upward where I had left it. Someone had been inside. I unzipped it and stepped in. My sleeping bag lay open. My backpack was unzipped. Nothing was missing. My wallet was still in the side pocket. My phone was where I left it. But my spare car key, which I kept in a tiny inner pouch, was sitting on top of my pillow. I had never taken it out. I stared at that key for a long time. That was the moment when any idea of animals or wind or me forgetting things disappeared. Someone had gone through my stuff and left that key where I could not miss it. I grabbed my bag and threw everything inside. I shoved it into the car and slammed the door. I should have left right then. I did not. I told myself the sun was still high, that I would go talk to the camp host or a ranger, that I would not let some creep scare me off without at least reporting it. The bulletin board near the entrance had a phone mounted on a post, an old metal thing with a dial pad. A sign above it said, "For Ranger Station, emergencies only." There was no one at the host site. The wooden shack was empty, and the little flag that said host was taken down. I picked up the phone and pressed the button. Static hissed for a second. Then a male voice answered. Ranger Station. Hi, I said. My name is Ryan. I am in Pine Ridge Campground. I think someone has been messing with my campsite. The line was quiet for a moment. What kind of messing? He asked. I told him about the footsteps, the tent, the cooler, the key on the pillow. When I finished, he let out a slow breath. Which site are you in? 11. All right. Go sit in your car and wait. Lock the doors. I will be there in about 20 minutes. He sounded serious in a way that made my skin crawl. I hung up and went back to my car. I sat there with the windows up and watched the loop. The two other cars had people at their sites, a family near the entrance, a couple in the middle, stringing a tarp. Everything looked normal. The forest felt too quiet. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone in the trees behind my car. A truck finally pulled in. Forest Service green. The ranger was in his 50s, stocky, with a trimmed gray beard. His name tag said Henson. He parked in front of my site and walked up to the car. I rolled the window down a few inches. You, Ryan? Yeah. He looked at the tent, the table, the cooler. Then he looked at me. Get out for a second. I stepped out, still gripping my keys. He walked slowly around the tent and then to the back of my car. He studied the ground for a long time, then crouched. See this? He said. I walked closer. Dirt. Pine needles. A faint impression of a shoe. Long and narrow. Looks like a boot, he said. Someone walked right up to your trunk and stood there for a while. He followed the faint tracks with his eyes, turning toward the trees behind my site. Tracks go back there, he said. He nodded toward the narrow path that led into the woods from the rear of my campsite. Who else is staying near you? There was a guy in 10 last night, I said. He left this morning. Dark hair, old tan car. He was quiet for a second. We had complaints last week, he said. People waking up to someone walking around their tents. A few things moved. Nothing taken. One camper saw someone standing between the sites looking at them. Tall, thin, dark hair. My stomach dropped. You get a plate number on that car? He asked. I shook my head. He sighed through his nose. I am going to walk that trail, he said. You are going to pack up. Then you are going to follow me back out to the ranger station and file a report. You are not staying here tonight. He said it flat, like it was not a suggestion. I did not argue. As he stepped toward the path that led behind my site, he paused. Lock your doors while you pack, he added. Only open them when you are putting something in. He moved into the trees and was gone. I stuffed my tent into its bag without bothering to fold it. My hand shook so badly that I dropped the stakes twice. I kept glancing at the wall of trees, expecting someone to step out. The forest pressed in on all sides. The other campers were out of sight. It felt like I was alone. I locked the car each time I tossed gear inside. The sound of the locks clicking was sharp in the still air. As I shoved the last bag in, I heard something that froze me. A voice, low and calm, coming from the trees behind my site. You should have stayed in the tent. I slammed the trunk and spun around. I could not see anyone. The trees were thick, layered, branches and shadows. Hello, I called. No answer. The hair on my arms stood up. I got in the car and locked the doors. My heart hammered against my ribs. I started the engine and sat there, staring at the path where the ranger had gone. He did not come back for a long time. When he finally stepped out of the trees, his face looked tight. He waved me forward. At the ranger station, a low brown building near the forest entrance, he had me fill out a form with my information and what had happened. While I wrote, another ranger, a younger woman, spoke quietly with him in the corner. I heard a few words. Same site. Trail. Campfire ring. He came back to the counter when I was done. We have someone who likes to camp here without paying, he said. Hangs back off the loop. Takes interest in other campers he should not. We move him along when we can find him. You know who he is? I asked. He nodded once. We do. Why is he not banned? His mouth pressed into a line. Public forest, he said. As long as he is not caught doing anything directly violent, there is only so much we can do. We chase him out of one area, he ends up in another. I thought of the man at Site 10, his thin frame, his sunburned face, his quiet stare. Was that him? I asked. Maybe, Henson said. Maybe not. He looked tired. All I can tell you is this. You did the right thing making noise. Make it hard for whoever it is to stay near you. You see something wrong, you leave. He tried to smile and failed. Summer brings people out here who want to disappear for a while, he said. Some of them you do not want for neighbors. I drove home that day. I did not stop at the gas station. I did not want to see the cashier who had warned me. The forest stayed in my rearview mirror for a long time before the trees finally thinned and the highway opened up. I still like the idea of camping, the fire, the smell of pine, the sound of owls at night. But I cannot picture a tent in a dark forest now without also seeing a thin shadow moving between the trees. Someone who walks the loop at night, someone who stands inches from the fabric while you sleep, testing the zipper with careful fingers. Someone who decides, for reasons you will never understand, that your campsite is where they want to spend their summer nights.